Okay, I think it's finally working. Let's see. Recheck. Okay, but almost. One final thing. I'm just gonna put this on public. And if I refresh, pretty please. Good, we should be live. Now I'm just doing a one final thing, and it works. And I can even hear myself. Okay, that's beautiful. I did not expect to like for the biggest enemy not to be like some like just air ACC dealing with enemies with like 4,000% HP. Like, I do this on a daily basis, that's easy. But fighting technical issues with OBS for 2 hours, it's like, oh goodness. Just give me air ACC, that's so much easier. Alright. Just sorting a few things, and then we'll get started. We're gonna close a few things. I've had technical issues for a little bit, but please stand by. We're gonna get started very soon. Okay, it's not pointing to anything. It doesn't matter. It's okay. I don't need this in particular. I can just close this. And I think that's quite alright. So I'm going to drill this right here. We're going to put this on full screen. And you should be able to see what's going on as soon as I click on this. Yep, that's it. Alright. Okay. So the goal is to get to day 2000. No, this is 1938. This is a lie. It's not 1938. I have to go through 50 days. Actually, I start on day 1951 because yesterday, so 1950, there was no raid, there was no nothing. So we're just going to start very casually with this. Alright. Just to refresh my memory, because it's been a while. We have this, which is just going to sit there indefinitely. We have a Windbringer, who will be intercepted in within range. We have a raid on Shrubbery Galore. I don't like Shrubbery Galore, so I'm not going to hunt there. And we have an Arafik on Gathering of Feathers. And we have some slugs on within range, and that one's going to be on easy kill, so we're gonna start right away with an Arafik. What a way to start. All setups are good. I don't care about giving Warframe some SP cost reduction. I'm gonna get started right away. Ooh. Greetings! Oh, hello, Asa, Lozencher. Asa, I want to say one thing. I hate OBS. Like, it disconnected everything I had. I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm pissed at this shit. What have we ever done to deserve this kind of thing? Alright. I mean, this has been such a long time. Like, because I kept delaying. I kept delaying this so much that I hope I'm not just going to absolutely and utterly fail. That's my hope. I need to think about how I'm going to set this up too. I'm gonna have Warframe here. I'm gonna have... I need Blaze to be there. I need you to... Although... Wait, let me think about the positioning. Okay. Because if Blaze is here, she's be able to eat there. I need to have Warframe be able to provide a debuff, and I can have Record Keeper. Okay, I got a position in mind. I just need to get Record Keeper out fairly soon. I have the ESP recovery food on Record Keeper. And I can place Warframe there. We got a right kill, right stall, everything stall. Our DP generation is there. I'm going to retreat in this. And then I just need you, and we are set. Nah, I think I worked for most of the trouble. This is the easy part. The run itself is the easy part. Man, I'm literally sweating. I'm sweating. I was like, I've been in it for so long. I was like, I didn't have time to test it yesterday because I was playing Barotrauma with some people, and it's no, it's like this. It's much better. Also, I need to place Ines because I don't have Telopsis. Usually, I have Telopsis because with Telopsis you have much more leeway on Ulpian stun. But here for Arafic, I need to have Ines if I want to prevent the Dogos from actually coming in. But it's now that the setup is done, we are good for a little while. We're good for a little while. And also, when it comes to the SP batteries, I guess I'm actually going to give it to you. I experimented a little bit with a bunch of different setups, with like the quadruple of you, Blaze, Warframe, and Record Keeper. And if you don't have any Vein Guardians within range, I start with Warframe. I activate Record Keeper. She's going to lose some HP, because she can't always attack the Vein Guardians. So now she loses HP, Record Keeper casts his ability, and then we fire, and she's going to delete the raid. Now I need to be careful, because this kind of shit can be pushed. I'm actually going to do this with Zarya. Something with Arafic is not the best, because of how it's... I'd rather start with a raid where I have some leeway on Ulpenus by bringing out Cryptilopsis. Maybe that'll happen later. The day we get Shen free, I can just like decide to not bring Warframe, or you, no Blaze Ultra, just bring Recall Keeper. I don't need anything else to kill the raid, so I can bring Cryptilopsis back. Also, am I... Yeah, okay, I am on YouTube and Twitch. I just had to check. So I'm dual streaming. The only thing is... Wait. Yeah, messages should be showing on the top left, but they are not. Well, looks like I'm still not done. But at least I can see the chat messages. Okay. Well, that would be for another time. Come on, Recall Keeper, please. Come on, Recall Keeper. Is he eating the right person? Yes. No, there's no point giving to... I'm not gonna give it extra SP to Blaze, because ultimately I'm dependent on Record Keeper to actually get this done. Let's remember this. Okay, she's not actually attacking. You know what? Raise Altar is not currently attacking any Vanguardans, which means I can drop Cube, no problem. Just to speed up the kill of some of the locals. Come on. Okay. Okay, we're starting to get to the laggy part where we've got a billion damage reflect ongoing. You know, the one reason to grab lane over Recall Keeper is I think it's less laggy. I'd like to hope it's less laggy than this. Because right now, it's a bit of a pain, even at times 1 speed. But at least the killing speed is going alright, because with Ultra already got 95 of them. A bit more and we'll be out of hit cap range. Just do this, because why not? Even if it's just to it. It's just to help push the burn a little bit. Okay. Well, we called Keeper. Wait for the HP drain. There we go. Oh boy. Yeah. It is a funny thing that... Oh, wait, I thought I had deactivated to open the skill. This can actually be fairly bad, so I'm going to... You have a speakers down food, and I'm actually going to activate your skill, because Opus will not get his skill back in time, so I need to slow down the enemies. He's going to die, that's okay. Make a small mistake and things can crumble real quick. I am not allowed to lick a single dog. But the problem with using this over using this is things can go real bad real fast. You have speed, but you also have risks with it. Luckily the next raid is going to be a lot more chill than this. And also... I raised my video yesterday about the layouts. I think the good thing about this stream is that I'll be able also to go over the footage and make some corrections, because I feel that some maps where I messed up some of the rules, in particular when it comes to all the checkpoints. So as a result, I'll also use this opportunity to fix everything. Okay, it's probably gonna lag for a bit. We'll go times 0 to speed. Deactivate. Make sure it's deactivated for good this time. I've also been borrowing the keys from Dragon, because he made a video at some point, titled something along the lines of how to become better at Arknights mechanically. And there is a key that should allow me, yeah, 0 frame select, so I can just in 0 frame still select an operator. It doesn't work like 1% of the time. On top of this, I'm also messing up my kits. Well, I've changed them a little bit to fit my control scheme a bit better, so it's not... I'm not completely confused, but it might lead to some cases where I'm like, wait, is this how it is? Okay. The last few enemies are getting in. I have to slow it down because it's getting a bit risky. Wow, we're that close to killing the doggos. That's the last one I want to deal with. Ooh. Okay, one last. We can leave soon. Actually, I guess I can start setting up. Ah, why did you eat little pianist? We can't keep her. There we go. Okay, no more doggos. Alright, we can times 2 reliably. Okay. QB will be here. We can get her to work slowly. Actually, I have to retreat Saria. Silence Altar. Facing right. I don't have Ochi Altar. But actually, I think I'm fine not having Ochi Altar because the very specific timing I have on Kilby means I can just... The moment... Well, we'll see it for during the burst, but I can just retreat Silence Altar and be like, okay, I need to use a potion at exactly this timing to actually save Kilby. So now we just need to finish Ruse off. Let's finish off enough of them. I might actually... I don't know to what extent I'm going to go full strat to speed things up. Okay, I don't have a Phantom Barrier tier 3, so tier 2 I mean. So I'm not actually going to delete a wall. But it's something I might generally do. I might... For 50 days, I might just be like, okay, I need to skip this part where I can take a bit too long. Because right now we have 15 enemies left, 13. And 13 I could technically leak everything. If I had a Phantom Barrier tier 2, I would have destroyed the wall, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, well, record you. Why did you Recall Keeper? Why did you heal all pianos? Seriously? The heck is that? Thank you. See, that the other issue with Recall Keeper, sometimes it goes like, let me heal Ulpianus who has 99% HP remaining instead of Blaze Alter who got like 70% HP remaining. Oh well. At least well got it. Now that I think about this, I probably could for the future. Yeah, no, because actually I was thinking, hey, I could maybe place some walls here, but I don't want to do this because if I'm dealing with ranged enemies, I'd rather have this tile right here, save for Ulpianus. In case I need it, in case I'm dealing with like rocket launchers or something. Even if it's usually more map that is safe for, he's going to help this, isn't he? Yep. Okay, let's wait. There we go. I'd rather save this style like for Ulpianus all the time. Wait, actually, yeah, right. I was thinking, wait, is Recall Keeper from Yen? Yeah, and yes, he's from Yen. Casual racism, competitive racism, actually. Yeah, we love it in our Arknights. The defense will approve. Racism can make gacha game impossible. Alright. Let me do this. Is it good? No. Still only want to heal Ulpianus first. Gosh damn it. Recall Keeper is secretly a Blaze Alterator. Why do so many people hate on Blaze? She's actually so cool. And so hot, simultaneously. Since she's literally on fire. I guess a blood is. Also, we've been taking so long that QB almost killed Arafik with nothing but the vanilla wing as a tile, so I actually have to retreat her. Okay, this time. Yo, finally! Two enemies left. One skill cycle and it will be good. Then we can do the burst. And then we can chill, because the next raid is... The next raid is a free win. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Get the Ulpianus again, because of course. Come on. There we go. Ah, we're done. Okay. Positioning, positioning, positioning. You there. We're gonna have one tile there. We're gonna have you there. We need the invisibility reveal. Apparently I need some DP, so let's go there as well. and QB. Alright. Let's see if my timing is scuffed after all this. Don't forget to stretch. Stretch, people. I don't have a bottle of water, so I can't hydrate. That's okay. Wait a second, I'm stupid. I still need to have a you. Oh, okay. Well, 19 seconds. That will be fine. That will be fine. Okay. Yeah, because I don't use Ifrit anymore. I use you because it can actually help apply burn. But it does need deploy. There we go. Don't need this anymore. How many? 7 seconds. Okay, go for it. Okay, so this. So it's run. All I need, because it's been a while since I did this, is the attack speed. We'll just wait until it gets on the mech. We do this, and now I'm going to go frame by frame because I want to wait for QB's bar to drop. There we go. Now that's the important part, and that's also why I prefer to stick to Ochi, well, not to Ochi Altar specifically, but to Silence Altar, is that QB took damage. I can retreat Silence Altar, and then now I can count 10 seconds. She has a 90 seconds redeployment timer, and she gives immortality for 10 seconds. So I know that when she has 86 seconds on a redeployment timer, I need to give this to QB, otherwise QB dies. And that's what gives immortality. How much fucking HP does the boss have? We'll see right after this. The boss should have in the order of... Actually, give me a second. Because I have a spreadsheet for this. We'll see the spreadsheet right after that. So for now, at slightly before it reaches 86 seconds, I need to give a potion to QB. $86.9, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Times 2 speed. I forgot to activate Zarya. This might be bad. How did I forget to activate Zarya? I think it will still be enough, right? Tell me it will be enough. It was not enough, as a matter of fact. Alright, I messed up this. I need to do it again. I am so rusted. Okay. Time to go around yet again. Beautiful. What a grand start. What a grand start. It goes round, 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 round. In the meantime, let me load the spreadsheet. We can bring him back on this side. I'll need to bring back a Phantom Barrier Chair too, and I will probably forget it. And things will go to shit, and then I'll cry. Alright. Alright, attempt number 2. If I fail this attempt, I fail the raid. Okay, now it's sitting here. So, while this is happening... 1 second. If I do this, and I do switch to display, yeah, you should be able to see this. I am on day 19 1951, which means... where is it? 1951, which means Al-Rafiq has that much HP. Let me zoom in a little bit here. He has 21 million HP. So yeah, just another day in ACC. So I can activate this once. And it's not just the boss, because all enemies have like 4,000+ % extra HP at this point. Okay, so this time don't forget about Zarya. It's Suzerain and Zarya. Do it at the same time. I mean, 21 million is not that much. Okay, it's a lot. But 21 million is only a lot if the enemy doesn't have much defense. And during phase 2, the boss has only 20% of that. Or is it 25%? I think it's 20% of that. Which should be 4 million. Yeah, 4 million. Is it 4 million? It is 4 million. And that 4 million has to be destroyed in 30 seconds. But Kyuubi can do that, no problem. As long as you're not a moron like me and forget to activate Zarya's skill. Which is a big if. Alright. We keep on pushing. I need to think of the Phantom Barrier too, otherwise I am so dead. If I don't think it. Actually, you know what I can do? I know I said I wouldn't want to do this, but I'm going to add the barrier to for safety. Just in case I forget this. I also need to not mess up the timing there. Okay. And the other barrier, there we go. Activate QB. I can retreat Tragodia, I can activate G, I can activate Suzu, I can activate Silence, Alter. This time with Zarya, we have the attack speed. Be ready to retreat Silence Alter. 118. At 118 I need to give the potion. I can't take a look at the numbers that Kyuubi is dealing. I'm currently taking a look at the Silence Alter's portrait. Okay, this should be good. A 3-hour update on the tier list. Okay, so probably not for operators, but I will make a tier list for the tools, because actually there is a lot to be said. In particular for the Necrosis Transmitter, because the Necrosis Transmitter, I think, is quite possibly the strongest tool early on. But I'm at a point where I think it's actually a negative for my run, which is very funny considering all things. We have a thunderstorm. We have a thunderstorm. I don't think I'm just going to pretend the thunderstorm does not exist. When you have a problem in life, just pretend it does not exist. Surely that will work. Surely that will work. I guess we can have this, we can have Vulnerary. It doesn't really matter. I'm just breaking stuff because why not? I don't need the neural chain. I don't need the operation kit. Ah. See. Gen. I actually covered some of the tools in the video I just released. But it's not everything. It's not everything. It's like it's mostly the starting ones plus the walls. The fog machine, because out of the tools right here, reactive barrier for like speed boxing and baiting attacks. The emergency. Oh fuck! An enemy is going through. I need a stun right now. Gas jet thrower is going to be pretty self-explanatory here. And the rest is fairly standard. Like, this is for just agents and openers. Ideally with the tools, I really don't want to switch anything besides like the kits. Like Operation Kit, Necrosis Transmitter, Neural Chain and the like, because these consume resources as soon as you enter the stage. I'd rather not have to spend resources on this as much as possible. You can hit? Yeah, she is enraged. Okay. And now we wait. Actually, I can get screwed over by the weather, but that's going to be fine. I mean, that's why I brought a bunch of extra operators, specifically just in case things go poorly. I was talking about checkpoints. Actually, yeah, I'm having a look at this map. It's not the one on which you intercept the Windbreaker, because like there are two maps like this in the first region, and this one is the other version. This one is the other version, because I remember specifically cravening this particular part out. Yeah, the setup is a mess. Every time you see like some very weird walls, it's just because like you have some rays coming in and had like a straight line, and some raids just decide to go, you know what, I'm going to have a checkpoint right inside your wall, and they just decide to skip through everything, and like, you son of a gun. And so I have to like patch up the defenses very quickly. Did I create the strategies myself? Yes and no. Actually, if you want the lore, if you want the context, I did have a run that I did solo without looking up any strategy. I went up to day 200, and then I stopped. After this, I decided to start another run, and there is someone, Dr. Socrates, who was like, huh, that's pretty cool, I should make a video about this. And he basically assembled the Avengers, which included me, Asadekai, I don't know if Asadekai, yeah, he's still here, and Dragslayer. And basically we were in a Discord. We made a group, and we basically started sharing strategies, and Dragslayer, for example, was looking a lot at like the CN strats. So some of the CN strats, I was like, that's interesting, I'm going to adapt it and integrate it to my gameplay. And same thing for some other things is, all of us are experimenting constantly with different setups. So what I did want to try, like the Blaze Altar plus Hue strat, I went with Record Keeper because specifically I did not have Lean. I wanted a way to speed up the killing, for example, for Horrific. That one, okay, I'll take credit for that one. But a lot of the testing, for example, for Unictus, she has a reclamation algorithm, an area-specific mod that taunts all the enemies in a very large area. And the problem is, when she got that module released, I did not have much time to play. I don't remember the specific as to why. Maybe it was another event, I don't know. So Asadekai actually did a lot of testing on that and found a lot of very weird behaviors. And for example, there is something very funny, which I can't pull off because I don't have Irene either, where if you activate Unictus on levitating enemies, because you levitate the enemies with Irene, they're going to straight up ignore all of the walls. and have some very, very funky behavior. Oh, wait, that was stacked. Oh, this raid is ass. No. I don't like this raid. Well, I'll deal it with it another time. What do we have today? We have the Rainbringer. I know the Rainbringer is Assassin's favorite. Okay, so this is actually, it's not the same map, because we dealt with the spiders on within range, but that one right here, and this is another within range. So this is actually the one for the Rainbringer. This one, I have a specific squad. I actually have a squad set up for 2 of the bosses. Arafik, which is this one. Actually, might as well give you the food. There we go. And I have one for the Rainbringer specifically. And for the Rainbringer, this is what I'm bringing. So I have puzzle for DP generation, along with the, what is it, anti-net launcher, because it can keep generating DP like a absolute madman. And I guess that's also a video. I might be making a video also about this, about how do people think in those kind of things. Because I don't think, okay, I need the, I guess, DPS operator. It's, I need an operator to deal with the boss. Like, to deal damage to the boss. I need an operator to stall the boss. I need an operator to split box and stall the boss for a set period of time, which is going to be Spectre Altar's role. I need an operator to deal with the spiders that the Rimrigger summons. I need a way to kill the raid, so not the boss, just the rest of the enemies, so it's going to be Blaze Dew. And I need a way to stall the raid itself. So it's more of a operators feel a specific function more so than anything. Let's see. We have an operation kit. We have everything. We have a phantom barrier. I think we have everything. Let's go. The Rainbringer. There was something else I wanted to say, but I forgot. I have terrible memory. I forgot to take a look at the weather. I'm not seeing any thunderstrike, which means it's actually rained, which means I don't need a fail list. Okay. So I can just have you right there. Give me DP. We do this. We have Tilopsis, and I love Tilopsis because she has food that gives SP to operators within range. It's just 1 SP every 2.2 seconds, but it's enough to make it very convenient to restore with openers. These two I can remove because they're gonna be destroyed anyway. We have Blaze Altar right here. I need... Oh. I think the positioning of the buttons is not perfect here. I still have some weird behaviors. Wisdale! Wisdale skill 1 is better than skill 3, changed my mind. I wish I was joking, but the more I'm playing with Wisdale, the more I'm like, well, actually, with skill 1 is a better option. And not just in the ACC, which is a fun part. Okay, might be there. The Ruinbringer is just casually going through, he's summoning his spiders, nothing to worry about. He's just chilling. We'll let him do his stuff for a little bit. Okay. Okay, this spot is good. Now... I guess I have time to do another stun like this. Okay, the Rimbringer is summoning his stuff. This part you have, like, different players have different approaches. Asa usually has Vigil. Asa does not use Spectral Altar, I don't think. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to silence the spiders. And then I'm gonna have Spectral Altar at the ready. I want the boss to push back the boss, because the boss is going to summon the spiders on the middle of the tile that is considered on. So he's going to summon the spiders in the middle of the tile where Spectral Altar is, which means... Also, I probably should activate her skill before things go to shit. There we go. So now I can pick puzzle, do this, stun the red again, wait until the spiders at the back wake up, drop Tragodia, and now the boss will be stalled. And also, just for safety, I'm gonna give an SP battery to this. I probably should not let the enemies walk forward. Blaze You is not required. It's just a question of... Okay. You have a few ways to go about it. She's mostly there for speeding up the killing of the raids, but you can very well use like Prem Altar, for example. And if I was stunning like the enemies near this tile, for example... 1 second, just doing this. If I was stunning the enemies near one of the high ground tiles, for example, Prem Altar is also... We'll see Prem Altar. She can also do it on her own. It's just that you have to keep in mind that there is a target gap. If Ulpianus hits more than 128 enemies, some of the enemies will not be stunned and not take any damage. Also, holy she's the frames. It's probably going to be a bit of a mess for a bit. So, as long as you have enough DPS to kill the enemies before you have like 128 of them stacked in the same spot, you don't really care about which operators you bring. If you can't do this, then you need one of two things. Either you... One of three things, I guess. Either you have multiple stallers, so Ulpianus at one spot and then a Glaucus or an Enforcer or something else, to stall more than 128 enemies. Or you do some loop stalling, which is like... if you have the enemies there, you could like push the enemies behind the walls, and that way you have more than 128 enemies that can just go in a circle, and you push less than the hit cap, so you're good. You can keep pushing the enemies over and over again. So I'm going to give an SP battery to Blaze Altar to every skill up slightly more often. And the alternative... I said 3 options and I forgot the third option. How brilliant of me. But yeah, basically it's... Oh yeah, wait, did I mention Unictus? I think I said Unictus, because Unictus ignores the target cap. Unictus can pull as many enemies as she wants. Not just 128. Why? I don't know why. Spaghetti code, that's all I'm gonna say. Also, my frames are absolutely dying, more so than usual. I think my computer does not like the dual streaming. So I'm also getting debuffed at the same time. That's beautiful. She is a goat, actually. She's a snake and a goat. I would argue that Unictus may just be... I think she's just a... like, in the tier list, I don't remember... I think I put her in S tier. If I didn't, she should be in S tier, either way. Because she is the ultimate staller alongside... She's even better than Openness to some extent. She's even better than Openness to some extent. Also... Okay. My keybinds are misbehaving. I'm just going to do this for safety. Because she can pull everyone, like, the target cap was a problem, especially when dealing with Arafik, because we don't, like, before, we didn't have a way to kill raids efficiently enough to the point that they were just stacking beyond the target cap. It led to some very weird situations, which made it extremely difficult to actually stall the raid, and very, very dangerous, where you needed like a kill zone using KOB, but KOB is not even that good against the Arafik raid because you have a ton of enemies with very high HP and very low defense, which is exactly what you don't want to have. If the enemies have very, very high defense, she can just delete everything, which is not a problem, but against a lot of raids, that's not the case. Oh boy. Ah, the pain and suffering. Single-digit frames. Okay, we got an infinite blaze. Perfect. That's gonna clean things up a little bit. Infinite blaze just refers to if you take a look at Blaze's ammo, she keeps replenishing it. If there are enough enemies stacked and the burn effect has staggered enough, she ends up being able to replenish her ammo bar fully before it runs out. And then the only thing that stops her from going infinite is just you himself. So in that case, you can see just how she keeps firing non-stop. That's why, like, she's so much better than other options when it comes to DPS. And the other thing is, it's elemental damage. So these guys, which have a ton of, like, a bunch of them have like 70 rays. She doesn't care about it. You don't need to bring Ifrit. She can just melt everything with just you, and that's it. Is this usual? I wouldn't say so. Like, it's... If you have a good enough PC, there are not that many situations which result in a lot of lag. I've not seen the enemy yet, but there are some Must Beasts that will destroy your frames no matter how good your PC is. Because the Must Beasts have a buff that triggers based on the proximity to other Must Beasts. And because of this, the game has to run an absolute ton of calculation every single frame, which is going to lag you like absolute crazy the moment you get like over 40 of them. It's like it's frame damage. It destroys your frames. So the best way to deal with them is to kill them as fast as you can, with Blaze U, for example. Otherwise you're actually in danger of just crashing, and the game just becomes unplayable. Because this is not unplayable. This is perfectly playable by most people's standard. Like, I can play at times 1 speed and we still get some frames. When you have the Must Beast, you are at times 0 speed and you still lag. It's horrible. Bonus points if you're on the HQ, because in the HQ you have so many constructs that it's even worse. Okay, I think we're getting near the end. We just have to wait for that last few guys. There we go. We only have the Firecasters left. How is the boss doing? He has 50% of the HP, so that's nice. Guess we can get going. Okay. There's 2 enemies left. Let's go. Also, one thing, because I know some people commented on it. Like, technically, the only operator whose damage currently scales with the enemy stats is Kyubi. And some people are thinking, yeah, but is Blaze you actually all that good? Because like in 1000 days, isn't she going to fall off or something? And the answer is not really. Because the tankier the enemies become, the more likely it is that she ends up being able to go infinite. And if she goes infinite, her damage actually scales like crazy. So I think she is going to still be good for quite a while. And once Shen 3 comes out, it's like, yeah, it doesn't really matter anymore. It's like, you got a raid, it's like just, Shen 3 is going to take care of everything. Okay, now we have to wait a little bit. Okay. It's probably gonna take another 2 full cycles, I would say. Yeah, probably 2 full cycles for you. I just need to make sure that the boss doesn't die before the doubling. Yeah, okay. That should be fine. I think we're fine. I think we're good. Oops. Oh, okay. Next skill is good. Yeah, it is AoE. Okay, everyone's dead. We don't need any of them. We can keep Tilopsis. I'm just going to head to the run. Saria to speed up the kill a little bit. There we go. I don't know if that will be enough, but that should be close to it. Not great. Almost, almost. I guess I can't place her early. Here we go, we activate Spalter, she's not going to care. And now we just have to kill the boss. That's it. Alright, we have time to chill. Technically, I'm a bit on a timer with the boss because he doesn't summon a limited number of spiders. But with this team setup, it's like I have more than enough to kill him in time. If he runs out of spiders, the problem is he won't waste time like just summoning them, which means he has time to land some attacks. So you do want to kill him fast enough. But if you have a Spectral Ultra like to break the shot, it's okay. And worst case scenario, can you like use openers to keep betting the shots indefinitely. Even if it requires manual action, I'm fine with this. Doggo. I mean, she does have some issues. Like, if you... I mentioned before how she will... at least how I used to rely on QB, like, to kill the Alarific raid before. Before we had, like, some of the strats that I'm currently using. And... part of the issue is that she has her own targeting on skill 2. She targets the enemy with the Aegis defense, which is useful at times, but in some cases that does mean that her targeting differs from that of other operators. And when you want to rely on the other operators to actually bring some debuffs on the enemies, and it's only on few targets, like for example if you're using Reed Alter, it's a bit annoying because that means she's missing out on the Art's Fragility. Yeah. You don't have to use like Blaze U to kill the raids. Ultimately, you can use like a cubic kill squad for most of the raids without too much trouble. It's just that some raids with like very high HP, low defense can cause a bit of trouble. Alright. Here we are. I think one more skill cycle should be good. Come on! So very soon! So very soon! Okay. And once the boss is dead and it says 180 or 180 at the top, boom. You don't need to kill the spiders. Because they're not part of the raid, so they get deleted the moment you get to the map. Even if you have the, oh no, the defeat music, no! But the raid is not there anymore. What do we have? We have catapults. Okay. We're gonna be using, who are we going to be using? I guess it's a Prime Showcase for Prime Alter. On skill 2, we're gonna have the Thick Lady Snake. We're gonna have... I guess I can also bring Saki and Umiri. Where is Umiri? Umiri! I'm blind. Do I need anyone else? Not really. Not really. No. Okay. Just don't forget about the food. Do I use Neural Chain? Neural Chain doesn't speed up the kills that much. Just for the last few enemies. Alright. Regarding Reed Alter, she has two use cases. One is the Art's Fragility, because what you need to know about the different buffs and debuffs is that Fragile, Art's Fragility, and Zarya's S3 are debuffs that stack with each other multiplicatively. So you want to like have the Aegis source available for each of them. And Reed Alter is very nice because her S3 is the second Aegis source of Art's Fragility in the game. So that's one thing she's used for. The other aspect is that you can actually use a skill 3 for AoE to some extent. It kinda depends on the raid, because you do want to have some enemies like with a lot of smaller like Musk Beast, or you're dealing with a spider that split into several. And then it works. But yeah, she can be used for AoE to some extent, but she's not going to be the main source of AoE. It's usually better if you combine her with like someone like QB, because QB can help really push a kill on a specific target, which then helps trigger read S3, in which case you can get a chain of explosions going. Okay, we are going to get some frame drops here, but we're used to it. I'm even an SP battery. The frames! Oh well. I guess Normal Chain technically helps with the frame damage because she kills enemies earlier before they stack, so technically there would be slightly less lag. Not a big deal, but it's not nothing. My frames! Give him back my frames! Although, also, Reed still has one of the highest healing per second. She's still a medic at the end of the day. So if you need just a little bit of extra healing, she's really nice. And during skill 3, it's almost impossible for one of your operators to die unless they die in like 1 hit. If you like throw an AoE in the middle of like 40 Vanguardians, then obviously your operators are going to be dead in an instant. Also, I should remember to activate skill. Whoops. But outside of this, Reed Alter can, for the duration of S3, keep basically anyone alive. Even a QB during S2, focusing her attacks on the Vanguardian, she's going to take like, I don't know, maybe 2000 odds damage per second on average, but even then, Reed Alter can still keep her alive. The pain! Okay. One note about Unectus, the taunt effects is as a weird behavior because the catapults usually when Unectus activates her mode, even if the skill finishes, all the enemies still have to reach her position. But the catapults have a special targeting, which makes it that when her skill finishes, they come back to trying to get to the blue box. There's another enemies that behave like this, which are the Red Avengers. When they drop below 50% HP, for some reason their targeting goes like, woohoo, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want. Which is like, okay. Why are you going all the way around to murder my ops? That's not what you're supposed to do. Okay. 1953. Okay. We have 3 raids, but this one I never touched, so, but actually we have only 1 raid. I'm going to send the operators to get my resources. I forgot to check which day we are, but we still have some more to do. Oops, no, not in that. Okay. We have... how do I approach this raid? Because we got gargoyles, and we got these shadow guards, and we also have ranged enemies. Do I go for Unectus or do I go for all pillars? Because if I go for all pillars, it's going to be a bit of a mess. Wait, I'm stupid. I can just go for Glaucus. I'm not going to throw the enemies down the hole. I know it would be nice, but the problem with that is that you have a ton of enemies that... well, a ton. It's not a ton. But these have a weight of 6. The Crocs, for some reason, are so freaking fat. I'm sorry to tell them, but they're so freaking fat. Even these guys, like in full plate armors, they only have a weight of 5. These guys have the same way as most of the EV bosses. That's easier than like the Annihilator, for example, which is one of the bosses. Same for... I don't know why they're so fake. So I'm going to be praising Glaucus here. We're going to do a Glaucus stall. And I need Ines for the slowdown. And I need Manticore for the slowdown. Suzerain is actually here for the SP recovery because she has 0-4 SP recovery to all supporters on the map. Plus a module. I'm gonna need some TP gen. And then I guess I'm gonna stick to good old Blazier when it comes to killing. I guess I can add another... Yeah, I can add Ascalon also to slow down even further. Okay. I call upon the power of the blue slug. Do I need anything else? I'm gonna do this to reduce the lag a little bit. We have DP, we have a way to kill the raid, we have some slowdowns, we have some SP support, we have some invisibility reveal, we have Glaucus. Am I missing anything? No. Okay, let's go. Greetings, sir. Welcome to hell. The infinite hell. Reclamationer Gervin, Sisyphus style. I'm gonna have Glaucus right here, along with... Okay, and actually that's a good showcase also. SP batteries, what I would do is I drop the batteries before I drop Glaucus. And the reason why I do this is because when I drop Glaucus, they will all be perfectly synced. So if I drop Glaucus, if you remember the icon of the SP battery and you pay attention, it's like a small lightning, a blue lightning that appears in the middle, and the effect will be stacked. So there we go. It's all three at the same time. You see the lightning effect, which is convenient because that means I can avoid the problem of SP lockout, where she cannot activate her, where she would otherwise like get SP from a battery while she's doing SP lockout, in which case nothing would happen. Okay, can you please? Thank you. There we go. And now she should have full uptime. We had some people to slow down. I actually have to be careful for Blazier because she can actually kill the gargoyles too fast, in which case they might just go in a straight line to the bull box, something like this. And I don't want that to happen. Okay, there we go. Give me my DP. Where do I place you actually? I guess I can place you there. That's okay. And then I place you right here, facing down. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Go. Did it. I cannot stand to see this raid anymore. Although in some cases you also... For one of the old stalling strats, with Chubai specifically, I used to like give Chubai like camouflage food because sometimes you want her to be safe, so you give her camouflage food. But you still need to cover like for the SP support. And so you... On the contrary, in that case, you make sure that they don't give SP all at the same time, because otherwise like Chubai gets too much SP to stall with Vescal 1. So it's a case where you try to stall them and make sure that about 1 second apart from each other. It's just that in that particular case, it's more convenient for Glockers specifically. Really depends on the operators. Okay, we have a lot of people stacking up. The frames. Okay, we'll be safe from the frame monster soon enough. We'll be safe from the frame monster! 59, 61. She's going infinite! Wait, isn't it Rain World which has like what is the race of the main protagonist in Rain World? Slug Cat? Isn't it a Slug Cat? We have a slug and a cat next to each other. It's going to be the fusion. Glockers plus Blaze. Has the game ever crashed? So, funnily enough, I think I had like maybe 4 crashes also. Slug Cat, yeah, okay. I think I had like maybe 4 crashes. And this video is not sponsored. Well, it's not a video, it's a live stream. This live stream is not sponsored, I swear. But the reason I started AeroACC was because I also ended up switching from another emulator, which was Nox Player, which is dog shit. Don't bother using this. I swapped to Momo Player. I gave it a bunch of test runs, and I actually tested it in IS, because in IS it's pretty common for people like to reset their game. And it never crashed. I was like, okay, I'm going to give it a shot and put it in AeroACC in case where there are some extreme cases of lag. And I don't know how, but it's not crashing. Which is genuinely impressive. I have no idea how the fuck they managed to optimize the game to the point that it does not crash. Was the emulator then. But Momo Player, at least, for me, works. We have 13 of them, so I can't click them. Yeah, if your emulator can survive this, it can survive anything. Let's see. Actually, I think we can nick the rest because there's just 11 of them, so... Bye! Wait, no, there's still some of them, melee! Never mind. Well, fuck. Eh, you know what, it's just a few battlements there, whatever. Okay, go, you're free. You're free! Go into the wild! Alright. And while they go away, I'm going to go pee, so I'll be back in just a second. Alright. Okay. No more raids, because this one I don't care about. Talking about the towns, real quick. You have 4 towns, 4 what do you call deserted towns. I don't bother with this one because it just gives wood, and I already earn more than enough wood. And if you have one of your towns that are occupied, you don't need to worry about it anymore, because the raid is just going to sit there and do absolutely nothing. It's like, yeah, I'm losing a bit of wood production, but it's more than made up by the fact that I don't need to do anything. So the next thing I do, which I have to do on the regular, the rarest resource, or what is one of the most difficult resources to get, is lightning ore. And you can buy some lightning ore from the shop here, but it's going to be only every 3 days. It's going to be either 2 or 4 units. The alternative source are slug races. And slug races, we're going to do one run real quick. They provide 3 different things. They provide some crude gold, which can be used to buy some things extra, although usually you'll have enough to buy all your lightning ore anyway. They provide the lightning ore itself, which I just mentioned, and they provide a third thing. Let's pick things up. They provide seasoning. Now, seasoning, as far as I'm aware, you have no other way of gathering it in ACC than by doing slug races. And the reason why it's important is because if you combine 2 seasoning in a provision, you unpower the existing effects. So for the SP cost down food, I should not have used this. Why did I do this? I'm so unfocused. Your SP cost down food. Fucking fun. Leave me alone. I don't want no hands. Gosh damn it, I can't finish my sentence. Anyway, so yes, if you combine it with like an SP cost down food, it's going to drop the cost from minus 40% to minus 55%. And I have 2 operators that absolutely want to have the reduced SP cost. One being Opus, and the other being Glaucus. You can't afford to give double seasoning on the provisions of all your operators. You just won't have enough if you want to sustain it in the long run. In that case, for 2 operators, that's okay. Also because it increases the duration of the provision. So I have, 522 of these. So I'm good. As I said, I have a big margin. But it's important to keep in mind because the additional effects does help a lot to reach some specific breakpoints. And that's in particular, I combine it with openness because I want the extra leeway on openness scale. Because if you get some frame drops right as you're supposed to activate the skill, it can result in a mess. Okay, what do we have? We have 6 raids! Okay, what do we have? Vingardians. Vingardians suck. We have some ranged enemies. We have... Okay, so I've decided to give me the worst raids ever. Can this one be something easy? Okay, this one is something easy. Cool. On the bright side, it's 6 raids, but nothing new should spawn besides this, unless I get particularly unlucky. But even then, that's okay. I don't want to fight in the HQ, I don't like fighting the HQ. So I think I'm just going to intercept these 2. We're gonna start with these 2. Vanguardians, so for Vanguardians, it's going to be... Blaze You, plus Warfarin, plus Recall Keeper, plus Stoller Openness. Do I need anyone else? I can make Telopsis. Why not? And Neural Chain. Definitely Neural Chain. Okay. Oh, I hate Vanguardians. Vanguardians, by default, I think they start with like... I don't know if it's 100 200 defense, but it's very low either way. So KOB absolutely sucks at killing them, and on top of it, they have the damage reflect. I'll need to have Openness there, facing up. I use the Anti-Net Launcher to get some control over where Penus lands his Anchor, because it actually stops his hits. And for the rest, it's going to be... Yeah, it's going to be this. Okay. Recall Keeper. Way to deploy another battlement. And we'll get on SP battery to help the cycle a little bit. Okay. I just want the Vanguardians to be in range of Blaze, that way she keeps doing her attack, and... Actually it wouldn't change anything, because Recall Keeper only has Blaze in range, but... I'm gonna wait a bit. Alright! And now we just have to do it a billion times over, and we set. I'm going to place Tilopsis because she's going to provide some SP recovery to everyone, which helps the cycling a little bit. Like, just for this raid, I really want to add Gen 3. Like, Gen 3 is not the kind of operator that will allow you to clear a ACC if you don't know what the heck you're doing. Even if you have, like, technically all the damage in the world, because you still need to know how to stall, and you still need to know how to keep her alive against the Vanguardians. But if you know what you're doing, she speeds up things so much. So she can't come too soon. Ah! More frames. I guess the frame damage only happens during Blaze skill. Okay, boom, boom, boom. There. Ultimate Pain engaged. I wonder if I'll ever manage to bug out Blaze, because sometimes with Damage Reflect you have some very weird behaviors with Blaze. And also, I did not know this, but when she dies, when she goes to the second life, the game kinda counts it as if she was redeployed. But not really, it's a special kind of redeploy. It has some very funny like consequences. If you have something that reduces the redeployment time of your operators, it's going to apply every time she dies, quote unquote, and so she can end up with a very, very, very reduced redeployment timer. Actually, I guess I could try this. Wait. Let's see if it works. Can you get on the side? Yeah, she's on the shop. Perfect. That'll be funny. More spaghetti codes. Alright. We got 10 kills out of 48. We still have 38 to go. I might leak the remaining few. Actually, yeah, we'll leak the remaining few just to see, because operators usually have like double the redeployment timer in array CC. If you push like far enough. Oh, the frames. So let's see how much she has after this. She still needs to kill a few more. We got 14 left. Looks like the enemies are low enough HPs. I'm like, yeah, I'm probably still finishing them off. I don't think it's worth like breaking some of these. I'd be wasting resources and I wouldn't even be saving time really. 8 of them left. 2. Yeah, it's the biggest danger, and that's also why I really like having Telopsis. It's just, in theory, with minus 55% SP cost, he should be able to reach 1% uptime. But the problem is, if you want him to reach 1% stun uptime, you need to be absolutely perfect on your frames, which obviously, in the circumstances, not possible. Okay, if I retreat her, she has 140. I guess it only applied once. Or the vanilla wing was... the vanilla wing, I think, was just lazy. Gosh darn it. It's okay, we get more opportunities. Next up, we have these, and these are going to be pretty basic. It's going to be puzzle, chill check, because why not? We're gonna have Pram doing most of the work. I can add an Ifrit, why not? And the rest is just going to be some slowdown. Omeri, Saki on S1, Unectus for the stall. We have the kill, the debuff, the slowing down, pulling back, and the DP generation. I don't really need neural chain. Let's go. Actually, I'm gonna add this. Ooh! Pram! Am I pulling for Cal 2? That's a good question. I guess the answer depends on whether or not I have pulls left. Because I don't spend money on the game. I don't even buy the monthly cards. Which means I can't afford to have like too many pulls. I'm currently saving pulls because obviously I need Shen free. It's like she's absolutely required. My other goal right now is to get Wang and another Swiss sibling because I already have Shu and Yu. So I could get the synergy by having all of them in the squad. And that way I get like global SP support just by having the Swiss sibling in the squad. It's probably not going to be particularly relevant for RACC, but it can be relevant in a lot of other maps. For Calcite Altar, should I build... pull for Castle Tartar. I think she's generally good. And she's significantly better for like advanced players. I think if you're a starting player, I think Cal 2 is not that great. Because she's still a medic in the air, meaning she can't be targeted. A lot of the really dangerous maps, especially for things like contingency contract, don't allow you to like deploy your operators just about anywhere. And having a medic that can be there is good. Having access to the redeployment is really good. Having access to true damage with a large range in an AoE that also comes with healing is also good. Especially if you're doing like challenge runs, I think in IS. So I think she's pretty high on my list, but not for RACC specifically. I think for RACC, Calcit Alter is not that great. The problem I have with the redeployment is that redeployment is more something you do in case things go poorly. It's not always the case. For example, X-Alter is mostly used to redeploy either redeploy all pianos after like you kill the raid and then you want him to be placed somewhere else, or you're gonna be redeploying, I don't know, like Widdy because you're pushing like some Vanguardians, and every time Widdy uses her S3 she's going to explode to Vanguardians. But outside of that, the redeployment does not have that much value. The true damage is true damage, which is good, but elemental damage is already as good as true damage in the context of RACC. And Blaze U is just better at it. So, really depends on circumstances. But it just depends on how much the game wants to screw me over after the gen pulls. I should have enough. I'll see if I can like pull until. Or I also want to get TT because I want the sleeper cat. I like the sleeper cat, but I don't know if I can save the pulls for her. Which raid should I prioritize? Oh, there's a raid that spawned here. What do we have? Okay, it's Freddy's. Did I buy the lightning wall? I didn't. It does count for SP underemployment, that's true. I wonder how much someone would be willing to go out of their way to have like Exia, Alter, S3, and Counter for the massive redeployment shenanigans. I don't know to what extent it's going to be good. It's probably not going to be that good, because otherwise I think I would already have seen a video about it. Something, lack of evidence. That one is for Glaucus. That one is for Glaucus, but I'm gonna start with Serrator because he's the most dangerous. Yeah, just do a 10 pull. Just get good with your pulls. It's that easy. It's that easy. We kill the raid, we stole the raid, we stole the boss, we force the boss into the hole. Actually, I'm gonna pick a hole instead. We force the boss into the hole. I need Widdy. And we kill the boss. And then I need DP. Actually, I'm gonna pick the Flagbearer squad. And I can pick Neural Chain because I don't like this freaking boss. Okay. Stole raid, kill raid, stole boss, kill boss, push the boss, get DP. I think we're good. Infinite Searcher. Sadly, this is 2026. And even though she got her module, Searcher is kind of falling behind. It's just difficult to argue for when you have you know, Wang that exists, for example. Yeah, I'm press that. We want to have Crocodile right here. Je suis partout. Okay, well, Zerator. Oh yeah, these mouse based are the frame killer. The mouse based are the frame killers. This raid doesn't have that many, but there is a raid that got over 100 of them, and it's absolutely nightmarish. Luckily enough, even at this point, openers can still pierce through their defense. But yeah, these monsters are nightmare-inducing for all the wrong reasons. Okay, come on, do your attack. You have to be careful here. For people who are not necessarily aware, the reason all planners can survive is because in area you get a collectibles that grants 1 shield on deployment. And every time all planners activates and deactivates his skill, it counts as a redeployment. So it gets to regenerate his shield all the time. The one thing I have to be careful is that there is a very brief, just a few ticks, where openness is not targetable. So if I spam his skill too much, he might instead target Tragodia. Was my target Tragodia, which I don't want. I do have some safety because he does have 1 shield, but I have to be careful with this. Which is why I'm not spamming as much. Okay, now the boss is locked down, I can go all out. And I can even be very ballsy and place Bram right there. We stun. We place all. I need to wait to the poison dies. Actually, talking about the Searcher Hospital, how many operators do you actually need to sustain the Searcher Hospital? Because we had plenty of options for like basically infinite HPS. Like I know Shu S3 can basically out-heal the HP drain. But like who else do you bring with Shu? I know Civilized Eternal on S3 is really good. Who else do you bring? Remy? Is 3 operators enough to keep like Searcher alive? Oops, probably should have. Ah, the fish, yeah, right. 4 operators? Okay. Monster, C, and Shu. Okay. I have all of them built, so apart from Searcher, funnily enough. Yeah. And that's the boss. I think 3 up should be doable there. It's just to be made. I tried it at some points. I don't remember who I used as a third ops. It was definitely Shu, Civilized Eternal, and someone else. I guess I could try the Scaliotor. Let's try and give it a shot. Okay, this one is almost dead. Come on. There we go, perfect. Now we just need to... That's a bit annoying. I should have done it like this. Wait, I can do it like that. The targeting is good. I can remove you. I can have Weedy there and attributes. Okay. Oof. Okay. FA is killing allies. I think we'll only get infinite scaling for our damage, not for our HP. Even though that would be very funny. Although, technically, there is a collectible in IS2, which every time you redeploy an operator, they get additional HP. It's a really bad collectible because it only works for the next combat, so it activates when you don't want it to. But with all pinners, I remember seeing a video where he reached something absolutely stupid, like, I don't know, like 200,000 HP or something. I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's pretty good. And there is another one which would be... IS6 actually has... all is for the weightless. You have two operators that can bring weightless in the game. One is Angelina during her skill 3, and here all weightless to enemies with 50% or more HP. Although this is with module. This is with module. And she has S1 to do just a bit of damage, but her DPS like is negligible compared to everyone else. In IS6, I'm thinking about it because you have the Ling Loop, which allows you to get technically infinite collectibles. I'm thinking about it because I don't think you have a way to scale based on your max life points. You have a way to scale based on your objective shield, and you can get this very, very high. But I don't think for max life point. I guess not quite. I guess we don't have infinite HP scaling yet. We can get very high, but not infinite. Okay. Yeah, there's some floral coins, but you kind of limited in how many you can have, which is the issue. Okay. Bit of an explanation. The boss is down. When the boss falls, he deals physical damage in a very large area. So if you follow my cursor, I think it's something like this. So very, 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 very large. All and Weedy survived because of the shield. And the boss cannot be pushed while repairing the kite. So right now I have to wait until the boss is done repairing. I can already place this to prepare. All, as mentioned, provides weightless. And I can just activate... There we go. So in this position, the boss is on the ground. I can just activate Weedy and... Woohoo! Bye. Screw the boss. This is so satisfying to throw it into the hole. Okay, then we have this, which is another Glaucus showcase. We're gonna have Ines, Puzzle, Chill Chuck. We're gonna have some Blazier, Glaucus, Manticore Ascalon for the slowdown, Telopsis for the SP support. I don't need Neural Chain anymore. You don't want to know how many enemies fell into that hole. Thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. Wait, which map is it? It's the Outpost. Do I have time to... Yeah, I don't need to bring Operation Kit. For all modules, I mean, she has 3 modules. She has 3 modules. I think the one that provides weightless is also the one that gives her like 10 resignal, which tends to be the most valuable in terms of raw damage. I think it's just the better option overall. I'm gonna need some extra regeneration. Oh, I didn't bring Suzerain. It's okay, I think 4 SP better is enough. Wait, I have Chilopsis. I'm stupid. Okay, that works. Then we have Tilo. There we go. I just need Ascalon and Manticore for the slowdown. Enemies will be still here. I can actually have, because Blaze has absolutely insane range on S3, I can actually play Saria. I think for people who are kind of broke on resources, it's I think it's fine to pick the IS module if you just want to like get extra stats on an operator. Just pick the IS module because yeah, you don't get the extra effect unless the extra effect in question is very important to the operator. In that case, it's important to me because I absolutely want the weightless to apply to enemies with lower HP than usual. But for 3 module data blocks, it's like you got mod-free war for stats, kind of. Also, she's not that bad in IS. She's not that bad in IS. She's not groundbreaking, but she's serviceable. Oh boy, the frames. The big issue she has is that she has a levitate. It's just levitate that sucks. Imagine if levitate was actually good, because if you reapply levitate, like I'm pretty sure a bunch of people don't even know about this, but if you reapply levitate on the target which already has it, it does not refresh the duration. If you like apply 5 seconds of levitate on a target, and then you reapply that 5 seconds of levitate 4 seconds later, the enemy is still going to drop down after 1 second. And they cheated, because Engina's IS mod specifically ignores this restriction. If we had this, levitate would be good. Oleac would be good. Imagine this. He wouldn't laugh at the snake anymore. I guess the other aspect is just, oh, you're using it against an enemy with more than weight 3, which is to say, you're using crowd control against an enemy which has a very heavy weight, which are the most dangerous enemies. Well, we're going to just reduce the duration by 50%. It's like, okay. So the whole point of crowd control is to deal with dangerous enemies. And you reduce the duration by 50% when dealing with the dangerous enemies in the first place. Why would you ever use levitate? Well, the answer is easy, you don't. Unless it's part of your kit automatically, then you don't have to think about it. But anyway. I mean, even with NGIS module, I wouldn't say it's broken, it's good. It's undeniably good. But when you see what you already can pull off with some other operators that don't even have an IS module, I don't think it will be that big of a deal to make it just refresh duration. It wouldn't be any different from the other effects, because for one, it's levitate, so it doesn't work against very real enemies. by default. It can still get its 50% reduced duration. I think it will be fine. Okay. We are almost done here. One more skill cycle and we'll be done. Okay, maybe one more than skill cycle because I'm still seeing some statues. Actually, after this, I've checked the old modules. We have 13 enemies left. That's kind of the issue with AG experimenting with something, because when they experiment with something, if it works, that's all good. If it doesn't, then you're like, oh. Okay, wait, are there... Do I want to kill them? Well, I guess I don't have a choice, so... Whatever. Just let them lick. No, focus. I didn't go. Just don't break the tier 3. Don't break the tier 3. Fuck. No, I didn't want to bind. Keep going, keep going. This one is going to be broken. I don't care. Alright. Actually, now that I think about it, doesn't Angie... It is a levitated target. Enemies being shifted or levitated while Angina is on the field. Attacks can levitate. I thought she provided weightless... Ah, never mind. I guess it's just part of our kit. And what about all? Because I need to... Levitate... I thought she had weightless effects inbuilt into the AS mod. That's definitely something... missed opportunity. Imagine if you have all on the field and everyone gets weightless. And yeah, the base 80% HP is just so bad. It's like, wait, can I deactivate the module, pretty please? Thank you. Yeah, weightless to enemies with 80% or more HP. Like, you just damage them a little bit and suddenly you can't apply weightless anymore. Come on. 80%. That's so restrictive. I think they wanted her to like fill a bunch of roles, but the roles in questions don't really match each other. Like, weightless is mostly used for pushing, not for levitating. And obviously if you have a target that's levitating, then you can't push it with shifters, so it's a bit It's a design issue in the kit. You don't see Grace Bearer. I know. I would like to, but it turns out that physical damage. You know what? Just for you, I'm going to bring Grace Bearer in the next one. Oh, well, that's convenient. Right. Okay. Okay. Grace Bearer is going to solo this raid. Trust. Grace Bearer is going to solo this raid. Are you ready? And don't you dare say I'm cheating. See? She can solo, no problem. I'm going to win the raid. I'm going to win the raid. You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Just wait. Soon. She has almost won. She has almost won. There's just one enemy left. Go. Boom! 3 life points remaining. Gracebearer carried. Easy. First try. That's why I don't use Gracebearer, she's too OP. Oh, actually, do you remember the showcase for Orchid Altar, where Orchid Altar basically one-shot the boss? Where is the where is it? Where is Invitation to Wine? Invitation to Wine. There we go. I just need some healing. I don't need anyone to deal damage, I just need a bunch of healing. I can't use Shu because Shu technically buffs. I mean, I can use Zarya, that's okay. And then the rest, whatever, just bring Escalon on skill 3, and we're gonna bring just casual DP squad. Because when I did the test, I specifically remember how I was like, can Gracebearer kill the boss that was showcased on the stream on her own? Place your bets right now. Can she do it? I need to be careful with my positioning though. It's gonna be Zarya. It's gonna be you. Boom. Boom. Okay, okay. We can talk about... Okay, you can't talk about the story, you can talk about the operators. Okay, Gracebearer, go. Who needs Orchid Altar? You just need Gracebearer. You don't need Orchid Altar, just be your Gracebearer. That's easy. That way you can make a showcase on that boss. And that's the exact same conditions, by the way. I checked. The boss is just not that tanky in the first place. Alright, we have this boss, which is going to be... Now, puzzle, we're gonna have... There are some rocket launcher dudes in here. I can use Ulpianus. I can still use Blaze You. With some pretty awkward positioning. Tragodia falls a stall. I can also add Chill Check for more DP generation, and then we kill the boss with the full squad, which is going to be this. Monster reads Suzerain and Zarya, who needs her foods. Okay. Let's go. Snipers for RACC would be... Actually, there is. Actually, there is. But they're not going to be used for their damage, obviously, because it's physical. It's going to be Wizardale, but on skill 1, because skill 1 is actually an AoE crowd control. And also, there is... The explosive slugs have 0 defense. So it doesn't matter how many days you're in, they will still take significant damage from Wizardale, Grey Altar, and even Rosmontes. Now Rosmontes is not that good because she doesn't have a crowd control on skill 2 is decent, but you'd rather have something that acts passively. So Grey Altar can slow down with all his basic attacks. Wait 1 second. Where am I going to solve the boss? Yeah, it's there. There we go. We can have... Please. There. So it's mostly going to be the Flingers. Technically, someone like Rhea's Bind. I can't really think... I can't really think of anyone else. Off the top of my head. But like, even if Rhea's Bind, it's still not as reliable as all the other options. It's really a copium. The copium thing was like, oh, I'm gonna use Rhea to bind a single target with some downtime. It's just not good enough. But yeah, it's mostly going to be the Flingers because you want to deal with all the explosive slugs. Ooh. Okay. Boss is going to be stalled here, so I need... Ah, there is a... that's okay, because I ultimately only care about this one. I have to be careful here, because if I full open this anchor, the rocket launcher is gonna actually screw me over. Another time. Okay, just barely. Now let him get through. Okay, good. Oh, great! We're getting invaded by the bots! We're getting invaded by the bots! Okay, how do I actually nuke it? That's a good question. How do I nuke bots? I probably should have thought about this, because I know... I actually did this at some point. I did stream long time ago. That's a good question. Ah, for fuck's sake. Ah, whatever. You know what? Let it be. People would... It's just for the people on Twitch. It's just that someone would decide to send a message being like, oh, but you can get your AI viewers here. It's like, cool. Yeah, I definitely want to do that. Not freak off. Kindly. Alright. We do this. And... the qualms of streaming. Okay. Let's go. We have this. The friends are dropping, but not for long. She just killed 2/3 of the raid in single skill use. Never mind, she killed 95% of the raid in a single skill use. Thank you, Blaze Altar. Alright. I couldn't make it work. It's just that specifically for this stream, because I had to like deal with a lot of technical setup this morning. I was like, okay, I don't have time to think of everything, so I'll just set up like moderation and the like slightly later. Why is it slowed down? I don't have anything selected. Wow, take a look at this cinematic shot. And there we go, we'll back to normal. Button, activate the skill, burn the boss. There we go. Yeah. Reminder, based on the community ratings, Blaze Altar is weaker than OG Aya. Aya Fiela is apparently better than Blaze Altar. Trust! Surely that's true. There is no way that could possibly be wrong. The community could possibly be wrong on anything. Right? But that is a subject for a possible video later on where I'm gonna be like, okay, people don't actually care about powers, they care about convenience. Why do people like use someone like why is Wizdale so popular? Is it because she's powerful or is it because she's convenient? Thought for thoughts. It is people's votes. Actually, I think I can try to find it again. I can try to find it again because it was in a Discord. And it was in a community rating. If I take a look at this... Let me try to see also to... Burn the boss, might as well. Okay, so from blah blah blah. Oh yeah, but I have streamer mode enabled, so it's not gonna let me. Community rating? Maybe if I do in Harper's Lounge. There we go. Ah! Trying to look for something in particular is a bit of a pain. If you're not aware, if you have the community, the streamer mode enabled on Discord, you can't look up people's name, which is just a safety feature. Although I think you can actually look it up online as well. If you do Arknights, community, ratings, Cookie Kaze, maybe? No, okay. I could probably find it, but with the remote it's kind of like. Anyway, it's just people's vote. It was just you had a rating to give to all operators from like basically 1 to 10. And saying, hey, is that operator good or not? And Blaze Altar was... She was not considered one of the worst, but she was fairly low. What do we have here? An annoying raid. I'm definitely dealing with these two raids separately. Straight in the Abyss. Straight in the Abyss is also convenient, but on the other hand, it's a very easy raid to deal with. Yeah. The AK YouTubers? The obvious pick. I'm not supposed to point fingers, but it's like everyone knows who it is. A certain most hated YouTuber certainly has some very negative opinions about Blaze Altar. And it is true. Does the mod get fun eventually? Oh boy, this is not a regular reclamation algorithm. This is a critical contention version. Enemies have plus 4,137% HP attack and defense. That's my sense of fun. Is just dealing with absurdity like this. That's a sense of fun. But yeah, to come back to Blaze Altar, a lot of the A comes from the fact that she has a skill freeze that doesn't work anywhere near as well. As for Storm, I don't think Stone did not trash talk her that much. He did say explicitly that she was a good option if you have you, and that if you don't have you, she has some flaws. And I'll be the first one to say it. I do think that she has some flaws if you can't bring some burn damage to the table. You can still make it work with bobbing, but you have to be a lot more deliberate in how you actually do things. That modifier? I just know, just very normal things. Don't worry about it. RACC, since you knew, for context, when you finish Reclamation Algorithm, you can go to Critical Contention. In normal circumstances, you're expected to go up to day 18, and then you'll get all the rewards. And then, beyond this, you're gonna get a few additional debuffs. So every 3 days, you say you have a list of debuffs here. You start with just the first line, and then you get Wild Beast gets extra HP and stuff, enemies take less damage, that kind of thing. At a day, I think it's 27, you unlock the last debuff, which is just Operator Deployment Time plus 100%. But the stat scaling here keeps on going. Which is why I'm like at day 1957, and yeah, it just keeps on going. And you can make some very spicy things and learn a bunch of things. I'm sure a bunch of people already learned the things on the Harmony stream. This raid, this boss, has no CC immunity, so Alpinus is going to be the one taking care of this. I'm bringing Tragodia to stall the boss, but specifically because I'm lazy. I'm just going to rely on him for the stall. For the rest, it's all about bringing her to kill the raid. Sorry. QB, we're gonna have you, we're gonna have Suzerain. We want some DP generation from Puzzle. I don't think I need the slowdowns if I already have Prem-Alter. It is only defense. And because of the weights calculated, it doesn't increase the res. So effectively all the physical damage doesn't do anything. And yeah, obviously the HP. HP, attack, and defense. But at some point you don't care about the attack increase because, well, all your operators are getting one shot anyway, so... what am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, for the boss, that's enough. I have Prem. I can stall this. I need absolutely... Well, I don't need Ascalon absolutely, but I need... Where are you? Spectre Altar. And... Stall boss, stall raid, stall everything. I'm thinking of... Maybe I should try to bring someone else to stall this boss because he's a bit annoying. Something which is which requires much less clicks than Opinus. That will be for another time. For now, I'm just going to activate Neural Chain because I don't want to lag too much. Anyway. I mentioned it before you were there, but something big is that Sire's S3 is effectively Arts Fragility. But unlike Arts Fragility, because it doesn't have a tag, it stacks with it. Which is fun, because it's all calculated multiplicatively. As such, you can stack Sire S3, read Archer's Talent for the 30% Arts Fragility, and Suzerain's Fragile, which is going to be this times 2, so 44% Fragile. Here we go. Yeah, we'll do it like this, replace that, because I'm going to be lazy. I like to be lazy. Being lazy is a way of life. Have you tried it? I'm gonna have Killbeer. We're gonna have... I'm gonna place Tragodia there. And yeah, Prime is hitting for 7,000 on some of them, and you can see that HP is not dropping particularly fast. Decently enough, considering. But yeah, there is some work. Lazy Daisy. I don't have Lazy Altar, I wanted to get her, and then I got a Tragodia and an Executor Altar. And I had both already. Sometimes the game just says, nope. You are only allowed to borrow these operators. Actually, that's something I would have tried, because Lazy is free. Is basically Chen-free, very light version. Because it's the same concept where you have a kill box and you want to just bounce the projectiles inside to maximize the damage as much as possible. Let me retreat you, and we're going to start setting things up. So we're gonna have... Actually, Tragodia, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I'm gonna have you there. I'm gonna have you right here, here. The setup is not ideal, but I will place Reed Altar right there. And now that I think about it, if I activate Reed, and that's actually a prime... I mentioned Reed Altar is free, and that's a prime situation where it should result in a big freaking boom. If I'm correct. There we go. And also a lot of drop frames, but we're used to that. So because there is skill to guarantee the kills, you get the first explosions and then the rest falls. What I want to do is just make sure the boss is the one in the front, because the boss takes 50% reduced damage while unblocked. So if the Dogo could just die, thank you. Not that I have anything against Dogo, you understand, it's just... there we go. So, Spectral Altar is blocking the boss, meaning the boss is taking extra damage. And now I just need to wait a little bit. Now think about it... no, that's good. That's okay. Now we just have to wait a little bit. I think I can retreat you, and I'm gonna place Tragodia there right away, because Tragodia should be able to hit the boss. There we go. But yeah. To come back to Lazy Altar, I would definitely have used the Lazy Altar, I think. Even though with the current setup, I don't think she's as critical. I think if you have Lazy and Prime Altar, that probably is a better options, let's be honest. But she's perfectly serviceable if you're missing one of them. That's the one thing I want for Air well, it's not just Air ACC actually, for RA2 as a whole. I just want them to add the support system. And I know they did this for Reclamation Government 3. So I know they can do it. Imagine if after all this they decide to update RA2 again. Just to add the support system. A bunch of people will be like, what? You can actually bring support units? You mean I'm not stuck with and blocked by my account because I can't bring the support units? Suddenly, like, popularity would shoot up. Well, maybe not like crazy, but it would certainly help a bunch of people from just getting started in the mode. Because having done a starter account on this, I know how difficult that is if you don't have, like, already a built roster. Oh yeah, that is a thing. That is a thing. It's true that Liberators don't scale with SP recovery all that well. Would it be a problem? Probably not as big of a deal as you think it is, because ultimately, even in some circumstances, I just bring like a Ptilopsis for the passive SP recovery, but no more than this because you want to save on resources. It's not like Locus, where every operator will necessarily be using SP recoveries, and yeah. It will be a nice bonus though, I won't deny that. Okay, we just have one Dogo. And next, who do I want to retreat? I think it's just going to be Prem. Yeah, it's just going to be Prem. Went this for the franchise, the boss has lost over 50% of its HP. And Tragodia is not here because it's actually necessary. It's just here because if I'm a bit slow on stunning with openers, the Paralysis just makes up for the mistake. Because if Spectral dies, I lose the... I basically only deal half as much damage until she comes back up, which is a bit annoying. It's not too relevant for phase 1, but for phase 2 where the boss attacks super fast, it's a nice bonus. Although I will only do this if I don't need Tragodia for another raid. It's just me being lazy there. Lazy, get it. Anyway. Okay, one more skill cycle and it'll be pushed to the next phase. And... come on. There we are. We activate skill 2. We might as well wait. Enjoy the nice music for a little bit. And if I don't screw up with the timing, we should not hear Spectral Ultra's Duel ever again. And this boss is a prime example of a boss that will be made so much faster with Gen 3 because he has very low defense, so it takes a long while. If you fight the... actually, the Dust Weaver... yeah, we have the Dust Weaver... well, I screwed up. If we fight the Dust Weaver basically feels like a basic mod, just a bit stronger because they have so much defense that they just melt. And QB like deals, I don't know, 150,000 plus damage per attack. Very silly. Okay. Probably 2 or 3 more skill cycles. And yeah, 3 skill cycles I think. Ah, for the love of Grace Bearer! Why am I so bad? Being lazy wastes time. If I don't want to be lazy, I just count the opponent's attacks and I go 1, 2. Opponent does 2 attacks. 1, 2. Activate skill. There we go. Alright. I don't know if that's enough. We might need another skill cycle. It's hard to see because of the net launcher. Yeah, another skill cycle needed. It's okay, we're almost done. And done. Finally. Gen 3 can't come soon enough. Talking about Gen 3, since she's on the same banner as Wang, I think Wang is probably not that great for her ACC. Probably not. It's just the mines are not super convenient. You have half the DP generation, which is not too big of a deal, but you also need some room to make the most out of his skill 3. And it does have a few issues. Enemies are just blocking a lot of the path, and it's not as simple just dropping it on the enemies. What do I want? I used all pianos there, so I actually need 2. Ines was invisibility reveal. I need a lot of slowdowns. The issue is I can't use Blaze Altar, which is not necessarily the smartest thing I could have done. I also... oh no. Also use those Ganon. Okay. Well. Okay, what do I use? No, I can still use Blaze Altar. That's okay. I can. The positioning is kind of awkward. How do I position things? It might be a case where I have to wait for all the enemies to come in before just before getting her rolling. Yeah, no roll chain. Okay. Next is Saki, Manticore. I don't have the operation kit. I think that's okay. All right. Would a Swing Giant be as helpful? It probably wouldn't be that great, which is why I want to grab it primarily for non-RACC purposes. Outside of it, it's really good. In RACC, it's a lot more questionable, but you do have some situations in which you do want a bit of SP support, and having some global SP support is always nice, but you already have options available when it comes to this, because you already have Suzerain, who provides 0.4 SP per second to all supporters. You have Mostima, who does the same for casters. I don't remember how much exactly. And then for the rest, it's not. You still have Chilopsis, so you at least get 3 operators that can provide the support in question. So it's very much correct to say, yeah, it's probably not that helpful in the first place. Should start with Saki. I do. Boom. Alright. Come back here. I don't have you yet, but might as well. And yeah, especially for 4 squad slots, yeah, it's a lot. Because ultimately, outside of you, I've been thinking about whether it's possible to use a Shu, for example, for the stall. Because our S3, ultimately, Shu's S3 does help stalling. And I guess the best way, quote-unquote, to use it will probably be if you... Oh, I'm licking some enemies. Saki, I'm sorry, you're so gonna die! Anyway. But yeah, if I wanted to use a shoe, it would be in conjunction with like Unectus to cover for each other's downtime. Can you actually have... I'm gonna give you a bit of extra HP because I can't lick all of them. No! This guy just led an attack on the bottom line for 71,000. Casually. And now, we can make use of Fuse Infinite Range to just boost everything. Blaze Altar saves us from the lag, destroys the frames forever and ever. Anyway. Nice. Now it's time to prevent the enemies from leaving. And we're done. Beautiful. Technically speaking, I could have dealt with that boss, especially since it's strained in the abyss. I can just throw the boss inside the pits. But this raid is already very easy to kill, and I don't want to let a raid with like rocket launchers and invisible enemies get to the HQ. If I have to deal with it, I will, but I'd rather not. We have the Sail Raider and we have Jagged Jungle. Within range. This one can be mostly ignored. Okay, the issue I have right now is that I have the Sail Raider and I have this. Okay. The day is 1958. Let me bring back the spreadsheet. Let me bring back the spreadsheet because it's also an opportunity to explain something. If I switch display and bring this here, okay, you see it. Raid spawned. Currently, I am on day 1958. If I include the current day on the spreadsheet, it tells me I am here. On this day, you can see that absolutely nothing spawns. On the next day, nothing will spawn. What this means, in context of the raids, is that you want to use QB to kill the bosses as much as possible, because QB is a boss killer, she's your premium boss killer. I can technically deal with both the Sail Raider and the Dust Weaver in the same day. However, if I do this, I can only use QB for one of them. I don't want to do that, because otherwise I'm gonna have to stall the boss for like 40 plus minutes. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to intercept the Dust Weaver, and I'm going to kill the Sail Raider on the next outpost, because I know I have some free time. And that way I can also take care of this raid in the back. So we're going to take care of the Dust Weaver. And you can see, actually I can zoom back a little bit. There we go. This is a distance to HQ per number of nodes. So I know that in 2 days, Arrafik will spawn at a distance of 4 from the HQ. So Arrafik will spawn from, you take from the HQ and go 1, 2, 3, 4. For example, it can spawn on invited guest, or it can spawn in straight in the abyss. I think it can also spawn 1, 2, 3, 4 on windswept ravine. It can't spawn there, it has to go all the way down. It can spawn on jagged jungle right there. So it's having this, it's just a way of being like, oh, I know which raid is going to spawn where. And elites and minions are just different types of raid. If you go to the codificator, you have like the name of the raid. Stragglers just spawn randomly. Bandits also spawn randomly. But minions and elites, spawn at set intervals. So every 3 days is usually when you have the game. In a regular raid would be when the game saves. Although obviously it's like in RSCC you can't reload, so you don't have a save. But that's a way to predict which enemies are going to approach you at certain times and be like, okay, this time I have 2 bosses. I'm just going to leave that boss for the day after because that way I can use QB for both boss fights. Alright, back to the window right here. Okay, so Dust Weaver it is. Thunderburst, we don't need to worry about the weather. It's going to be Eunictus, Ascalon, and then we're gonna have a kill squad with QB, Reeds. I did bring Eunictus, yes. Ines on skill 1 along with puzzle. I guess I kind of Prum. Then we can have Ifrit. If I'm bringing QB, I use this because this reduces defense. Don't want to reduce the defense. Suzerain and Zarya. I think that's basically it. Oops, I almost clicked right away. Give me my operation kit. Who's the enemies? Kill 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have the full QB kill squad. I have a bunch of slowdowns. I have my DP generation. I have a way to pull back the enemies. I think we're good. Actually, I can make use of the fact that has this. That's a shoot. I'm gonna leak some of them in the start because I don't particularly care that much. I have 79 points for a reason. There goes. Okay. I think you've done your job. You can just do this. The rest will be just QB and there we go. Monster. Alright, and now we have everything needed to melt the enemies. There we go. And the boss is being targeted. Like, if you pay attention, the red bar, you can actually see it. Somewhere near the middle, it's a one at the bottom. And just in one single skill cycle, this boss is almost at half HP already. Which is why this raid is so fast if you have QB. But if you don't, this boss has absolutely bonkers amounts of stats. Including one of the highest defense in the game. But in that case, okay, please, it's just breakfast. There you go. I think I can actually move you. And this. As well debuffs the res. Okay. And the boss is almost dead. There we are. So, okay, back to the spreadsheet. How much HP did the boss have? We're still on day 1957, I think I said? 1957. I should be careful not to... Eunectus! If it is going to die, you're going to be responsible for killing a child! Welp. Rip. Anyway. 1957. Wait, where is it showing this? 1957. Yeah, I swapped to 157. Okay. So, Dust Weaver, how much HP does he have? He has 32 million HP. So in one skill cycle, for 40 seconds, she dealt about half of that, so she dealt about 16 million damage. Very normal numbers. I do specifically remember, and that's something that will stay in my mind. It was Pinch Out Operation. The 3 mech robots who can reach 10 million HP. I specifically remember during the event, I had a stall going on, and I let the stall happen. And then I went to play an MMO for more than 3 hours. And when I came back, the stall was still ongoing. So back then, 10 million HP took over 3 hours. And now it's like, yeah, 40 seconds. Right. We have... just a few enemies left. 13. Okay. We can exit the rest because there are some Colossus and I don't like the Colossus. Actually, I guess we can have waited for one more skill set. Whatever. Also, these guys have a very weird targeting once they reach this. But it's kind of weird because I don't think it happens on all maps, because in that case, they didn't go for the operators. I guess it might be just for treasure in the trees. I don't know, it's weird. The Red Avengers just behave very, very weirdly, where sometimes they drop below 50% HP and suddenly their targeting change. It's just... Just some odd things. So we just ignore the Servitor, we'll deal with him next raid. We have Within Range, and this one we're gonna be relying on Openers to stop everyone at the bottom, and we're gonna bring good old Blaze U. We definitely want some slow downs. We bring the Flag Squad, Tilopsis for the support. Yeah, just Acid Rain, okay. And then one adventure to slow down. And I think that's good. I guess I can break Saki Omeri as well. Why not? Okay. Non-roll chain, not needed. No operation kit, not needed. Let's go. So I'm going to disable the... There we go. No more channel window, it's not needed. Okay. Where do I stun them? I mean, I guess I can just do the classic and stun them here. That works. I know it works, so... Oh, look how well ordered they are. That's cute. It's so cute, I want to toast them all with blades. Alright. It's cooking time! Burn! Kindly. I also don't want to leak those guys because they have range attacks. I don't want to have to repair the gas jet thrower. I'm just going to do that, remove you, I bring you there, I bring Saki, I can bring her there. There we go. And that should be a fast rate. Alright, that's it. Ooh. Okay. I will start right away while trying to go through a few other things. Is there anything else I've not covered? Oh yeah! Oh yeah, the spreadsheet has more. The spreadsheet has always more. The spreadsheet has always more. I guess I can talk about like attack speed and things like that. After that. Okay, almost done. Almost killed use full blaze. And done. And done. Okay. 1959. We have to send everyone. And go get our sources. And then we go to our interception points. I'm gonna be using openers to stall and bait the boss attacks. And the rest is going to be the kill squad. You're going to be used to kill raid. Ziran, Tragodia for the boss tool. Who am I missing? Ifrit. I want some DP generation, so I'm gonna bring all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have the full cubicle squad. I have my DP generation. I have the stall for the raid and this. Okay. And I'm gonna bring neural chain because I don't like this boss. So speed things up. Technically it doesn't speed things up that much, but it's still... I'll just take anything in that case. Alright, this. Tragodia will be sitting right here, facing left. The boss will be still between these two tiles. QB can be left here. Yeah, that's good. Now waiting for the boss to come. Alright. Now to be careful with my timing. Okay. Make sure that the boss does not target anyone else. Alright. Okay, we're safe. If I'm a bit late on Opianus, Pram will just die instantly from one attack, so I still have to be very careful, but it's... it's okay. Especially since stuff will die very fast, since we have the neural chain. The neural chain increases the attack of all the operators for every operator that you have deployed who hate a provision. So currently she's sitting at over 2000 attack, even though her scale 2 does not actually increase her base attack, only her attack scale, which is not the same thing. Give me my DP, because that way we can get started on this. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, this is going to be killed. I can have Saya here though. Yeah. Yeah, okay. This is a safe spot. Pram, it does work with one shot. The problem is the Saint Raider destroys everything in a 3x3 area, and she's on the battlement, so she survives, but the battlement does not. If she is on like a natural range tile like this, that's okay, but just not battlements. And that's also the issue. She has camouflage food right now. And Battleman, even if the boss didn't have like an area of effect, the boss will be targeting the tile. Or the priority, the tiles have like a taunt of -1 by default, so they will be targeted after all the other operators. And right, I'm just gonna add, yeah, I can add you there. I can add Susan around here. I can add a QB there. ×2 speeds. We activate everything except Ifrit, because the S3 doesn't do anything necessary of enemies, and we can go back to the spreadsheet. Okay. What else is there? Raid logs. This is just me tracking what spawns at certain days. Oh yeah, this is not updated. Well, this will. So the record on CN, it says 21,399. However, it needs a big fat asterisk of, yeah, but the only confirmed record that we have is around 3,000. Because there might have been a bug at some point which allowed someone to just skip the days because the raids wouldn't spawn anymore. I don't have any confirmation beyond this, so for now, mentally speaking, I'm like, yeah, okay, CN is at slightly above 3,000. So that's going to be the next goal after 2,000. Because of course it never stops. Let me just do one extra rotation. Because the boss does take a long time. We have... Here we go. We have, this was what I did for the No 6-star video. This was the analysis for Chen. The Chenificator, which was also featured in there. This one is just to take a look at the stats, and the only thing left is the attack speed. For the attack speed, it works with breakpoints. And part of the reason also why Chubai is no longer being used is that Chubai requires quite a lot of attack speed. So you have a few ways to stall. On a S1, if you use SP cost down foot, that's what is assumed for both Tragodia and Chubai here, she will need to perma-stall a boss. In theory, she will need at least 28 attack speed. But that's in theory, because in practice, you have a bug that I refer to as a frame skip, which results in the boss moving by 1 frame every so often. And so she actually needs slightly more attack speed to reach the next interval. It's rounded to every frame, so you don't jump from 1 to like 0.9, you cannot jump from 1 to 196, because you have 30 frames per second, so every tick of the game engine has to fit within this. So she's not convenient, because she needs 33 or 37 attack speed, while Tragodia, just by default with the logistic buffs, gets 10 attack speed. Which means it already puts him in the safe category for stalling. And then QB has some very peculiar attack speed breakpoint that she needs to reach if you want to burn down Araphic. And so if you reach like 253 attack speed, adding more doesn't do anything unless you reach the next attack interval of 353. So I think my setup allows me to reach 253 right now. With what I have, because I have 1 plus 25 from... Wait, actually, do I have the potion here? Oh yeah, I have the refreshing potion. Let me just... I think it's Cheston Pickle Lemons. Yeah, that's what she has. She has a button on tier 3. She has a Vanilla Wing. QB with adjacent tool or alive, she doesn't get. And she gets 15 plus 15. And the base attack interval is 1.6. But that's a base one without this. We get 265 attack speed, which lends us straight into this attack interval. So QB will attack every 0.1333 seconds with all the buffs that I used to burst down the Alrafik. Alright, that's it. Back to the boss. I'm gonna activate this, and then I'm going to go to the toilet very briefly after this. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, back to speeding up the kill. The Side Raider. Curse be the Side Raider. I know he needs to have low defense so that in regular air raids, like that way he has a clear counter in a regular reclamation algorithm, but it's such a pain in air ACC as a result. With how low of a defense he starts with. How much does he have actually? I keep forgetting. I know it's either 100 or 150. Yeah, 150 apparently. Okay. Right. Alright. It's probably going to take another 3 skill cycles, I would say. We're almost there. We're almost there. Alright, in the meantime, is anything happening? Oops. Okay, alright. While I'm at it, I guess I should also think about what I'm going to do after I reach day 2000. Because after I reach that, I'm still going to progress a few days, but I will mostly be waiting until Chen 3 gets released. Because she is really the one who is going to change the most things and speed up the kills and the progression. But in the meantime, I have a few videos I want to work on. I have an Adia showcase. Because Adia has an absolutely base design and everyone should build her. Just kidding, don't. She's not actually that good, but her design is absolute 10 out of 10. She's not a grace bearer, but she's pretty close to it. Oh, an activity for it. I have something about talking more for rent about like meta, convenience, power creep, that kind of thing. I have a tier list for the tools. Actually, you know what? I'm going to write this down. But let's see. So we want to make tier list, RACC tools, Adia showcase. We want rent about meta / convenience, etc. We want to make, well, I say we. I'm saying we as in the royal we. Our humble person, which talk about themselves in the second person plural. The royal we requests humbly desireth a few things. Oh yeah, a pacifist. Oh, that one I was pretty excited for. A pacifist clear of Arknights. Can you clear Arknights as a pacifist? And that one is ridiculous. It's going to it's beyond stupid. It's beyond stupid. You go like, it's like, what do you mean? How do you even clear a single raid with it? It's easy. You have some damage reflect available, and you have some operators that only deal damage to enemies if they are hit. So if you're a fan of Penance, Sanctum Exapparato, Philae, and Bubble, for example, that's going to be the time to shine. It's such a stupid project, but I'm like, yeah. It's probably not doable, because I think, straight up, Chapter 15, PRTS, I don't see how I could possibly kill PRTS, even with all the boss in the world. But the question is, okay, even if it's impossible, how far do we actually go? And then we do the slug for the seasoning. Let's go. What else could be done? What else could be done? I mean, that's already going to cover me for a decent bit of time. I guess I need to also fix my streaming setup, because not having the chat show up, this is not okay. Not having a way to moderate is not okay. I probably should not say this, because then people are going to be like, I'm going to write a bunch of things and you won't be able to do anything. Which is true. I would have to... I don't know what I would have to do. Wait, how do I even go about it? Because I can moderate on YouTube fairly easily. Just Twitch as a platform sucks. You channel. I'm definitely not new to streaming, I swear. Pinky promise, I know this is very confused. Wait. Okay, if it loads. Okay, I can moderate this just fine. If I go on Twitch and I go on, okay, let me close this, and I go to my own channel. How do you go to your own channel? Wait, like this, I guess. Okay, I can't view my own channel on Twitch. Twitch, you suck. Kindly. Alright, let's play some Lightning Go. Why is it so complicated? Oh, we have the Windbreaker in Strain the Abyss, and we have Araphic in Invited Guest. And I also want... Because I lied. I said I was using a setup in uninvited guest, but I have not adapted the map yet. I've been lying to people. I need to change it, because that's actually going to be important. Yeah, that's okay. This one is fine. The Ringbringer, the Ringbringer, the Ringbringer, the Ringbringer. I don't like this that much. I think I'm going to go for the safe approach of... I know I shouldn't be using old pianists there. But on the other end... I think I'm doing the Ringbringer and then this raid. Because this raid I can still save QB for the boss. I'll be using Unactis anyway here, so yeah, okay, I can bring all pianists here, no problem. So all pianists, triple vanguards. We want Spectre Altar to speedbox the boss and buy a bit of time. Weedy with camouflage food, absolutely 100%. I could then bring F Eater. I guess I can still bring Blaze U, because ultimately I won't be using Blaze U for the other one. Which I know is going to sound weird. It's not the fastest way to clear the raid, but it's just safe if you don't want to just break everything apart. And then I need to have Operation Kit. Actually, I don't need Operation Kit, but it's a safer approach. And then I can have Urban Side Barrier, and we can force the enemies at the bottom. I need to build a bunch of anti-net launchers. Okay. Free this. You need camouflage. I need weightless, so I need NG. I'm gonna bring Manticore. And I'm gonna bring another pusher. Probably a feature. Especially since she has camo. Okay. No nasty for more damage jump and Kirby. No, I don't. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think nasty styles give any attack speed. Because the thing that makes QB so strong is her talent. Like if actually wait, I can just get there. Like what does damage is not a basic attack, it's her talent. It's, yeah, each attack deals additional as damage to the target equal to 50% of its def up to 75%. And it doesn't scale with her attack at all, it only scales with the enemy's defense. So if you buff her attack, you're only buffing something which at this point of the run is only going to be like maybe 1% or 2% of her damage. So instead, it's much better to bring like damage amplifiers that don't buff her attack directly, but instead multiplies the damage dealt or reduces the defense, well, not the defense, but the breath of the enemy. So Nasty, you can think of Nasty in a few ways. You can think of it as every time I make a tile with RS3, you're saving on 5 wood? 5 wood. It's not much. If you're really struggling for resources, I guess it could be a thing. It's very nice for the start of Reclamation Algorithm when you don't have any resources. And yeah, the tier 3 tiles I think is 25 attack speed. And thus it's the better option, if you really need to burst down the Alrific, for example. If you want to use Nasty, it probably would instead be a scale 2 for the burst of SP that it provides. Because there are some situations in which it's interesting, and also because... Also, I thought... Wait. Oh, I am still on the display. 1 second. There we go. Alright, and move things. Where was I? Also, there's a thunderstorm going. You have to beat the attacks. The thunder, I mean. You can use a skill too for some cases where you want a burst of SP. So for someone like Arknights, for example, it's actually perfectly serviceable. If you're using Arknights, that's okay, because she does have a bit of downtime, which can be fixed by having a bunch of SP batteries. But these do cost quite a bit of resources. So Nasty's main job really is to save up on resources more so than anything, which isn't that valuable if you are already at a point where you are sustaining your run indefinitely. Here I'm using the Fail Beast because the Fail Beast has one interesting property, which is that there is a thunderstorm going every 40 seconds. 40 seconds? Question mark. There are 2 thunderstrikes showing up, which are very dangerous to most of your operators. And with the Fail Beast, all the thunderstrikes will land exactly where the Fail Beast is. So that's my safety feature here. I have Angelina right here. I have 3 gas jet throwers. I don't want to be broken, so I will give them camouflage. That way I don't have to worry about them being destroyed, and I don't have to rebuild them. Now I'm just leaving opens here. Yeah. I probably should have Witty there. I have 2 battlements. Can you click on the battlements? There we go. Thank you. Where is it? There we go. Protect the gas jet power, save resources. Thinking about it, I could have brought Kafka as well. Whoops. Oh well, too late. Okay, he's starting the raid. One last time, probably. The boss is very easy, so there's a small trick you can do with Witty. So this way, the cannon and Witty are going to fire the projectiles at the same time, and the cannon is going to lag behind a little bit. But what you can do, I'm going to go frame by frame. The Thunderstrike appeared at absolutely the worst freaking time. Okay, I'm going to go frame by frame. There we go. So, Witty's projectile just hit the boss. The projectile from the cannon is still in the air, but if you retreat the cannon, there was a red number. It's instantly going to hit the target as well. As the advantage with this is that it allows you to push the bosses even further. Which means the Rimbrigger goes down the hole, even though he has a weight of 6. And you can push enemies slightly further. So that's a nice trick. Although you need to be very precise with your movement. And for the rest, what I tend to do on this map, because this is a safe approach, is we have a U, we have a Blaze, we use Blaze U the usual way, but when the last enemy spawn, I tend to go like, okay, there is enough done. I'll just let the enemies go through and then just push them as they reach the tail end of the raid. Okay, cool. Okay, I'm still seeing enemies spawn. I still have to go like this for a bit. Although also, I could... Actually, you know what? I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to make use of the fact that I had this set up at the bottom. So, instead... am I going to do this? This Monte Courier right away. We can have... yeah, we can have a feature right there. I just need to get really back in time, and then we'll be set. I guess I could have just redirected the boss at the bottom. Or not. I guess the gas jet throwers do have the advantage that they get rid of the spiders. That's one thing. Okay. One more base kill use, and we'll be set. Okay. Remove you, remove you, remove you, and redirect everyone at the bottom. We don't need to open this anymore. Bye. Oh goodness, the lag of everyone moving at the same time. Oh! The pain! Why is it so laggy? I'm not even attacking anyone here. Here we go. I sure hope I don't screw up something. Alright, see you, Rind. Okay. That's one thing. We have Manticore slowing down. Still some enemies left. There are not enough enemies, we're good. Alright. Just need to push 2 more. And now we wait. And now we wait. Actually, since it's lunchtime, I'm going to start cooking some pasta. Because I still need to eat. The day is long. I'm back in just 30 seconds when these guys get to the bull box. Alright, never mind. I guess it's not pasta. Daily reminder. Take care of whatever you eat. Also, how did you get pushed? Make sure to eat a balanced diet. This is Entropy Arknights. Today on nutrition. Remember to eat your cereals for some additional magnesium and calcium. Remember to eat your vegetables, have a balanced diet, including fibers and the like. Make sure you have 8 hours of sleep as a target. Yeah, this boss is just going to be an Ascalon pull back and forth until everyone except the boss is dead, so that's just going to be Seki, Ascalon, Umiri, Eunectus, who absolutely needs the camouflage food. Let's go. Operation kit, 100%. Do I want neural chain? I'm gonna pick neural chain just to avoid the lag. Oh boy. Shield check for the same reason. And then we're gonna have boss tool, boss kill. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I need 6, so I guess I don't pick Jiljuk. Alright. Yeah, okay, let's go. Marsu, you there? Okay. The video download was cancelled. Please try again. Okay. I'm sorry to make this demand of you, but I'm afraid the Twitch side is going to be pretty difficult to fix. Wait a second. Why is it actually settings? It's also on YouTube, so if you, I mean, you probably know the link. You probably know the link. I know you're all the time in SL stream. I know this. You can't hide anything from me. Oh, yeah, I definitely should be removing those. Yeah, I don't know. Listen, I'd rather blame Twitch than blame myself, because I'm someone who refuses any and all kind of responsibilities. Alright. Actually, I guess I can just, if it's not really working on there, I guess I can just I think I'll shut down the Twitch side if it's not working at all, because there's basically no one, I think. Yeah, on Twitch. So that's why there is no one on Twitch. That's why there is no one on Twitch. I was not streaming on Twitch the entire time. Well, I guess just the voice. That explains it. Okay. Well, technical difficulties. I am defeated. One more time. I have a bunch of things I need to remove, otherwise the rocket launchers are going to make an absolute mess. I don't want that. Saki, right there, sure. Pulls back. Ah, yeah. I mean, on the bright side, I did manage to get the stream started at least. Question of the day. Will this style survive the rocket launchers? You know, when you got problems, the best way to deal with them is just to ignore them. Surely. Surely that works. Okay, now we just have to wait. Oh no, the frames. Okay. Come on. Wait, now that I think about it, I remember... Oh. I just remembered. Cookie usually is very afraid because I spend a lot of time on the Cookie Cassette Discord, and I watch some of the streams. And every time it activates like Sake's skill, it would be like, oh no, Coco Jungle, and it was very, very afraid of being copyright strike. And now I'm thinking, oh, whoops, that might be a problem actually. Oh well, surely everything will be fine. Worst case scenario, it will be slightly muted in part of the mod. That's fine. By the way, how are you liking my 1 frame per second? We're having some good time. It's a good thing I picked Neural Chain to actually speed things up, because holy moly. I am ×1 speed. I'm not doing anything right here. What if I click on someone and go to ×0.2? Yeah, it's slightly smoother. Very, very, very slightly so. The pain, the suffering. There are a bunch of mouse beasts. I have not watched Have America. I probably should at some point. I also am in a group chat with probably the #1 Have America fan on Discord. I don't think I have an excuse. I should be watching. Do I have anyone who has camouflage near? No. No, I don't have anyone. You want to play RACC on phone? That depends. I think you can in the winter. In the winter, it's really good. It keeps your hands really, really hot, while everything else is freezing. But yeah, during the summer, probably not a good idea. And as a matter of fact, that might actually be a concern for the summer, because I had times where my laptop actually goes to 90 degrees Celsius. It's... Oh, I just saw... Whoops. Well, rip. But yeah, some technical issues. Some minor technical issues. In fact, it reaches a point where I have to go to my fridge and grab ice cubes and drop them on the literal laptop to cool it down. It's that bad. And they completely melt in like 30 seconds, top. Whole ice cube. Now, is it bad for like your keyboard and the buttons? Well, they do stop responding a little bit, but come on. Sometimes you have to balance things out, and between having a responsive keyboard and having a crash, I know what I want. I'd rather have the responsive keyboard over the PC overheating and just shutting down. So some sacrifices have to be made sometimes. On the right side, I'm starting to see back some frames. Not enough to go to ×2, but I'm starting to see some back. Alright, we're getting there. Now that I think about it, there's no rocket launcher anymore. What is they are I can't see them. Okay. I believe in ×2 speed. I believe in ×2 speed. 120 at 173. PC client for global when? HG, please. That's the one thing I demand. Talking of which, I actually got to play on the CN account because someone was, I kid you not, someone was asking me, "Hey, can you go on my CN account and clear a stage of a CN event happening?" I don't play on CN, and I've got all the spoilers for the events, so I ended up on the CN server playing on event where I had an actual case of Ian can't read because I literally couldn't read anything because I don't read any dialect of Chinese. And I had to clear an event, the extreme versions, of which I knew nothing, using Wang and Shenfree among other things. So I got at least some experience with them. And I did this by installing the PC client. And the PC client is so smooth that it feels weird. I can't describe it, but it just doesn't feel natural. I'm used to the frame loss, and you get in there, and things are buttery smooth. It's a bit like you're playing a video game with like ice physics, but it's like it's straight to 11, where you start taking one step in the direction, and suddenly it's like zoom, you walk forward like 15 meters. That's how buttery smooth it is. Okay, looks like we are finally done with this guy. We're gonna remove this. We're gonna remove everyone. We're gonna remove you. We're gonna remove you. We're gonna need a lot of things. Okay. Where do I store the boss? Right here. Okay. Huh. I guess I can put you there, you there, you there, you there, you there. I mean, might as well. Fences around reach, not really. Whatever, just it will be destroyed on later raid, that's fine. Some things need to be sacrificed at times. Alright. Should be 4 skill cycles total, roughly. Maybe 5. Yeah, no, 4 skill cycles. Okay. But yeah, PC client. Man, it can come anytime soon. And there was someone like in the official Arknights Discord, so Eiko, we said that it was coming for global during the Wang event, but I'm not so sure because I don't think I saw anyone else confirm it. It's like, I hope that's the case, but I'm not really sure that's actually happening. How about HP? Okay, we are. Let me bring the spreadsheet. Let me bring the spreadsheet. This is the annihilator. What do I have this open? We change to display. We bring this, and we go to cubificator. We are on day 1958 or 9, doesn't matter, it is the same, and we are fighting the annihilator, which has... Oh wait, I forgot to activate the stat buffs. Show, there we go. The boss has 19 million HP. And 2 phases, so 38 million HP total. There you go. If you're wondering how you can destroy 48 million HP so fast, quote unquote, it's because the boss also has 38,300 defense. So KUB is nom 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 nom. The one concern I have, actually, for the PC client is, what about some of the tricks you can actually do on an emulator? Because, for example, I can have the zero-frame deployment, where I can just grab those, and I can use a bunch of shortcuts to grab items without issues. Or I can do a zero-frame selection on Saya, where I click her, but not a single frame actually passes in-game. I can do the same on Monster, for example, that kind of thing. So there are some tricks that might be losing. But if it's for performance, I think I'm fine with it. Also, I smell my lunch in the back. Give me just 1 minute while the boss dies. Alright. Don't forget to have a balanced lunch, people. What do we have left? We have Al-Rafiq on Jagged Jungle. I hate this freaking map for Al-Rafiq specifically because there is so little room, but we are on day 1961. 1961 is 10, 6, 17. 18 is divisible by 3, so there will be nothing spawning the next day. And the next race will be in 2 days. Oh, okay, well then. Alright. The game has decided it's time to do your dailies. Very well. Get your credits. Get your money. Bid your operators. Do I rotate the base? No. But I will collect things. And we're done. Okay. Done collecting credits. We go to the base. 1, 2, 3. Clues. Send those, always send the clues away. Here we go. We have Proviso, who is grabbing all the drones. Because having a strong economy, work on your base, people. Don't let your base down. It allows you to build all the operators you need. Who am I putting in? Neural. Let's go. Anything else needed? I think that's it. 1 hour Dilphium attack can be reused. Okay. One, two, three, four. Okay. We grab the stuff. We grab this. I also grab the sugar because I don't trust this freaking shop. It's going to give me like a 10 expedited plan. I just know this. And we back to the grind. Alright. Horrific. As a preset squad for this, I'll just change you to SP cost down. I don't need to change anything on this squad. I have all the tools. Let's go. it's the role of Saria is not to be a healer and not to be on SP battery. Not in that circumstance. The odds damage taken by nearby enemies plus 55%. And the movement speed sometimes, in case of an emergency, can be nice, but it's primarily for the odds damage taken. And she's going to be used for the horrific burn. Where do I place? I'm gonna place right here. Get our DP. But she's only going to be used later for the horrific burn specifically. We want to have Record Keeper here, all pianos there. Blaze will be on the tier 3 tile. Might as well do it right now. Warframe will be... No, she can't be facing left. Warframe will be there, facing up, because I want to guarantee that it lands on Blaze. Tragodia will be there, specifically stunning the boss. I don't have a gas jet. No, I don't have a gas jet for her. Yeah, it's just acid rain, so I don't have to worry about it. And you will be... They're facing left. For a moment I was like, wait, why is the doggo being blocked? But actually it's not blocked, it's just Ines doing her Ines things. If you... Okay. I need to put some gigantic freaking warning. This is not normal array. This has nothing to do with normal array. This is RACC day pushing, which is a niche within a niche. If you want to learn more about, like, regular reclamation algorithm, I do have some videos on topic. I released one about the layout and how to defend against raids. That one has some part that are of interest for people who are getting started in it. Other than that, there is also Dr. Socrates, who is making some videos. But what this is absurd. You should never ever get into that kind of situation, because I have like 2 or 3 people training me in the entire global server. That's how fucked up that is. So... Okay, let's see. We have... I need... Okay, he's starting his attack. Okay, I have my DP, I'm going to retreat there. I'm gonna put Saria. She shouldn't be necessary, I'm just there in case of emergency. And actually, while I'm at it, I'm also going to add... Yeah, I'm going to add QB here, because that way she can kill the Doggos. The Doggos are the only actual threat in here. Because if they get through, if they manage to get past all pianos, they will mess up Tragedia's stall. And I don't want that to happen, so let's go. Yeah. But yeah, if you're looking for people to push the limits, welcome. This is exactly what we're doing. This is absurd. And we like absurdity in this here place. Okay. Surprisingly, the frame are still smooth. Okay, there's another doggo. I have to be careful because the corrosion can be dangerous if I mistime things. Sometimes if Blaze Hunter lands a hit with a corrosion, at the same time as a corrosion proc, she can die, so I have to be careful. So I'm gonna wait until Recall Keeper heals himself first. There we go. Then I can do this, this. And I hope she won't die. Ooh, I activated a bit early, but it's okay. Not punished, not this time. Okay. Ooh. Alright, it's fairly stable. She won't get many attacks in, but doesn't have to be much. QB kill more goals. How is it gonna activate Saria? Just to speed things up a little bit. So far QB is fine because of Vanguardians are being installed just outside of QB's range. Wait, I can activate you. You. Ah, she just about healed the Blaze. Okay. Okay, what do you heal? Okay. Recall Keeper did heal Blaze, so I can activate. Oh, it's not 3 frames per sometimes here, but don't worry. We'll get more of this. I'm waiting for that one must be straight to reach HQ and for me to be screaming internally, asking for Goisbearer to save me from this hell. I'm slightly concerned because the doggos are moving forward a little bit. The big killer here when it comes to frame is openness. You need to be extremely tight on openness stun. The rest is mostly ones. Okay. Can you heal Blaze? Okay, there's the effect on Blaze, so I'm gonna activate again. I'm going to slow it down because the big danger is that it lags out for a bit when the burn proc happens on the enemies, so it's... If I want to play it safe, I'm going to slow down right and even there, I wasn't even playing safe enough, which goes to show just how risky that is. Okay. We are almost at the target cap. After that, we'll be safe. Oh, we're already safe. Like I know this setup can just perform just fine. Okay. Okay, we can even speed up. Go! Blaze with a nasty tile. Actually, I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. If it... She has a tier 3 which gives her attack speed. But for Blaze, I think, yeah, if you want to use like a nasty tile, I guess it's a fine choice. It's a fine choice. It works. Because she does rely like on the flat attack to actually get things done. And also the extra HP is nice because it, yeah, just for the leeway, just to have more protection in case you get like corrosion proc and too much damage reflect at once. Alright. Damn, I can even go at ×2 speed this time. Not Warrior's Killers up though. There we go. On the global server, the record is... You're looking at it, it's 1958? 1958, yeah. Okay, this is... There is actually talking about Blaze. If there is a raid with only Vanguardians, I'll showcase something else because it's also something that you can use for your daily clears that doesn't rely on like a billion enemies to function. Which is how S1 functions. Is Kirby in range of the event? No. Almost. Not quite. Blaze S1 is considered sourceless damage. And the big advantage with sourceless damage, if you're dealing with enemies like these, which have damage reflect, each time you hit one of those, they reflect 200 damage to the attacker. The reason why Blaze can survive is because Record Keeper has this buff, which returns 150% HP. Which, once you take into account the various damage mitigation, the increased healing, etc., out-heals the damage reflect. But the alternative, if you don't have Record Keeper all in, is to use Blaze S1, massively buffer attack, and while your attack is buffed, you make sure that a target in the middle of all the enemies gets a S1 buff. Because it keeps on refreshing and the buff will be cached and the duration is only refreshed. So that's actually a way to also deal with a Vanguardian in a way that's pretty fine, which doesn't require any kind of special timing apart from the initial buffing phase. So that will be something to showcase. Okay. I don't need them anymore. I can do this, this. Okay. Now we can speed things up a bit. For this part. Okay, We stuck there for a bit until the Vanguardians die, and then we're down for now, Horrific Burst. Oh, bit early. I was too early on the... What am I doing? There we go. Okay. 12 Vanguardians remaining. Actually, I do wonder if the attack buff, how it compares exactly. I think the biggest issue with the attack buff strat is just you need to bring a lot of operators. But if you are dealing just with Vanguardian, like you have a bunch of spare room. So we'll do just that. I can even showcase it. Oh, I didn't see if she got the buff. Okay, now she got a buff. You can actually use it to engage a bunch of melee on the enemies. No, Silent Slaughter is not here as a last resort. She's here specifically for the Horrific Burst, which we'll see as soon as the raid is dead. Because this boss has millions and millions and millions of HP, and you have 30 seconds to kill it in its second phase. And the problem is, it also has damage reflect, but only the second phase. Except it scales based on its attack. Meaning anyone who attacks the boss during phase 2 will die instantly. Unless you have someone like Silent Salter to provide literal immortality for 10 seconds, plus a potion like this, which make a unit immortal for 20 seconds. But the problem is, these potions cannot be chained, because the moment the 20-second timer expires, the op is going to be retributed automatically. So you need to start with a Silence Altar and then chain into Restanding Potion for the full 30 seconds to get the full immortality window. I do have some videos explaining it to some extent, but the thing is, and that's part of the reason also why I'm live streaming it, is because a lot of the elements from the older videos, like you have to take into account, the first videos I released on RACC are over a year old. So a lot of the strats have either become obsolete or have been adjusted. So there might be like an operator that's been added, there might be a tool that's been changed, and when I was going over some of the previous videos I made, I realized that there is not necessarily an explanation for like this particular version of the Horrific Burst that I'm going to be pulling off. So in a way, it's also a way for me to like show it to people who want basically the full package, who want to see everything at the same time. It's also a way to acquire a bunch of footage to make sure that that if I need to reference something, I have some materials. And sometimes it changes, even if there is no new unit introduced, because sometimes you're just like, huh, wait, there's an interesting interaction with that operator that I can make use out of, even if the operator was released quite some time ago. Okay, can you use Blaze, please? Thank you. So sometimes it changes even though a new operator has been introduced that is of interest. So it really just depends. I think one more skill cycle. One full skill cycle should be good. We are almost done. We are almost done with the raid. Yeah, one skill cycle and we'll be dead. Okay, you do this, you do this. Tell me you land on Blaze. Okay, and that should be the end. Okay, we are done with this part. I'm going to remove everyone except Tragodia. Now, I need the Vanilla Wing, because the Vanilla Wing is 40 attack speed. This is 25 attack speed. I'm gonna have QB. Silent Salter is going to be sitting there. I want to guarantee that you give the immortality only to QB, who is going to be sitting right here. We have Ines. The boss is invisible during phase 2, so Ines is just going to be there to provide invisibility. Suzerain for the Fragile, and then we have, if this is targetable, I can place Saria right here. I can activate this to speed things up a little bit. And we wait also for you to come back, so we have to wait 1 minute. So this is phase 1. Here, no stress. You have all the time in the world. Even if the boss dies, Tragodia will keep stalling, so... Okay, very nice. The boss has 30 res. Yu is going to provide burn with a wall, and burn reduces res by 20, and QB's mod is an additional... yeah, 10 res ignore. So the boss has effectively 0 res during the burn. The other thing is this, which increases damage taken by 50%. And it stacks with everything else. So it stacks with Fragile, with Heart's Fragility, and with Saria's S3. So you really just stack all the damage multipliers possible on QB. You give as much attack speed as possible. And that's how you burn down the boss. I just have to be kinda tight on timing. Okay, I think that's good. That was good. Okay, retreat. Activate, 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 activate. I'm not forgetting anything, I don't think. Activate. Attack speed potion. Okay. The moment QB's HP drops, her skill is activated. QB is immortal for 10 seconds. I retreat Silence Altar. At 86 seconds on Silence Altar, QB will die. So I need, before it reaches 86 seconds, I need to make sure that I give the potion. There we go. And the boss is dead. Whew. Alright. What's the use of Blade Altar? You've seen her kills a raid! Is that not good enough? Is that not good enough? But if you want more details as to why Blaze Altar specifically, and not someone like, I don't know, like Pramanix Altar, for example. It's just that her damage, combined with you, is straight up the best when dealing with all raids. She has the, I guess, DPS possible, also in large part because she deals elemental damage and ignores most of the res. But on top of this, she has one major advantage, is that during off-skill, she only targets one enemy. Meaning, if you don't have Recall Keeper or Lean S2 up, she can survive with some very basic healing. And in case of accident, it's Blaze Altar. So she will just revive, she go into her second life form, and you can just come back and try again. Other operators can't do this. Because if you do this, you're gonna have to wait for 120 seconds for them to come back because of the redeployment timer. So she has advantage that even if you mess up a timing, she is not going to punish you. She can ignore res, she has a fairly large AoE, she has some of the highest damage in the game. With you, she can go indefinitely, if there are enough enemies and they live for long enough, which is basically only the case in an environment like RACC. But yeah, she has a combination of everything that you need. And on top of that, she has an absolutely massive range, so it's all bonuses. She faced a lot of situations just because she has so much forward range as well. Alright. Oh, what do we have here? This guy's straight into the abyss. What do we do with him? I guess we just throw them down the hole. I guess that's what we do. So we just slow down, we bring Effiter with the Manticore. Angelina, because why not? I can rip Tilopsis. I don't need Operation Kit, I don't need Neural... Oops, I don't need Neural Chain. Goodbye. Do I have... I'm bringing the wall, just in case. I don't remember if I blocked the path. There we go. Okay, I guess I don't have Phantom Barriers on this one. Really? Really? What have I been doing? Oh, that kind of sucks because it means I'm... Oh. Well, I guess we are going to adjust some of the things. I guess I'm gonna also do some... I'm gonna do some gas jet throwers with this. That's annoying. Oh well. I will have to move these two as well. Oh, sorry, just... I didn't have to move this, but okay, just remove that one. My gas jet flowers! I love them so much. Why you do this to me? Bye! Okay, thank you. Okay, I thought there would be more range enemies. I guess I'm fine. Let's get the... changing these. Whee! Just to protect the gas jet throwers, replace this one, and we can get rid of these two. Now they're going to be slowed down. Rude. Very rude. Alright, that's done. Whee! There we go. Alright. For the rest, more strike races. Always do strike races when you can. Mining ore, seasoning, and some crude gold. I don't even really have a use for the crude gold, but oh well. Do 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 do. No, what is the strategy? This is terrible. Oopsie. There's still one in front of me, and I don't think I will get the full rewards. The start was just really bad. Well, second place. Alright. I'm not even sure, even after doing so many runs of strike races on this particular map, I still don't fully understand the rules. Because sometimes, and I'm in second place I get some rewards, and sometimes I'm second place I get no rewards at all. In that case I got nothing that I actually want. Because the crude gold is just not valuable to me. Well, sometimes that's how it is. Alright, what do we have? We got Horrific, we got... Oh no, not these. We got Ruinbringer is definitely going to be the priority, and we have this. Okay, it's a Ruinbringer raid, which means we need to, and also it has Thunderstorm. I'm gonna be rocking on that. And craft some more of these, why not? This. All this is set. Okay. So on this map only the Ruinbringer can spawn as the boss. I have my strat already fully picked. We're gonna have generating DP. Failed beast to bait the lightning, very important. Might as well think about it early on. Alpinus will be there, and I'm going to wait. Oh, sorry for this. I have to change because the problem is the key here. This is I press E to there we are. I press E to activate Alpinus skill, but because it is next to the side of the map, I actually have to change the keybind. Move it a little bit. And so if I do this, it doesn't move from its position and it stuns everything. Alright! From there we have Wisdale, skill 1, taking care of the slide. We have SP battery here for safety, because otherwise I will forget. We're gonna have you right here facing right, and we're gonna have Blaze Altar right below Kilopsis. And when I mean a lot of forward-facing range, that's what I mean. Like, she can't reach now, but if I activate skill 3, she can actually reach the enemies. I'm a bit concerned with the spiders here. I guess I'm going to stun them separately from the rest. Yeah, I'm going to let them go. I'm going to let them go. Do this. Prepare for a split box with Vulture. Okay. Now I can go back to Opulus. I wait for them to pass by, and now I can have like Tragodia right here, and Tragodia should only be focusing on the boss. And all the spiders should also be summoned on Spalter style, which is what I'm looking for. Yeah, okay. The slider summon on here, which is exactly what I want. Next up, we have some setup to do for QB and Ifrit. I don't need your DP anymore. I don't need Spalter anymore. I'm gonna have Ifrit, and I'm gonna need QB right here, facing up. That way she's not distracted by the spiders. And that's it. And now we just kill the raid. And just speed up the kill a little bit. That's pretty much it. The Ringbringer is probably the most technical raid to approach. But yeah, with the current strat I have set up, I'm in a position where I say, yeah, I'm satisfied with what I got. The big issue with it is that you just have to break down the raid into 3 parts. Most of the raid itself, then the boss, and then the spiders, so you need a 3-point stalling approach. One concern I had at some point was, because Ifrit is sitting here, she's behind Yu's wall. So technically she's applying burn to the boss, while Yu has his skill up. But it has not happened to me yet that she can actually apply burn to the boss before Tragodia triggers a Nevers Impairment. I sure hope it does not happen. Okay. Well, and I would chill, I guess. Okay. Pushing more DPS on the boss to save some time. Enemies are still coming in. Take, please. Take, please. Okay, I think there's something wrong with this key. It's still not always taking time. Maybe it needs a bit more leeway. Probably just because it's a bit laggy. Okay. There go well. Boss is at 60% roughly. What's the limit for both our purchase device will stop working? I'm not sure I understand the question. Which device? Do you mean to ask if there is a day where Blaze U will stop functioning, for example? Because there will be a day where it will stop being functional, but by then we'll have like Shin 3 available. If that's your question, that is. If you ask me when I think Blaze U will be obsolete, and if we exclude Shen, because you can't bring Shen to both raids, they probably have a long time to go. I think you can probably go to day 3000, 4000 without too much trouble. Because it really deals that much damage. And by then, if we ever get to that point, it's not like we won't get other operators as well. I think they will last for such a long time that they will never fall off for the days they are going to be used on. What I mean by this is, by the time, if I keep going and I go for day 3000, by the time we reach day 3000, there might be a better option than Blaze U, and they might even stop being used. But if so, that's not because they are weak, just because there is a better option, slightly better option available. Not because the mobs actually outscaled them. Not by day 3000, I don't think so. And if that was not your question, please reformulate it. Okay. Okay. Almost done. Ooh. Okay, move forward a bit. There we go. I had a case where these guys actually went down too far. If that happens, oops, I can just drop a hunting net launcher here that Blaze will be able to target, and Zero will be able to regenerate this. Okay, we are almost done with the raid. Just need to damage the boss some more. Okay. Maybe to scale cycles. Not full. Just this one and one after this. Hopefully? Okay, maybe slightly more. Okay, one enemy left. Just barely alive. And... done. Okay. Yeah, Suzerain is in range, Sarah is in range, so we just need to kill the boss, then stall the boss, the rest is just nice fine. Well, the game will be playable. I mean, I guess that's kind of part of also why we're doing this, is what's the limit? What is going to break first? Is it going to be the game or is it going to be the device? And that's in part, that's one of the questions we're trying to solve here. Because, for example, there's an integer limit to some values in the game. So what if there is an integer limit to like the HP of mobs? Because if you reach a high enough amount, it might get to the point where it's negative, and suddenly all the enemies have 0 HP. And so the moment they enter the map, they die because they have 0 HP. That would be pretty funny if that's the case. The one issue with this is that it's so many days in that it probably won't be for a while. So that's kind of the question we're trying to answer. 32 is 64. I think it might be 64 bits actually. Wait a second. Because I think 32 bits. One moment. 2 to the power of 32. I think it's not that high of a... Well, I'm saying it's not that high of value. It's still 4.3 billion, but 4.3 billion is still going to take a long time to reach. But I think it might be like a 42 bits limit. Because you had someone on CN who managed to actually reach the limit for LMD. And LMD is a value you expect to be pretty high, so you'd think, well, maybe they're going to put it at 64 bits, but no, actually they put it at 32 bits. So at some point they earned so much LMD that they actually went into the negative, which was very funny, all things considered. Actually, I guess it has 4.3 billion values, but if it's a signed integer, it's only 2.15 billion HP. So technically, it's not as far as I think it is. But we still have to reach like tens of thousands of days, so we'll see how it goes. Who's there just chilling? Let's have a bit of a look at Wizard Isle in the meantime for a change. The spiders, these spiders in particular, have 0 defense, so 0 times... wait, 4000%, or what is 4100% of enemies? 0 times 40 is still 0. So they still have 0 defense. Ah, operator's device. Probably more operators. Probably more operators, because I think that even if we're dealing with very high values, you can see that, I'm not gonna say the game is buttery smooth, but you have to consider we don't have the PC client win yet. So things could be better managed. Like in terms of devices, if we're talking about like using it on a phone, then sure, the answer is probably going to be no. Unless maybe like 3 years from now, we're gonna end up with phones that are basically as strong as today's laptops or something. But I don't think that will be the case. It will require a pretty big breakthrough. Which means that operators will most likely fail. Unless they keep introducing more options like chain-free and the like. Because really, in the long run, that's what's going to win. Blaze U happens to be particularly great. Also because there are some interactions that make it so that it actually scales very well with the number of enemies. And with how tanky the enemies are. But we won't get like too many interactions like these. Which is kind of the issue. Yes, the boss is about to die. And we can quit. Okay. Regarding Reclamation Algorithm 3, I'm not aware of an like RACC like mode. Because a bit of a spoiler, but apparently there are no raids in there. I don't know if AG has planned like a repeatable game mode specifically for Array 3. But so far, there are no raids. I don't know if they have anything planned, and I don't think there's anything anywhere near that extent. Because Array 3 is a lot closer to rebuilding Mandate than it is to the current Array 2. Don't get me wrong, rebuilding Mandate, I had a good time with it. You can make some funny shenanigans. But it's not Array 2. It's more rebuilding Mandate 2 rather than Array 3. So if there is a game mode like this, which in a similar manner I can like push the limits like crazy, I will absolutely do it. But it needs to be there. We have melee only, and we have... I don't have Opinus. I'm gonna bring some slowdowns. Skadon. Can be on skill 1, that's okay. I'm gonna bring from skill 2. I could bring someone who pushes, or I could bring Unictus. Actually, you're asking a really good question. I think you can still play Array 2 and Array 3 in parallel. It better be the case. If I can't, like, if I have to cancel my Array 2 run to play Array 3, I will genuinely be mad at AG, and I will send a strongly worded message saying, "Are you for real?" But I'd be surprised if it actually locked you from this, because it is one thing, which is I can't do the what are they called? Contention reiteration. I can't do the monthlies anymore. I can't go back to the regular array too. I'm stuck in area ACC. I can't do feral territories. I can't do strange territories. I'm stuck on this map and that's it. I can't do anything else. So in a way, kind of sucks. I would like more things to be opened, and that might be the case, but just until then, yeah, we have to. We basically can just cross our fingers and hope that they actually thought about it.
Andiamo. Sguainate le spade. Non puoi fermarmi.
Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. I guess I'm gonna put you there instead. Oops. Then you, then Pram. Might as well start building. If it's to buy some time and get some DP, might as well. Okay. Okay, you done your job. And I'll wait. Yeah. I probably should have brought the neural chain. Oh well. It's okay. Worst case scenario, I can lick some of the remaining enemies, but it's not much of a diff. No one has died yet. Oh, anguish. Oh yeah, I also want AG to introduce a times 3 multiplier, because in that kind of situation I could actually survive a times 3 multiplier. Is that relevant for basically 2 people? Yep. But I still take it. Ah, the current known CN record. One moment. Someone asked a question before, and the answer is, what is recorded is... Hold on to your seat. Hold on to your seat. What is it? 21,399. That's 21,000, not 2,000. 21,000. However, the current known CN record that we have video evidence of is around 3,000. Because there's a suspicion that the 21,000 score just had an interesting bug that just despawned all the raids. So the people might just have to like click next, and it would work. And I guess if you do reach that point, in a way, that's a way to say, well, at this point the game is completely broken, the game engine is failing, and you are still alive. I guess to some people that would be like a winning condition. So if you do reach a point where raids stop spawning, or they just spawn all with enemies that are completely bugged, I guess that's when you actually win. 1964. So to day 2000, oh, what it goes. If I want to go to day 2000, I'll still have to do 11 days today, which should be easily doable. I'll try to do some in advance for tomorrow. So this is, yeah, okay. Both of these are easy. They are just making you lag, and this one can be dangerous if you let it go through, but that's about it. Well, it's going to be Chest of War. It's going to be Horrific first, and then the next one. I will showcase Blaze's one not on this day, meaning not on these 2 hours, but on the day before. I will try to do a showcase of her skill 1 specifically. We'll see if it works. For now, yeah, this is the interception point, so that's going to be very convenient. I don't have to worry about much. Alright. I like fighting in the outpost because you don't have weather effects. It's not too laggy. Let's see. And this. Where am I going to kill the boss? Right here, I guess. Right on the edge. Just waiting on this. Then Blaze. Oh, okay, 1 second. Edit. Put this back here. There we go. I think we got this battery there. And we up for a new round. Okay. Chen free. Does she have a captive damage? No. The way she scales, it does mean that technically, if the enemies did have unlimited HP, technically speaking, she wouldn't be able to kill them. If we ignore the fact that she has some minimal damage. Realistically, she scales so strongly that it takes significantly higher HP on the enemies to then require you to use another skill. Actually, you can just check on the channel because I have a spreadsheet literally about Shen as well. And the point is, she basically removes a certain percent of the enemy's max HP on the first skill use. Like something like 90% or close to it, depending on the kind of kill box. She doesn't really have... She cannot conveniently kill the enemies on her own unless you use the skill a few times, because even if she drops enemies to like, I don't know, 100,000 HP, that's still quite a bit for her to kill, so she will usually need another skill use. But if she was like 90% of an enemy's HP for each kill use, an enemy with 1 million goes to 100,000, and an enemy to 100,000 goes to 10,000. And 10,000 HP is very little. But if you want the enemies to survive even longer, you have to multiply their HP by 10 every time. But every time you multiply the enemy's HP by 10, all you need to do for Chen is just use the scale once more. Except the HP buff that enemy gets is linear, not exponential. If it was exponential, then sure, she will fall off decently fast. But that's not what we have. We have linear scaling on the HP, and so Chen can just be relevant for literally billions and billions and billions and billions of days in. Also, I probably should be using, oops. I'm such a yapper, I forget to use skills. That could be a problem. Probably not, but, you know. Okay, let's do this. Yapper! Yapper moment. Oh, okay, I need to... I'm gonna have to do it in time 0 speed because there are too many enemies typed. Okay. Where's better save me? Okay, she's starting to kill some enemies at least. Okay, activate Warframe, activate the scale. She's gonna get the scale back because every time Warframe enemies dies in front of. Take a look at this. I just activated her scale. She already got it back because she gets SP back for every enemy in range that died. Well, activate her scale again. Might as well. Boom! Just like this. So yeah, those kind of situations have me going like, yeah, playthrough is going to be relevant for a long time. One thing Chen 3 will change is the layout of maps though. And that's one thing where I'm going to be kinda interested in where exactly it goes. Like what kind of changes will be considered worth enough to decide, hey, we need to change the layout of the maps for this and this and that. Because for example, on this map in particular, enemies go through this, and when you want a kill box, you ideally want a 1x1 kill box. So I could just like place a box here and there, and I have a 1x1 kill box. If I need to bring like a tier 1 or tier 2 battlement to just do it easily, to me that's fine. To me that's fine. So that's kind of the question is how are we going to approach the design of the kill box aspect? Are we going to stick to try and make some 1x1s everywhere to speed things up? Or are we going to like do some setup where she's at range and she throws a dragon? Are we going to like have some larger setups? How do you deal with like raids which have ranged enemies? Because if you have ranged enemies that keep on coming in, you can't just stall all the enemies until everyone is regrouped, because you have a target cap of 128. So you start licking the enemies instead. So the question is, how do you approach those kind of raids? So she is going to shake things up quite a bit. Well, even if you don't use her to kill raids, the fact that she can just speed up the killing of certain bosses in particular, as far as I'm concerned, is a good enough argument that, yeah, she will see some use no matter what. Okay, we have weapons below the target cap. We're safe.
想领教我火球的威力，就上前吧。
Oh, right. Okay. Sure, sure.
不想被火车追上。
Okay. Oh, you know what we need for a array? We need a gate tile. Something like this, like a phantomic gate, which like you click on it and you activate the skill, and suddenly it allows enemies to go through. That's some quality of life I want to see. That would actually be quality of life. Although now that I think about it, they probably don't want to introduce it because otherwise you can just stall indefinitely any amount of enemy. So yeah, probably will never happen. Even 25%? I have a calculator. I have a calculator. We can check it after the raid is dead. One sec. If I place one here, yeah, okay. Okay, the tire is buffed. Why do I place? Ah, whatever, I can be sacrificed. So just... Okay, just how many enemies? 12, 14 to go. 14 enemies to go, and we can actually check the spreadsheet and the calculations. Well left. Okay. I would so very much like to lick them, but it's not really an option without losing left lightning ore. Yeah, I'm not fine with that. Okay, soon there. I guess I can get QB working already. And start heading this altar. Might as well. Every bit of time. We're slowly getting there. Slowly, 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 slowly. Why do they have so much HP? I do not know. Yeah. The best way, if you want to approach it, the best way is to have a full table which lists, which has the different steps. Because I know you can make like a formula to make the calculation easier, but I'm not really sure what the formula is. I got a decent idea of what it looks like, but rather I went for the spreadsheet approach. Because I can just like, hey, after that many hits, that's how much damage the enemy will take. And so I can just show it for every single point. Every time there's some damage taken. QB might actually killed the boss a bit too fast. Which is a weird thing to say, but it is a thing nonetheless. 2 of them remaining. Please. Ooh, one full skill cycle, I think that will be it. Okay, one more, I think. Ah, not quite. So close. So close and yet so far. Okay, actually I won't get you back in time, so I'm just going to retreat QB. Alright, all this part is done. We're gonna have me there, we can be there, we can have Ines. I'm gonna wait. In the meantime, where is it? Is it showing? Yes, it's showing. Okay. This is so 6% is a base amount of HP from the skill, but it is considered as damage, which is also why I have some setups here to deal with res. Base res, so if you're dealing with, I don't know, Alraphic, that's 30 res, meaning it's going to be 4.2% per step, for example. And you can see that after 4x, for example, with no other modifiers, yeah, no elasticity buff, okay. It will be 15.8% roughly. So you can see for how many hits, like what is the remaining HP percent. So is it having a, like if your initial HP is 100k, it's convenient because it's basically the same value. But then you can combine it also with some damage modifiers. So if you decide to bring like the kind of buffs that you bring to like to QB buff squad with like a Suzu, I have what Y3 and a Reed, then you have, even against the 30 res enemy, you can see that she deals not quite 10% of an enemy's correct HP, but it's very close to it. And it brings HP down to nothing at all, as you can see. That's for 1x1 kill box, but it's still very impressive how much that is. And yeah, when I was talking about her scaling insanely well, just let me check if in game. Oh yes, that's good. Yeah, I don't have QB. It's gonna be fine. It's like with those kind of buffs on enemies that starts with 56 million HP almost, after just one skill use will be dropped to 100,000 HP. And then if you need another skill use, you'll need that same enemy to have 31 billion HP, which is why exactly in she is always going to be relevant in ACC. That's what I was mentioning when I talked about linear versus exponential scaling. Enemies will have to scale exponentially for them to keep up with how many skill use of Gen 3 we need to actually get them. But yeah. I have the spreadsheet. I can actually put the spreadsheet. You got access to spreadsheets, I think, in the video about... Wait a second. In the vid about Chen, but I can also put the link in here. I think it should work. You're not going to be allowed to modify it, but you can just make a copy if you want to play with it a bit. Yes. Yes. Okay. Okay. And now we just need to wait. Okay, that should be good. Oops. Okay, one moment. Times 1. Review, review, review. $95. I saw your question, but I need to focus. Just for a few seconds. 95. Okay, that's true we did. Alright. Phone's altar instead of suzerain. I would say it's less phone's altar and more Ifrit instead. Because phone's altar does not provide fragile, it provides resistance down and defense down, which is also a bit of a problem if you're using him in combo with QB. Because QB, if you're using QB, you don't want to use Phone's Altar, you want to use Ifrit. But Phone's Altar has one major advantage, and it's that his devices are considered sourceless damage. Meaning, if you want to debuff the res of some Vayne Guardians, for example, you can actually use this S3 and he won't take any damage reflect from that. He will only take the damage reflect from his basic attack. So you can actually debuff them all while also doing some very decent health damage. The same is true for Tin Man, for example. So it's more a case of, do you have a situation in which you will be interested in having Phone's Altar over Ifrit? Because it has less debuff, slightly less, not by much, than Ifrit, but it has more personal damage to bring, generally speaking. What do I bring? Yes, I'm gonna bring you, Omiri, and I want. They have a lot of res. I'm gonna bring Ifrit. Okay, with the devil. And also because I have a ton of stuff, I'm gonna bring Neural Chain to speed things up a little bit. We have double ambushes. If I don't have Unictus, it's not gonna work. Actually, talking about the spreadsheet, I don't Wait, did I put thorns? No lobster S3. Oh yeah. Now that I think about it, I didn't think to. Oh, I need to do that actually. Yeah, because in the Cubificator tab, I do have a debuff for lobster. It's included in the res debuff, but it doesn't change the defense of the enemies. Which would be a good question as to, like, how it's calculated. Because it's not that convenient also to test, because the problem is the values are so extreme. Is how do you test how much defense an enemy has exactly? Since most physical enemy will already have, like, zero defense anyway. Zero defense, I mean. All your operators will do minimum damage because of how much defense varies, I mean. Yeah, I'm gonna be focusing on problem first. Okay. And these are the guys I freaking hate, because they absolutely destroy your frames. Once they stack up, why is it die fast? Oh boy. Oh boy. No, not the frames. Ah. Goodness. Okay, Umiri, save me. No! What are those frames? That's why I don't like this raid. On its own, it's still somewhat okay, but it's... when it's combined with something else, it takes a bit of time to actually kill the enemies. It's bad. Anyway. I don't have Fawn's Altar. I know I'm missing a bunch of them. I don't have Watch Altar. I don't have Fawn's Altar. I don't have Silver Ash Altar. I don't have Lean. Would be very convenient for ACC. I'm just missing a bunch of operators that would be very convenient overall. There we go. Curse Fury. Who is a Curse Fury? Lin? Osake, cool. Because Sakiko is here for just one reason only. It's because she automatically activates Omeri's skill 1. I have no other reason than it's just convenient. It's just freaking convenience. You have no other reason to bring her than, yeah, I don't want to bother. As for Omeri, and Omeri, actually, Sakiko and Omeri have quite a bit of odds damage when you consider it, because her attacks deal 70% of her attack as odds damage 5 times. And with Sakiko, she basically spams her skill. You can think of the duo as a Mega Ascalon, basically, because they are going to provide a similar level of crowd control, but with more odds damage overall. If you compare Ascalon to like Omeri per Sakiko, you're gonna get more true AoE odds damage than with Ascalon alone. We have 2 raids to deal with, now both decently easy. Decently easy does not mean you can drop your guard. Oops. Okay. This raid, I can't do what I wanted to do here. This raid, I'm going to no ifrit allowed. I'll have unit test for the invisibility. Unit test, no ines was invisibility reveal. Then we have the rest, which is pretty standard. And that's basically it. There's not much else. Still no roll chain. Just give let's get on camouflage. Otherwise you're gonna die. Yeah, that's about it. Hmm.
出発しましょうか。
Where do I store them? Probably still this spot.
ごいなテレスパーで。みんな助けに来たよ。Exugie, copy.
It is here, as is usual. Ines for the reveal. I could have brought Pram actually. Oh well, too late. It's not gonna make much of a difference, but oh, right. Oops. Okay. And just one SP battery for units, and that's it. Thank you. Well, I mean, it's the same meal I had for like 1 hour because I'm having just one spoon every 2 minutes, basically. So I've been eating the same kind of cereals thingy for a long while. But it's needed. I have the water to hydrate myself. Always hydrate, especially when you have to speak a lot. Ah, one is going through. It's going to destroy some of the tiles. Oh well. That's okay. I really should be bringing Prem Altar. It's okay. I don't have like I can make 11 of them, and I think the raid has like 12 or 13 of them. So as long as I kill like 2 of the stealth enemies, I'm fine. Next raid, I will try the blaze. The buffed Blaze S1 because it's actually pretty fancy, and even though people are like, oh, it's Blaze S1, Blaze 1 sucks, it's actually pretty good when you understand how the damage calculation is made and how it functions. It's not the best anti-raid ever, but it is an interesting consideration. Gee. Alright. Power outage. Yeah. I had one time where I had a crash, and if you have a crash and you need to kill a boss like the Dauntless Linebreaker, you make a setup with as many damage dealers as you can, because killing the raid, you're always gonna have alternatives like to kill most of the raid. It's just that the boss at the end, is going to take you like 50 minutes. And it's not something you're gonna do actively, because you shouldn't do this actively for 15 minutes. You're gonna be driven mad. So you just... I had a crash. I was like, I'm gonna pick all these operators because they are fully AFK. And I have a setup that was a permastall. And then I went like, okay, time for me to do something else for 15 minutes. I'm gonna go on YouTube or some shit. Do anything else. Because sometimes that's just what happens. Okay. Let's make the Blaze S1 buff setup to deal with this raid right here. So I'm going to go a bit overkill on DP Gen, because there are a lot of these guys they can be pretty spooky, and it's gonna be on skill 1. The thing with it is it's a bit technical, because you need to have a target with with higher HPs and Blaze in range. That you drop, and that also doesn't get blocked by the raid. So what do we want? Warframe. Stainless on skill 1. And possibly... where is she? Civilized Turner on skill 2. And... I think that's about it for the boss. I think that's sufficient. Then you want Neural Chain, because it also buffs attack. Okay, which... Sure, I'm not gonna bother with this. I kinda give her food just for this one time. Next, I need a way to stall the enemies, which is going to be all pianists. I'm bringing Aya because she buffs the attack of all casters just by being in a squad. I guess I can bring Ifrit. That's okay. A supplementary DPS. Who else? Who else? I think that's about it. I just need someone with a certain amount of HP that I can drop within range. Who has a ton of HP? And 1 block by default. You have a ton of HP in 1 block. Alright. We're gonna be using Neural to bait the buff. I mean, for this specifically, this is the option for if you want to be super lazy. So the best option in that case is not Suzerain, because I want to just use open a skill and nothing else. But it's correct to say that Suzerain for a burst of damage is definitely the better option than Warframe. Because you don't really care that much about buffing the attack all that much. So what I need to do here is rather specific. I want to have someone here getting the buff. So I need... Oh, okay. I think it's easier if I place Blaze right there, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna be placing Blaze right here. It's gonna require a bit of setup. But this is for science. I'm gonna have Civilite right here. I need to have like Warframe out of range of Civilite. I can place Stainless already. And start placing his summons. Goodness, the frames. Oh! This is where I'm thankful for the zero frame deploy. But even the zero frame deploy struggles. Okay. Come on! Okay, it struggles. We do this. How much XP does it cost? 16. So I just need to be ready to drop Neural. She's already toasting everything. Okay. Actually, she can be buffed. I can already pre-buff. And I place Snurl, who is going to have 0 block. And once Blaze recasts her S1, she targets the one with the highest HP in range, so she's going to target Neural. And she should have an absolute shit ton of attacks, so... Yeah, she has almost 5,000. So I just need her to cast her skill when she still has 5,000 attack. And she's going to cast it on Neural. Come on. Come on. Okay, Neural should have the buff. And yeah, in just 2 hits, she procs a burn on all the enemies because of this. So she's actually going to deal quite a bit of damage. And the advantage is that it ignores any kind of damage reflect. So if it were Vayne Guardians, she would be just fine. And yeah, just like that, they're all dead. Okay. I probably want to bring Ifrit though, because it still depends on where's down. And yeah, I can just do that a bit. Okay. As for new operator, if we wanted something even better, stronger buffer would be preferred than what we have currently. The easy answer for physical DPS would probably be someone who provides some form of physical fragility, because we currently have some options, but they are very inconvenient, because it's something like the enemy needs to be stunned, that kind of thing. But for a racist specifically, what would be the best option? Because you can already debuff the res to practically 0 with just what we have, or just ignore it straight up with elemental damage. So the better option would be something that scales with it. So you could bring elemental fragility. We only have Virtuosa and Phono who can provide it, but it's very small amounts. So that could be an option. That would be the new best, especially for Blaze U team. But if we want something more general that focuses on health damage, who would it be better off? It would probably... because it kinda depends on the damage formula. Yeah, S1 Blaze S1 snapshots. That's why it works as an AoE tool. What would I want? More fragile or more attack? I think it's more fragile. It's just generally speaking, is the better option. Because if an operator has a lot of innate attack plus 260%, like Opinus has, then someone who buffs the attack is not going to be as valuable. Because the attack buff is going to be diluted. So generally speaking, it's just going to be fragile. So there's your answer. If you want a universal power creep, try to replace Suzerain. Will that happen? I don't see it happening anytime soon. The more recent iteration of an operator that we got that has a decent amount of fragile is as Jenny Alter. But even then, she doesn't reach quite the same level. And instead, she makes up for it by having more self DPS. Like, she brings more DPS by comparison, which is not difficult because Suzerain has literally 0 DPS during skill 3. What do I focus here? This, definitely. That's not a raid I want to see. This raid is very easy to deal with. Then we have the Sail Raider and the Colossus, and the Colossus can just be licked, no problem. And then it's... by then, the Annihilator will be there, and if there is another raid, we have one more action to deal with it. So, we're gonna... do... I'm gonna do agents on this one, and I'm gonna do a Glaucus tool. We're gonna do Blaze You because they are absolutely stacked with resists. And then we bring Ascalon Manticore to slow down. Ines to reveal. We have this. Stilopsis for the better cycling, and we don't need that anymore. Stall, reveal, slow down, kill. Okay. I think we're good. 10-20%. It's not gonna be 10-20%. I don't really see it happening. Then like if it's going to win, it's going to win by 4-5%, something like this. Technically speaking, Gnosis as more fragile. If you can freeze a target, you can actually get more fragile out of Gnosis. But it's not necessarily the most convenient thing, because you can't freeze all the enemies, or they are going to have some aspects. And the issue, at least specifically for a race CC, is that Gnosis needs SP. First off, if you're going to be using fragile, you're going to be using a lot on bosses, and bosses are immune to freeze, not immune to cold, so they only get half as much as the value. Also, I should probably start deploying stuff. Oops. If Crocodile plays Nymph, I would argue is that you don't want to be using Nymph. Not because she cannot work, but because you need to actively use her skill 2 on a regular basis. And Nymph also has a problem, in the sense that the walls that you place yourself will be ignored. I don't know if you're aware of how fear functions, but basically, if I had like Nymph right here instead of Glaucus, and I was using skill 2 on a boss, on Ascalon's position, it's going to draw a cone like this, and the issue is that in array, the walls are going to be ignored. You can still play around it by bringing a bunch of people that slow down the boss, because that was even the boss tries to go on this tile. Well, on this tile directly, they will try to go. No, they wouldn't be able to go around actually. But if they try to go to this tile, for example, they wouldn't be able to because they would be slowed down too much. But yeah, you have to keep in mind some of the quirks. The actual alternative, the actual operators that got replaced was really Chubai, because Chubai is a problem that she requires quite a bit of attack speed to function properly. And also, if you're dealing with someone like the Grimringer, for example, Chubai can outrage a Windbringer, but she cannot prevent a Windbringer from attacking. And the same is true of the Accelerator. Like, you have a few operators that technically function in the sense that you can perfectly use them, but they are not convenient at all. Like someone like Degenbrecher, for example. If you use Degenbrecher, she's 2 block, which becomes 1 because of the debuff, so she can just stall the bosses. No problem. Like, she can stall Windbringer without issues, she can stall Dauntless Timebreaker, she can stall a lot of enemies. But you need to go through a lot of manual activations. And if you already have to do it for the rest of the raid at the same time, yeah, it's you can do it, but you probably want an alternative. It's a question of convenience. And Tragoria just happens to be insanely convenient. Oh, I was a bit late on Locus and I had to go through full cycle extra. That's gonna happen. But in that case, I'm still fine even if I miss a cycle. Talking about reducing your human interactions, Locus is the antithesis of it. Not of pretty tight outputs if you want to actually play muscle. I'm surprised how much since the start of the stream I've been using Locus, because it's not that I don't use Locus while I'm not streaming, but it's just that usually I don't get that many raids with the gargoyles. It's just RNG has been RNG as its demands. Not that I'm high. Okay. Okay, 21 enemies remaining. Some of them are still on the ground. Some of them are still on the ground. I'd say probably 2 skill cycles to kill enough of them. I don't know if I'll leave them. Probably not, because they will probably destroy the this battlement. I don't want them to. Ah, they are perfectly in sync.
Amplifying microwave frequency. Can't worry about
Okay. Probably one full cycle after this one as well. Maximum output. Go blue slag. Blue slag power. Only 2 enemies remain. I just love how I fell on Glaucus. The reason I found Glaucus as a good staller is also a bit ridiculous. Optimizing all pianists? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, you're asking a very difficult question there. Oh, you're asking a very difficult question. The problem with trying to optimize out all pianists is that you need a unit that can perma-stall enemies in a large AoE with 100% of the time easily, and with some leeway in your skill activation, and who also doesn't need to how do I put it? To be exposed, basically. The way OpenAce does it is just by having a frontal range of 6 tiles. So he outranges basically everyone else. And even beyond this, there are 2 more things that are very difficult to cover. One, which is Vain Guardians. OpenAce doesn't care about the damage reflect, because it just straight up outheals the damage reflect from Vain Guardians. And the other thing is, because it keeps redeploying all the time, it regenerates his shield. So it can also be used to bait some range attacks. I don't know how you can optimize out OpenAce. Generally, it will take something absolutely bonkers to remove OpenAce from RACC. And that's why it's been just there for literally... I'm almost at day 2000. It's been there basically day 1, for good reason. I don't think you can optimize him out. Generally, if you do bring a unit, like if AG brings a unit that does that, I think they will just break the game. Generally. I know I said I don't like to fight in HQ, but these guys are fairly easy. And I think... Oh, also these are X-Colossus, so I can just lick them. Wait a second. No, but if I deal with them, I have to fight the Colossus in HQ, which I don't want. Okay, so I have to go with them, alright. Well, that's why you need to plan a few days in advance. I don't have that much slowdown. I can bring Pram on S2. I can bring Ifrit on S2 as well. I can bring Saki, Umiri, and that will work. Okay. Where's Umiri? Umiri. Did you food run out? Wait, where is Umiri? Huh? Am I blind? Oh, I already picked her. Okay, I'm blind. Ah! The best operator to remove human mistakes. Huh. The next... Oh, that's a good question, actually. Because I don't think there are that many things you can really do besides all pianos. Oh, that's a good question. A lot of mistakes can happen during the Araphic burst if you forget just one element. But then it's just something you do it once, so usually you focused enough. I don't think... okay. What do we replace even? What do we replace? Because Wizard already has her job. She does it automatically during the Windbringer. I guess... Even Vigil... I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking also of all the store. Vigil is already automated and it has its own advantages. One way to... Well, no, because... The more I'm trying to think about it, the more I'm like, okay, that's actually a really difficult question. That's actually a really difficult question. Who would I optimize out? Because I've already gotten to the point where I've picked the convenient operators for a lot of tasks already. So I'm not really sure who else I would bring, is the issue. Alright. Witty first. Yeah, Witty first. Now we're going to slow things down. I don't actually know. I don't actually have an answer to give to you just yet. Maybe AG will actually come up with something that changes my mind, but so far I'm like, I don't actually know. It's just that if ever that unit were to happen, I would be like, I'd feel like it would be one of the most busted units ever. Not just in Air ACC, just overall. It will basically be another Tragodia, effectively. I guess in a way that will be your answer. It will be what if Tragodia, but his S1 was AoE. Where it binds all enemies within range. That will be the thing. I sure hope it never happens, because then so many things will be trivialized. There is basically nothing that is immune to bind, apart from enemies that don't care about being bound in the first place. If it ever happens, holy shit. I like these kind of raids. Don't have to do anything. Sometimes it's nice to not have to click any button. I don't remember if I picked Neural Chain. I don't think I did, but it's not gonna make much of a diff. The next raid that we have is a Sail Raider. It was a bit annoying. The Annihilator will be dealt with a bit later. But in a way, you're also asking the right question, because it's... The operators that we have right now are also here because we already went through many different cycles of, okay, who do we get rid of? How do it? It's more. It's a question of function. It's okay. I need someone to stall a raid. How do I go about it? And it's just that between Unitest and Opianus, most of the other options, one of the options that I used a lot was also something pretty similar to this, which was like, yeah, you have Witty and Ambushers in slow down, and you just use the cannons to push the enemies back over and over again. But it kind of got optimized out since Unitest's release, so who knows? That might happen. Oh no, not that number. What do we have? The Colossus. Okay. Gracebearer is going to solo everything, as is usual. Okay, there we go. Just by her presence, she's going to win the fight. So I'm just going to let the guys walk, and I'm going to just get the raid, sort out a few things. I'm back in 2 minutes. And back. I'm still there. Yeah, it's a first stage. You also have another version where it's goggles, which is a good thing because those guys just have so much HP that if you actually had to kill them, It would be absolute pain. On the bright side, those kind of stages, you start them and then you go make yourself some tea, and then it brightens your day. You're like, oh yeah, free win. And just like that, Waper wins a day.
すべて終わったんです、ドクター。もう忘れてしまいましょう。
And then it's Serrator, and Serrator is less difficult and more annoying. Oh, Crocodile. Skill 1, he'll need some food. I'll pick Neural Chain because I don't want to bother. I don't think I need this anymore. I need the full kill squad, I think, so it's going to be this monster, Reed, Suzerain, Saria, and Opianus, obviously. Obviously Opianus. What needs is food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus a stall, boss raid, DP, kill raid. We got everything. Let's go. Right.
道を塞ぐものは私が焼き払う。ドクター、
Congregaos bajo
チラチ
¿A quién se le ocurre?
それ以上は進めませんよ。
L'ombre qui gît à vos pieds n'est pas la vôtre.
We have this. We'll open this. The boss is going to show up fairly soon. There it is. And we are back to using openers. And this is why also when you take a look at this and you realize that the openers is also taking the shots, it's like, yeah, it's just difficult to find someone who will fill the same role. So AoE bind without any kind of human intervention, that is the next step. This is also why we have sometimes some new operators to bring some tools and think, okay, who is next? Because there are some operators that you almost never use, except for very niche situations, but for these niche situations are still useful. Someone like Exalter, for example. Now, Exalter is not... She's not critical to ARICC. You can perfectly do ARICC without her. But she has some convenience in some edge cases. And she might be kind of replaceable as a result. Also, I have to be careful here. Not... Do this. Stop placing Prem. I think Prem has camouflage, and that should be good. Alright. We'll just wait for the boss to be told. Okay, wait. Next, we prepare. I guess I have to wait until these are dead. Who would I kick out? Actually, there is something interesting which is being released on CN, which is available on CN that we don't have yet. And that's corrosion. We don't have corrosion on global yet. The reason why it might be good is that apparently, I couldn't test it, it reduces the base defense of enemies. What I mean by this is that if, for example, the Serrator currently has, I don't know, 10,000 defense, instead of just reducing 10,000 minus 120, I think it was 120, it reduces the base defense before it gets multiplied by almost 40. So instead it removes almost 4,000, 5,000 defense instead. Which will make corrosion, or at least less corrosion, but physical damage actually viable in RSCC. But then the question becomes, if it is, what are you going to use? Probably a lot of flingers, because these really are debuffed very heavily by defense. So if you can just bring all of the enemies down to 0, that's really good. That's really, really good.
L'envie de tuer s'empare de vous.
But I'm not entirely sure it will actually change anything. Yeah, it is an AT synergy with KOB, which is one issue it has. But you don't use KOB for squads. You have to consider that there is another one. Which, you might argue, well, we have QB and we have Chen incoming. So, technically you can have QB for one side and Chen for the other. In which case, yeah, it's probably GG for physical DPS either way. But if you're missing one of them, that's actually an interesting question to think about, of who you'd think to bring. Currently, it's not possible to apply corrosion in AoE, so I don't think it's worth it. Even against the Serrator, because the Serrator, if I check what the Serrator has... how much... Serrator... The Serrator... I think I said 150... Yeah, 150 defense. So in just 2 corrosion procs, the Serrator would drop to 0 defense. And the Serrator currently has... how much defense? 6,386. So QB is not doing, even after almost 2,000 days, QB is not doing that much damage to the Serrator, all things considered. We can get to the point where you could bring multiple physical DPS and speed up the killing of the Serrator without, if you don't have like Chen available to you, for example. And granted, it's probably not going to be relevant. Unless you're missing out some of the operators, but it's a cool thing to think about. Oh, we can bring Prem as well. I don't like this boss. I don't like this boss. There's actually a tool that speeds up the enemies and reduces their defense. I actually want something that speeds up the enemies and increases their defense. But only if it's the base defense. That'll be fun. Imagine this. Imagine trying to buff the enemies to buff QB indirectly. That's a cool approach. Although you could say, well, it's basically what we do in a contingency contract. Actually, it will be. Wait a second. Because Sekiko S3, now that I think about it, Sekiko S3 is hybrid, physical, and arts. I think she does like almost 6,000 DPS during skill 3. I know it's very high. That will actually be an interesting synergy. Probably Sekiko will be one. She's frozen! Prem will die on the next time the boss falls. And now we wait, and now we wait, and now we wait. Up sick. There we go. Some people have been sending me messages. Okay, nothing critical. Back to the grind. The grind never ends. Okay. Prime is going to die in just a few seconds. There we go. Do I activate a power spike? Actually you do. If you just have crowd control, there's a target cap. If you use all pianos, S3, it can only hit 128 enemies. So if you face a raid with more than 128 enemies, and you're too slow to kill the enemies, they'll just start going and walking over. In which case you could argue, well, just bring someone else to crowd control, but then you have some raids that can merge together and you reach more than twice 128 enemies. So how do you handle these? So it's a lot about crowd control, that's for sure. You live and die by crowd control in RACC. But you do need to be able to bring DPS to make some crowd control areas more relevant. And particular for some of the raids, it's pretty difficult to just settle with just this. You actually do need to bring some DPS there, because if you need to like bring openers and Enforcer and Glaucus to start stalling some mega raids, you're bound to make a mistake. So the easier option is to speed up the killing. Also because you're going to take some severe frame damage, and that's just not possible. The resources, before you start an RACC run, you have to farm all the resources as much as possible. Because during the run, you either get resources from killing the raids, but it's mostly going to be food, or you're going to get resources from slug races if you want lightning ore, or you buy these from the shop. The problem is that if I click on, I don't know, this one, which one did I actually farm? Probably one of these. Well, this one I definitely did. It says used. Anything you cut in RACC is bye-bye. It never replenishes. Ah! For guides. I mean, I literally made one for when it comes to layouts. I literally check the videos. It's literally the last one. I have one for all the placement of all the walls. And if you're wondering about the some of the devices, I guess I can take a moment to talk about this. Because we have quite a few things available to us that can even stay permanently on the map, but they are not all worth it. Okay, this one is fire the smoke bomb. This is 40% fragile for 10 seconds. And if I recall... Yeah, I think it recharges in less than 10 seconds. So it's 1% uptime and 40% fragile. It's just one target, but it's an interesting consideration. Yeah, at current level 48, what you're seeing is not... Even most people at max level will never get to that point. So if you want to... get started, when it comes to raid defense, I will point you to the video I just released on this here channel. If you're looking for the rest, it's really a question of what kind of operators you bring after cutting all the trees. And your best bet is either you have sowing harvesters, but the issue is they cost 1 stone, so you need to actually unlock the second region for that. You have exoskeleton, which just cost wood, but then you have to spend wood to get wood. Luckily, it's just you don't spend that much. And then what kind of operators you bring. And the kind of ops that you might want to... Oh shit, I need to click on the actual raid, otherwise this happens. The kind of operators you want to bring to collect resources, you have... Let me bring something, I don't want to mess up my stuff. You can bring defenders because they start with 3 block. And you can bring Bagpipe is not that great, but most importantly Yato, the 2-star Yato, because 2-star Yato has a reduced deployment of 30 seconds and 2 block by default, which is pretty good. Especially when the rain season comes and all your operators are -1 block, and that's where you're like, oh, I can't collect wood anymore. Not easily, that is. So just bring a Yato with exoskeleton and you're fine. This one is going to be Ulpianus plus Ascalon, Blaze, you, or you Blaze, I guess, stole the boss, kill the boss. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then Nippy, which is going to be covered by puzzle. Correct monks everywhere. Alright. And actually... where is she? Right in. Oh, it's 30 seconds as well. Oh, that's interesting. Ah, that's interesting. Radiant has the, I guess, source of art fragility in the game at 35%. So she technically beats Reed Alter, just by a little bit. But then you lose out on the extra tile. Oh. Devices, I got 15, 15, 15, everything is maxed out except this one. Yeah, grass jelly, I don't think I can craft jelly anymore, but if you can make it... Yeah, this one. Yeah, I can't craft it anymore because I ran out of these. But because of how it's calculated, you don't even need Silver Ash electrical construct, it's more of a bonus. But if you already just got this, she's going to have a very, very, very low redeployment timer. And also minus DP cost. If you had seasoning, you drop her cost to 0. So, infinite farming. But you do need to be able to get this, and it does take these... Correct me if I'm wrong, but you need to kill Vanilla Wing for this, I think. Which might be a bit difficult if you're just getting started with her. Alright, let's get going. Okay. So the opening can be a bit risky because you need to actually retreat all pianists and there are ranged enemies. If you're a bit too slow and 2 rocket launchers show up at the same time for the start, there we go. Now this part is done. Next up we have how many real life days? I hope to be done by tomorrow. I hope to be done by tomorrow. I know roughly is the pace I have, and I know that by tomorrow I will definitely reach day 2000. I might be able to reach it today if I decide to sleep at like midnight or something. But it's possible. It's definitely doable. We'll see. Actually, how long have I been streaming for? I've been streaming for 6 hours 23 minutes. We'll see after this raid. How many days I mean, because I don't keep track of how many days all that often. I mean, it also depends on how focused I am. If I'm busy showcasing some things or explaining some stuff, I do slow down a little bit. If I'm super locked in, I can be like maybe a bit faster than usual. But explaining things is not what slows you down the most. What actually slows you down is when you actually make a critical mistake where you end up doing some manual stall of a boss because you can waste like easily 40 minutes on this. There is a raid that you needed to kill on something else. So I'm debuffing myself by live streaming. But that's okay. It just makes things more interesting. Oh, still some guys coming in. It depends if we're talking low-wise or not. Low-wise, I don't want to deal with the Seaborn. Actually, I can tell you. The Seaborn... You think the Seaborn are traumatizing? Well, put yourself in my shoes. I started Arknights around the time, like slightly before Stultifar Navis was released. I arrived, I think it was the end of the Councit events we run. Just wanted to leave. So I didn't do it. I maybe like did the first stage. Then it was guide ahead. I read part of the story, but I got stuck. And the first event I actually tried really hard was Stultifar Navis. And after being absolutely traumatized by it, where I struggled to find, like, the very first time you fight the boss, you already suffer a ton. Even after this, you on top had IS3s that got released slightly later. Like, HG basically saw, oh, Entropy is starting the game. Let's traumatize this son of a gun really hard, right from the start. I was like, Ah, that's rude. Yeah, that was traumatizing. Imagine trying to do like Stultified Navis, but your only way to stun the dodgy enemies are Texas Vanguard and Project Red S2. I didn't have anything else. You can imagine the pain. Oh, and no Wandering Medic. I didn't have enough red cells for anybody either. I might still have the squad saved. What I call the OG squad. Which was the squad I ran for most of the time. Oh yeah, the ships definitely also are the scary one. Oh, that was a truly traumatizing time. There you go. Now that you asked the question, I'm thinking that the answer is no. I don't think it's worth bringing Raid in, because she doesn't have fragility of skill. Most of the damage does come during the skill activation, the skill burst. Although, taking a look at the boss's HP, it's very similar still. It's very similar. But yeah, I think Reed does win by a little bit. Just because of off-skill damage. I mean, you can throw the entire armies of Seaborn at a single Moss Beast. Yeah, a single Moss Beast is good enough, because even Moss Beasts... Okay, just for the fun of it, what are the stats of a Moss Beast here? A Moss Beast, Burnland Moss Beast, has... I don't know how much attack it has, because it effectively one-shots everything. It has 127,000 HP. If I take a look at the bosses in the game, as sort, let's take a look at general. That's about as much HP as Keragander in the event, the Premalter event. A single Moss Beast is as tanky as that boss. Except it also has over 6,000 defense. And it one-shots everything it nibbles on. Who would win? A deity from the depth of Terra, or a single Moss Beast? Alright, we know, don't use Radiant. Unless you only intend to do DPS during the burst phase, stick to Reed. I know. I'll know for next times. One crystalline crabs? Wait, what's the name of... Are you thinking of this one? Are you thinking of this crystalline crab? Wait, resists the target's attack with the... Oh yeah, also it has permanent defense reduction. Oh boy. If it has the opportunity to heal a crystalline Titanic Beast, this enemy is actually very, very, very powerful. Yeah, we might have to bring something a bit stronger to deal with a Seaborn than a Moss Beast. Maybe 2 Seaborn would do it. There's another raid? There's another raid. And just this, just invisibility reveal. Okay. Yeah, I can bring Greedies, okay. Ascalon's been used. We bring Psychico because I want some slow downs. And I guess it's gonna be from... We'll unique this, definitely. We can bring Reed, actually, since we didn't use her for the other one. And I'm gonna brag Nerve Chain because I don't want to stay there forever. We don't talk about the Croc Priestess. We do not talk about the Croc Priestess. Actually, I've not done the trials for Navigator. Apparently, the Croc Priestess you fight in there is a lot weaker than the normal version. Apparently, she has like massively reduced stats because she got like... I think she got like 400,000 HP, usually, and she has just a fraction of it in the actual game mode. What do I bring? Yeah, Premier. Okay, that's good. I should try. I guess if I'm done with reaching day 2000 early, I guess I can do trials of Navigator. That could be a thing. That could be a thing. Okay, give me a bit of DP.
Déjamelo a mí.
Señal estable.
Aquí, disparando.
Volunteer. I mean, I kinda... I wouldn't mind fighting the Croc Priestess again. Wait, what the... Oh! Whoops. Okay. I guess we did pushed so hard that this happened. Alright. Yeah, okay, they actually are... Holy shiz. They actually pushed that hard. Alright then. Jesus! Holy guacamole! Well, I guess that shows why you use Phantom Barriers and not Urban Barriers. Who would I use if I wanted to fight the Croc Priestess? I'm guessing if you want the easy solution, it's like other S2 blocking and then maybe Tragodia. I guess like you bring Tragodia just because you want to be lazy and you use a Paralysis for the few times where she actually manages to land an attack. The stats of a Croc Priestess. I could actually... Wait. So what's her name already? It's Zoram Troyes. Apparently it's a Ryu with a weird character, but it's Zomr. I still have no idea how to pronounce this fucking name. Zoram Troyes or some shit. She has 400,000 HP. Which let's just finish this and we'll see how much. We'll see how much. Just for the memes. She only has 30 res. She only has 40 res. 69, nice. 4,151. Okay, let me bring a calculator. So 400,000 multiplied by, it's what? It's 42. Yeah, it's 42 because you have to take into account that you don't multiply by 41.59, you multiply by 42.59 because otherwise you remove the base stats, which means she would have 17 million HP only. And that's reasonable. As for defense, she would have 42, 59, 51,000 defense. Yeah, that's reasonable as well. Definitely. But yeah, just bring, I think, other rares too, and that's fine. Stream for 6 hours? No, I am not tired. Actually, what day am I on? I am I'm still not done because I need to reach at least day 75 today. And also I'm going to do some promotion for a balanced diet. Make sure to have a balanced diet. You wonder how I can stream for 6 hours and a half straight? Have a balanced diet. Eat your cereals, eat your proteins, your fibers, eat everything that you need. Yeah, 17 million HP is not much, especially considering the some bosses have 2 phases. Like, who is the tankiest? If you take into account the 2 phases. The Dauntless Linebreaker has almost 30 million HP at this current day count. And he has 2 phases, so he has 60 million HP. And talking of which, talking of this elevator, suddenly he shows up. Which goes to show. And get your fibers. Get your sleeping hours as well. Try to aim for 8 hours. Usually I tend to sleep for like 7, closer to 7 hours, but just in case there's a day you're tired, you go for something slightly different. Let's see, I'm gonna get Pram to kill raids, Puzzle, Openness, obviously to stall. We have a Dragotia, we have a Spalter on skill 2. We have the QB kill squad, minus Ifrit because the boss has only 10 res. So Monster, Reed, Suzerain, Saria. Usually I'd say I'm missing someone, but actually, do I want to bring Ascalon and Manticore? I don't think I do. Usually bring Ascalon and Manticore to slow down the Lancers, because the Lancers are the one that are actually dangerous in this raid. No one else. Right. We're going to this is going to be set up. There we go. Where everything needed. Next we'll get a DP. We'll get Monster. Saria. Reed, who is actually going to make some. We are going to make some big ass explosions. That's going to be amazing. I mean, I kinda need QB to be there, so I guess I can have like Suzerain here instead. Then I have 2 slots remaining. I also probably should actually activate Open Scale. Oops. And now we remove these 2. We bring QB to the party. Itadakimasu! Time to murder! Actually, I'm gonna wait a bit. A culinary student. I don't know if I'd like to be a cook, but I still do appreciate cooking things at home myself. 1, it's a lot healthier. 2, it's a lot cheaper. 3, it's actually enjoyable. Once you have some idea of what the heck you're doing. I'm not a great cook by any means, but it's still something, and it's still something nice. Wait a second. Wait, can I actually... I might be able to... I don't know if the boss is actually... Huh. I think Suzerain Spot is not that great, but... Look at this. Okay, time to explode different things. Reed is going to explode things, if I got it correct. there. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Now that I mention it, because if you are working on nutrition, I kind of wonder what kind of work that people in the field are doing. Because I'm guessing there is a decent balance between biology and chemistry to some extent, and like just compositions. Because I guess you have to go out of your way to analyze what's in the food. I'm guessing the people working in there might also go out their way to analyze some of the food that gets distributed on the market to validate whether the values on like the labels of the different products actually match what they actually say they are. Spreadsheets, I'm guessing. Okay, can I block the boss? Am I blocking the boss? I think I'm blocking the boss. It's always spreadsheet. The answer is always spreadsheet anyway. You got a problem, try solving your spreadsheet. If it doesn't solve your problem, make more spreadsheets. What am I removing? Because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I have all the operators there. I don't have Vanguard deployed. Okay. Calculating the calories and fiber balance. Okay. But like, do you do the measurement parts, or do you just quote unquote like consolidate the results? Maybe you do both, because there's a part where you consider the like what's part of the diet. You have to take samples from the food itself. When some company says, hey, we're going to have that many % of this product and this product, we have 3% soy oil or something. Or canola oil. I guess I mean, it is a wool industry. There's a lot of, I know there's a lot of things that go into it. But if you were to ask me who is doing what specifically, I wouldn't be able to tell. Also, probably because there are some differences between countries. And then after this, you do have to gather all the stats. You do have to gather all the stats. Wait, 159? Yeah, 12 is remaining. Do I remove Pram? Do I want to be lazy or not, is a question. Ah, okay, I see. So you do get samples. I mean, they can be over 100%. I guess it depends on how many percent they are over 100%. If it's like 100.2%, you'd be like, okay, maybe it's eroded some things. I guess. If it's like 114%, I would be like, okay, that's odd. Something doesn't match. Or 105%, then it's a bit excessive. But yeah, I can see how it is. Alright. After all, we do need our dose of E333 in all our food. Very important. Let's not forget about the E227. That's very critical as well. I'm going for the non-lazy route. It's doing pretty well by me for now. Ooh. Some more. Chant free, save me from this hell. I don't like the line breaker just because it takes so long to die. Ah, you good factory. I do remember seeing a documentary, but it was not about a yogurt. I think it was just packaging milk. And I remember from the documentary itself, it was very dark and very red, because you actually can't have light. And apparently, there are some very interesting aspects about milk, which had me going like, what, really? Where it's even a very tiny amount of light is enough to disrupt milk. To the point that even if you do a blind test with people, they will be able to tell which milk... Like, you do a blind test with people and they will be able to tell you, oh yeah, this one tastes bad. Just because some milk was in an environment which was exposed to light for a little bit. Well, for a little bit. Still for more than a little bit, but even something that as basic as just not even being under the sun or anything is enough. Milk. Sunloaf. What do I have here? Oh yeah, right, bees. Do I have a sponsor? I wish, give me some money. I need some money. No, I don't have a sponsor. I do not, in fact, have a sponsor. Would I accept a sponsor? I think my rules for sponsor would be only if it's something I've already tried. So if someone like Mobile Player wants to sponsor, hello Mobile Player, don't hesitate. I don't mind. I will tell you honestly, you've made a good damn emulator. But yeah, it depends on the sponsor. Like something like Raid Shadow Legends, or even Gacha games I've not played. Or the kind of thing I'll be like, nah, just... If I can't test your project beforehand, I'm not interested in sponsoring it. I don't know. I mentioned promoting things a few times during the stream. I know I know I mentioned Momo Player a lot earlier. What else did I do promotion for? I don't remember what. Man, it's been over. It's almost 7 hours of streaming. Do you think I'm going to remember everything I said in 7 hours? No, I can't. I have a short memory. Also, how do I approach these guys? Do I just go for the... Wait, actually, yeah. Let's do that. Just for the memes. Just for the memes. Full camouflage. I don't know what I'm promoting. Let me think. Feature, do you have? No, I don't need a feature. I'm good. I'm good. Let's go. Cutting the fruits and yogurts. Oh no. I mean, I guess you actually have to go through this sometimes for quality testing. Yeah. Put you there. Yeah, you do have camouflage. Everyone has camouflage. Everyone should have camouflage. Alrighty. There we go. There we go. That should be good. Pew. Oh yeah, I remember. That's why I added wall here, because some of enemies already don't pick a straight line. I guess... Oh, fuck. I guess that means I can do this. No. Rip. It's okay, just Myrtle. Nothing of value was lost. Counting the fruits in every batch. Well, I sure hope they're not putting spoiled fruits in our yogurts. Right, they will never do this. No one would ever dare. And... that one should be a good one. Oh, yes. We did. Why is it going back? I think I'm tempted to ask, how do you forget to add like ingredients and fruits? Because I'm guessing... Oh, I was like, wait, how is there someone missing? I'm guessing it's like a factory with like automated machinery. if you want to actually mass produce your goods, that's kind of what you have to go for. How do you forget to add ingredients then? That's quite something. Okay, come on, faster. Ah, there we are. Whee! 1970! We have a lost order. Wait, what day are we? 1970. I actually need to refer to my spreadsheet because... Raise Bond, 1970. Oh, we're here. Okay. Tomorrow there are no raid spawns. So... But in 2 days, there will be some raid spawning, so I actually need to kill the Dust Weaver here. Yeah, I killed the Dust Weaver there. Wait until next day to deal with the Serrator. That's the easier way to approach it. Which also means... I probably want to bring Operation Kit. I can bring Enforcer as well. I'm gonna bring Enforcer with minus 40% SP cost. And I guess, yeah, I already have... I can bring Jig Jug, I think that's okay. Okay, let's go.
Congregaos bajo este estandarte en nombre del Señor. ¡Uy! ¡Teki osugi da! ¡Ashimotoを見...俺のせいにすんじゃねえぞ! ¿Honki de iku yo? No puedo enfermarme. ¿A quién se le ocurriría usar una bandera como arma?
Okay. One part done. I could have brought Tilopsis now that I think about it. Yeah. Let me do this. More slowdowns. Might as well when I can. Oh, it took it. And it's a good thing it took it before the corrosion broke. Okay. Next up, we have that. Down there you go. Yeah, the boss is dead. You might have patent there. We're going to branch you. Oh yeah, you didn't need to keep the... Oh yeah, you didn't need to keep the milk really cold. Only like products that be yogurts, milk or cheese. Well, cheese is a bit different. But yeah, milk and yogurt, it's like... It's quite something. 6. Yeah, all good. Whee! Oh. Now the Colossus. The best DPS of all time is Woody. Actually, it's the best thing that will never be... that will always be relevant. Shifters. They're not always the best option, but when you have a pit... Oh damn, I'm just so happy to have someone who has effectively infinite damage.
Mi equipo objetivo localizado. Al ataque.
They're all taking it very slow. This is time to speed and the enemies are still absolutely crawling. How slow they are. Oh, Montreal. Churn forcing time. Phew, another one falls. And then if you feel fancy, you actually chain between both of them. He pushes, and then you time a wheelie, and bloom. Considering the Eagles? No, I think it's already pretty good. I don't have any more questions right now, but I'm like, huh. I need to look up some extra information now it's made. Because it's kind of a problem of sometimes you need to have some knowledge of a particular topic to be able to ask questions on the topic. But then when you learn more about the topic, then you have even more questions. It's an infinite cycle. You learn more, therefore there are more questions to be asked, and when these are answers, you have even more questions to be asked. It keeps on going forever. Alright, let's see if... How can you be too... Wait. What do you mean you can be too tall to work in a kitchen? What do you mean you can be too tall to work in a kitchen? How? How is that a thing? Shit, I can't do this. Please throw them. No, it's not on the right side. How can you be too tall? I mean, I guess in a restaurant, if the walls, I guess if the setting itself is too low, I can understand if you're like 2 meters high. But what do you mean too tall? Yeah, it is a strong race deck. You tell me like, yeah, for some jobs it's like if you're colorblind, it's like, yeah, obviously you can't be colorblind. Being too tall for a job. Do I have any job in mind where it would be like, oh yeah, no, you're too tall for this? I guess working a mine, yeah, probably not. You probably don't want to be a miner if you're over 2 meters tall, because you have to close through some pretty tight spaces. Damn. What the heck? We learn new things every day. And sometimes those things do it. It's one of those things like, really? Did no one think to like have... We need like adjustable tables, you know? We actually have, like, at my workplace, we actually need something where you can work standing up, because I work an office job. And obviously most people are seated, but there are some cases where you can ask like for workstation where you actually stand up. I've never tried it. I don't think I need to, but it's because I'm the kind of person who can't sit in the same position for like 5 minutes. It's like I'm gonna have to cross my legs or just pull them back or do something. But it's like this that kind of thing. I don't know how it'd be. Just at this kind of stations or workstations. Serrator is all pianos. Kill raid. I need camo. Stall boss. Kill boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing someone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, no, never mind. I forgot to count the first one. That's why. And then I bring this. Not need this, but I will bring the road shape. Okay. One of this business she needs roller coasters. No. Have I ever done a roller coaster? I don't think I ever. I guess I've done some roller coasters, but some very mild ones. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. There we go. Why do I place ice cut on the earth? She's going to die to the splash. There we go. I should place her temporarily to slow down as a safety measure. We can have Ifrit there. We can have. Ooh. Okay. Watch your timing. Watch your timing. Watch your timing. It's not the. Stay focused. Stay focused. Stay focused until the boss is over here. Okay. Okay. Now he's not moving anymore. And now he has paralysis. Okay. Good. Just another spot done. Now 195. The problem when you're too tall. It is a thing. It can be a problem. I mean, I guess in the US, surely they adapt their workstation to the average size of the people working in there. I sure hope so. I hope so. At the red. Wait, how do I go about? I need. This spot is safe. This spot is safe. There we go. Okay. I can't place Suzerain just yet. But she will be sitting there. It should be out of range, all the stuff. In the meantime, get started. Because this boss takes ages to die! A roller coaster. I think... When was the last time I went to a part like this? Not for this roller coaster specifically. Oh yeah, it was a few years ago. It's not a roller coaster per se. Instead, it's one of his like kind of cinemas where they play a movie, and they I forgot how they called it. Where you're in a chair, but the chair moves around as the depending on the action of what's going on in the movie itself. And this kind of like these chairs can legitimately break your freaking back. They can legitimately break your freaking back. Actually, I think if you're tall, it's probably even worse. And especially if you have like sometimes 3 chairs in a row and they're all moving at the same time, you actually want to be at the center because the center moves you less. I remember specifically being on the side. I'm not that tall. Far from it. I'm actually quite average in that regard. But holy do you, like, your back can be completely broken by this kind of thing if you just stay for too long. After a day, I was absolutely extenuated by it. How much it's... Oh. Hello? Ah, the key is not working properly. Come on! I have to fix it. But another day. I wouldn't be surprised if it's kind of the same for roller coasters. Where after a bit it's... You're just guaranteed to break your back. Not necessarily the boats, but... I know they can be painful. Physically speaking. And also taller people do tend to have like more issues when it comes to bone breaking, from what I remember, statistically speaking. You don't have it easy. I know that much. I know that much. Wait. Did he fall yet? No, not again. Not it. No. A bit late. Ooh. You never dare to touch this. I think that's what most people would think when you actually take a look at this. If you want to touch a race, see, I think a lot of people will say, seeing something like this, because it's not that easy. I'm making it look a lot easier than it actually is, because I've been there for so long. That's one thing I want to say. But truthfully, I think if I were to coach people, I think they will be able to do the same. They will need an advanced account, but I think you can do this. There's a lot to learn. But in a way, that's kind of the point of it. All you have to do is take it by steps. I didn't get it in one day. If I got it, I got there in 1970 something days. I had the time to learn. I had the time to make mistakes. You don't get there by winning, not just by winning. Actually, as you mentioned art issues. Art issues related to size. Google is sending me a bunch of things about an enlarged art. It can be a sign of art failure. If you have an enlarged art, it can be serious. What the heck? You'd think it allows you to pump more blood, but apparently not. Actually, that could be a thing. Should I make a video saying, hey, by the way, if you have any request and you want some handholding for, or some coaching for reclamation algorithm, should I do it? That's probably something that would take a lot of time. Because it's not like most stages. You can't handle reclamation algorithms the way you do for most other stages. People have allergy. Let's see. How your height affects your health. The internet is a weird place, which allows you to answer some very weird questions. Like these. Heart disease. People who are shorter than 5 feet 3 inches are about 50% more likely to get coronary heart disease than those who are 5 feet 8 or taller. The condition may be poor nutrition or infections before a child. Ah, okay. That's a good one. The good old correlation causation thingy. It's like... A coronary heart disease. Stuff that you read in the history, you go like, yes, but... Yet more questions to be explored. Blood clots. The shorter you are, the less likely you are to have a blood clot in a vein. Which means that the opposite... So the taller you are, the more likely you are to have a blood clot in a vein. Uh-oh. Yeah, that can be a thing. And even when it comes to cancer, as I mentioned something. Actually, talking about cancer, it's... Wait, what did it say about cancer? Below average height mean you have lower odds of getting some types of cancer as well. Holy shit. You just hope you got the good rolls, basically. Do you win the genetic lottery or not? Talking of cancer, there was a really very interesting article by, I think it was not the New York Times. I think it was it the New York Post? No. I don't think it was the New York Post. It was... Shit, what was the name of it? Either way, it was an article that mentioned how actually we have a lot of cells that are cancerous within our body. But that some of the findings that were made indicated that what is actually causing what we consider to be cancer day to day is actually an irritation of the skin or any part where you have those cancerous cells. Basically, the findings were you have some cancerous cells within your body, but most of the time they can't do anything. They're mostly just sitting there doing nothing. But it's when you bring some kind of environment that they actually need, where it's like, for example, if you inhale a lot of some dust, you can increase your odds of getting lung cancer. It's not because like you have cancerous cells within there, or it's because it creates cancerous cells necessarily, but it allows the existing cells within your body that are cancerous, that have the potential to cause cancer, to grow, because the environment then gets more fitting for them to grow, in a way. They did a study specifically, they did a study on rats, but to some degree it can also be expanded to humans, where they had a lot of cancerous cells within two groups of rats, and within one of them, they had like something to irritate their skin in particular. And the group which had some irritation on their skin developed a lot of cancers, like maybe 200% more than the other group. Some interesting things, some interesting tidbits. I would very much like to find the article, because it was generally a good read. It might be all for the fun to find it. Ooh. Also, talking about the handholding and stuff, I've already done it. I already carried a bunch of people's IS where I'd go through full run and do some coaching. I think it could be interesting. Also, let me just... I should have done this this freaking thing a bit earlier. I don't think I mind doing some coaching for some people. Although, if I do handle and coach people, I'd rather have the people in question agree that their account will be streamed. Well, not necessarily streamed, but at least recorded. And then put in a video later. Because I like sharing stuff, but it's much more convenient if I can also give the explanation to a bunch of people at once instead of just repeating myself 20 times over. I don't mind repeating things, but sometimes, yeah, there's a limit to how much I can say. Sometimes it's just easier to point to a resource. Oh yeah, that makes me think. Let me add to the list. How to break IS6. It's not necessarily going to be called like this, but I want to make a video like this. I did this for IS5, and I think the IS5 video was okay, but it definitely could use a lot of improvement. And I'm gonna learn from that and do better for the IS6 version. Even if the general rule is, oh, just get raided and then you basically won. We have two raids are about to merge. Catapults. I don't care about catapults because now the rocket launcher dudes in here. What are the other guys? Greenbringer and Alrafic. What day are we? 1972. 1972. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, there are no extra raids spawning. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Arafik will not reach the outpost in time. Huh. Okay. I mean, this is just one raid, effectively, if I wait until they get here. Jagged Jungle is definitely what I'm going for. It has to be the Rimbringer. It has to be the Rimbringer. And then Arafik? The spots are not convenient. It's a bit annoying. I would prefer the generator will spawn on the other side. Windbringer. It's a bit annoying. Gas jet thrower, yes. Wait, thunderstorm? No thunderstorm, just acid rain, okay. Okay.
炉子里的火焰在兴奋地跳动。
Ice Fire ending 2. My first question is, if you're going for the... Wait. Just let me... wait. How do I go about this? I can just have you there. It's okay, it's going to be destroyed. Just a moment. Just for the opening, I need a little bit of focus. I'll send you. In the meantime, do you know how to make use of the Lamp of Wishes to get the full king set? Will be my first question. Because if you don't, that's going to really trivialize things a lot. Well, at least if you do know, you can help to realize things a lot. Wait a second. I need a T-Opsis here, and there we go. Now stalling is covered. Next up. Because the general approach with IS-5 is how much can you cheese it? If you're only interested in actually getting the clear, if you know how to get the full king set, you basically start, you look for the encounter on floor 1, which gives you the Lamp of Wishes. Ah, you just started, okay. You know what? After this raid, I can take a small break to go over IS-5. The rule aspect of it is knowing how to abuse the Lamp of Wishes. Because the Lamp of Wishes, specifically, allows you to guarantee certain collectibles. And you can guarantee... Just a bit later, I might have actually screwed over my raid. Oops. Lack of focus will be the killer here. The general approach with IS-5 is that you need to understand just how much the rule IS is completely dependent on you abusing all the collectibles. So, I think everything is set. Yeah, everything is set. I just need to get it right. Set this up. Wait for a bit. I don't need you anymore. Bye. Basically, the approach is encounter 1, get the Lamp of Wishes, and make sure to, on purpose, reduce your maximum life points to 1. And then, when combined with Blueprint Squad, you can just guarantee getting the full king set without fighting. That's, if you look up on my channel and you take a look at how to break IS-5, that's basically what I do. I'll be able to show it because it's super reliable. Unless you get some insanely bad RNG where the encounter straight up does not spawn, but that's like, I don't know, like maybe 5% chance of this happening. You basically got full control over IS-5. You can refresh all the nodes that you want. So it's really about the Blueprint Squad and how much you can just break things. And if you know what you're doing, you can also pretty reliably get to the point where you can even solo Ascension 18 in IS-5. That's how ridiculous it gets. to tell you how ridiculous that is, even someone who managed to clear ending 1 on CN without a single operator. You need insanely good RNG for that, obviously. But it's possible. And on Ascension, actually I don't remember the Ascension, but if you want another thing that was ridiculous, someone managed to clear Ascension 18 in IS-5 with a 3-star cruise and nothing else. And the cruise was just so buffed that she could delete anything within range in 0.1 seconds. That was very silly. I was like, yeah, that's just IS-5 for you. You're really meant to abuse the mechanics. And the other stages I introduced in the later DLCs are definitely a step above the rest. Like stages like regular army, for example, are really, really difficult. Oh, I didn't even notice. Blaze Altar was going infinite. I try to just make a quick showcase as to how silly that gets quickly, because realistically this kind of runs just basically no time at all. I do it with wisdom. I just go like full on. Let's just break the game. But I just need to finish Missile 8 first. Cruise is pretty strong. I can also say that Cruise 3-star can be pretty good in IS because she scales with like Spinach and Wrath, but come on, she's still Elite 1 at the end of the day. And then you have very stupid cases where, like, if you do it with Dragodia, you basically get full uptime on scale 3 and can just lock down the entire stage. All the bosses, everything. None of the enemies can move unless they are already unblockable in the first place, which is very funny. Yeah, but that's the point. You need some insanely strong buffs. But IS-5 actually allows you to get the buffs in question. Actually, just gonna pause for a bit. And I'm going to give you the link. Lamp of Wishes. And the reason... Well, actually, I could just put it on the screen. Okay, there we go. When you have the Lamp of Wishes, what it does is that when you go in a wish fulfilled, the first option is fixed. Ah, you need 5 minutes? Okay. Just tell me when you're back. Take your time, take your time. I probably won't be done with this in 5 minutes anyway. I need more than that. Talking about breaking IS, IS-6 also has some... IS-6 has some fun ways to break it. I'm not a big fan of IS-5 and IS-6 because I do think that the standard run, quote-unquote, look too similar to one another. And we're kind of losing that essence of the roguelike. Especially IS-5. IS-5 is barely roguelike after a bit. IS-6 still has a few elements that can be interesting, but it's still fairly similar between different runs. Which is a good thing if you're trying to be a completionist like me and be like, oh, I want to clear all endings with all squads. Well, I've done that. I don't recommend you to do it because it gets very boring after a while, but it's possible. more specifically for IS5, like, part of what makes a roguelike what they are is also some amount of randomness. You don't want to have so much randomness that your run is entirely decided by RNG, because you want to have like some player skill, some player expression. Like, if the player, no matter how good they are, always get the same result as someone who is quote-unquote not particularly good, then all you're doing is just gambling. You're just doing a dice roll. So you want to give some amount of control through the choices that you make. The problem is, you basically always offer the same choices past a certain point, which just limit how much replayability there is. Because in IS5, you can effectively all the time get the full king set plus the fingerhead, and every time you start with like a wizard, for example, you're always gonna get the same result. You already know in advance what the results are going to be like. And that's not what roguelike is supposed to be like. They're supposed to use that element of NG to be like, well, this run, you're going to get a collectibles that specifically buffs that given archetype. And you need to build your squads around the kind of collectibles that you get, because that's what makes it interesting. If you get, for example, even in IS2, if you get, like, for example, Graphos Requisits and Spinach, you're like, well, I need a bunch of operators that have a lot of skills, like with offensive power attack kind of thing. Because then they are really good. Like a 3-star cruise, for example, can become good because suddenly every attack she gets plus 160%, which works really well. So that's what makes, like, roguelikes more interesting, in that they force you to kind of change your playstyle between one run and another. And IS5 loses that specifically because, yeah, you can always get the base collectibles all the time, so why would you change this? It pushes the idea that if you want to actually change your run, you have to make decisions that you know are not actually optimal. Which is a weird thing to have. Like, because a lot of players just won't be in the mindset of, oh, I will do this just even though I know I'm going to be more likely to lose. Not to say it never happens. There are some people who will go for this, but that's something you want to keep in mind when you are designing a roguelike. IS6 in particular has the issue that I think the biggest issue is Radiant herself, where Radiant at E2 is basically the answer to 90 to 95% of stages. So you got Radiant S2, Radiant E2, and your runs are going to be very similar to from one run to the next. Yeah, it's basically Slay the Spire. I have not played Slay the Spire 2, but I played quite a bit of Slay the Spire 1. And to pick one example, the Silent. The Silent has a few decks that are pretty common. Like the two big classics usually are like the Shiv and the Poison. And when you start a run, you don't tell yourself, I'm going to do a Shiv run, or I'm going to do a Poison run. You're gonna go through the first few stages, and then you're gonna be like, okay, I got this. I guess I'm headed toward that kind of build instead. Which is what it should be like. It's more, because it pushes you toward experimenting with more things. In a way, the older IS are probably closer to quote-unquote actual roguelikes, which would be interesting. Yeah, if you refuse to pick Radiant and X-Archer, you can definitely make things a lot more complicated. I'm going to give you an SP battery because I'm seeing these spiders getting awfully close and not like it. Yeah. Yeah. If we ban it, yeah, you do increase the difficulty artificially, but then you do leave the bans down to player decision, which is kind of the thing. Or sometimes you get RNG bans in the sense that the game just decides today you're not going to get a single supporter voucher. Deal with it, which can be pretty funny. I had a few runs where I had no radiance. It does make a whole lot of difference. But it does make those runs. It does make those runs interesting. You're like, oh, okay, how do I approach this? What are my alternatives? Stronghold protocol. For IS5? I mean, the floor 1 emergencies in IS5 are pretty easy. The really big danger in IS5 are definitely the later floors. What are they called? Elusive Merc, Regular Army, and the like. Because these, even if you have a lot of buffs, if you don't know what you're doing, yeah, at high ascension, the emergencies will absolutely destroy you. What was the other one? There was a Rhine something. Rhine Guardians, I think. Yeah, exactly, Mickey. But I think I'd rather just have stages that have a gimmick that test you mechanically more so than anything else. That really checks off you of, have you actually learned the thing? Yeah, Cast Falls. Actually, Cast Falls. A lot of people complain about Cast Falls. I've not played it in a long while, so odds are if I actually try Cast Falls today, I'm actually just die. Cast Fall, I don't think is actually that hard. It is a gimmicky stage. It will absolutely punish the hell out of you if you kill the small slugs. 1%. No doubt about this. But once you understand this, and you understand the positioning, suddenly things are a lot easier. The first few times, I absolutely agree, I got absolutely blasted by Cast Falls, and I was like, wait, I can just completely change the direction of my operators so that they don't attack. I'm also careful of the AoE, and suddenly it works a million times better. I'm like, ah, that's a miracle. Hold on a second. Next round is going to be there. And then the NHL will be here. Okay, so I do a slug race. Next I kill Arafik. Then I jump here, I kill the whole raid apart from the boss because I won't have QB. Yeah, okay. That's how I'm going to do it. Don't worry about it. You came back just about in time. I'm gonna do one speedrun of IS5 just after this, just to showcase how stupid it is. When you know what you're doing, you can be like, wait, you can't do that? Yes, yes you can. Come on. Go, go. Pompey. No, activate hit 1 second to zoom. There you go. Two days, and I'll done 50% of the way since the start of the stream. But very quickly, time to speedrun IS5. Absolutely no pity. I will absolutely murder this. Ascension 50, no problem. Just give me some hope. Blueprint squad. Extra hope. Let's go. We pick Wisdale because of course. Click. Gummy. There we go. You want to break IS5. First off, get lucky enough to not get... Okay, good. Lab of Wishes. Great start. I am in yellow toil. I'm not going to assign any of my operators there, because every time I move, I'm actually going to lose 1 life point, which is what I want. I actually want this to happen. I can refresh this. Some RNG, that is. Alright. Give me the end of Rumble. There we go. You got the best collectible for Flingers right away. Next up, I don't think I can go up. Do it again. Wish fulfilled. Oh, coin or this? Nah. Give me the toy. Alright, we got the Rock Trader. Anything interesting? I'm not actually going to use this. I'm just gonna grab that. 45 clover is fine. Whatever, just give me this. It doesn't really matter. Wait, I'm stupid. No, I increased my tool. I increased my tool limit. I'm a moron. It's okay. I can do this. I will artificially increase it. All I need to do, even by making a mistake, I'm making a stupid mistake. It doesn't matter. There's a scout node. I want the scout node. Just give me this. No, it sucks. Give me the hope. Scout node. Boom. You send Wisdale. Boom, you have an E2 Wisdale. Oh no, you have a cast full. What shall I do? Get the King's New Lens because I have 1 life point. Okay, we go to false to truth. Keep going. I am on floor 3. I have an E2 Wisdale and a King's Relic and a Flinger's End. Alright, let's keep going. Safe house, that's not really what I'm looking for. This is not what I'm looking for. Can I have something? Sure. Oh, I have a King's Crown. Oh, that's nice. Okay, let's keep going. Another wish fulfilled. Oh, I have a King's Armor. Oh, that's so nice. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, King's Legacy. Now I also recover some extra XP. Huh. I wonder how the boss fight is going to go. Oh, extra attack. Let's go. That's nice. Ah, I need a bit more toil to be able to move. Sure, no problem. No problem. Okay, for the boss fight, I can actually bring back me. Silent Guardian. This shit is so stupid. The full king set. Yeah, you have the full king set. Just like that. I just need to activate this, and we're good. Average wisdom moment. Now the only other thing I need to do is just Hadogami here to protect these two, to avoid losing some life points, and that's basically GG. This is the IS5 experience. Do you think this is a normal roguelike experience? I don't think it is. I don't think it should be like this. Just turn off brain. We need a brain. Just go lap of wishes. Sacrifice your neurons for this. It's too slow. You want it to be even faster? Ah. So yeah, Ascension 18 average gameplay. Much thoughts. I've been complaining a bit about IS6, but I'll say that much. IS6 still has the advantage that you don't get fully overpowered right from the start. You still have to put in a little bit of effort. So that's why, if you're going to play IS5, do you use play to refresh the maps? I'm using the Blueprint Squad, so in that case, the answer is as much as possible avoid to do it, because you want to... you do at Ascension 18, if you want to travel vertically, you need to spend 3 plans, which is a lot. And you still need to spend 2 to refresh the nodes. Because of some of the endings, if you're going for some of the endings, you want to actually save up on some of the plans. I mean, we're gonna pick a scout scope. So it's just one of the best items, and we can pick Rosmontes because she's also a flinger. Fun fact: Rosmontes actually has significantly more DPS than Wizdale by the end of a run, and we have a scout node, which is perfect. There we go. I could use 3 plans to get all of those, but not there. We send a Rosmontes, that way we get another flinger. There's some corridor. And left full life points. I don't think we will be able to make use out of it. Let's get the DP at the start. Refresh it again, just because I don't want to waste time on this. Sure, why not? Oh, that's a lot of good stuff. Actually. Whatever. Yeah, okay, let's go. Just for the shield. Yeah, the Blueprint Squad. Node refresh count +1 and first refresh is free. So even if you refresh a node and it fails, you get another attempt at it. Well, we're not going for the middle, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm going for that. Painful happiness, reducing the enemy's HP, sure. Okay. No problem. Give me a wish fulfilled. Okay, whatever. I don't know why I did this. That's a terrible idea. I just disabled my shit. I'm gonna say I'm IS6 build, and that's why I did this mistake. Wait a second. I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to ignore it. You can speedrun with IS. It's not practically. You can speedrun. You can just straight up speedrun as the IS. Aw, come on. Okay. Okay, give me the plans. Okay. That's it. I'm the floor 5 boss. I'm a Trimon. I'll just do this. What's the event? Enemies have extra HP. Well, it kinda sucks, but it's alright. Alright. How long since has it been since I started the run? Probably not that much. So yeah, it's just a test of how much can you cheese. Everything else is just it's just a mess. Ah, come on, come back here. Now, obviously, you can. Yeah, very quick IS break. Someone was asking about IS5. I'm just doing a speedrun of Ascension 18, just to showcase. Hey, you have this absurdity going on. Okay, we do this. Add correspond this. Should maybe be back in just a little bit. And now we wait. Okay. You get the point. I'm just going to do this. You can do the same if you go for ending 3, to be honest. It's basically the same idea. Ending 4 is the only one which is I am at day 1973. Yeah, 1973. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Casually. And my throat is slightly hurting. But it's I'm on time. If I decide to be on absolute berserk, I could keep going until midnight, but I think I'll have a massive headache tomorrow, so I'll avoid doing that. There we go. Anyone none? If you don't mind, I'm just going to quit because I just wanted to show the boss being killed. So all it took was 12 minutes. 12 minutes and 4 pages to kill the last boss of Ascension 18. So that's why it's so silly. And I made mistakes. Alright. Today is Arafic Day. Before I go for this, I will go pee very quickly, okay? Just give me 1 minute. Be right back. All right. All right. See ya, capital. Let's see. Yeah, this is a team. Oh, I want to check one thing before going, which is shit. Yeah, constructs. Oops. Bring it back to me. Constructs. The reason why I want to check constructs is because I'm pretty sure that the Vain Guardians are considered constructs. And that as a result of this, Machinas. Okay, maybe it's Machinas? You know what? I can just check Vain Guardians directly. That's easier. They are normal enemy. Arts creation. Vanilla Wing. I'm because the Vanilla Wing gives a buff to one Malaise Transform Machine and Machinas. Is an Arts creation Machina? I don't think it is. Because Machinas. Well, it does against Vain Guardians. So I guess it doesn't do anything? I guess we don't get these extra buff. Okay, sure. Right. Operation Kit, sure. Withstanding position, I have enough stuff. Let's get rolling. I'm gonna stall right here. The only difference is I'll try to break this and summon the Vanillawing right away. Please give this buff to be style. Okay, perfect. Put this back. I need to recall the Keeper. And I need Warframe facing up. Actually, I could have her there facing. Yeah, I could have. That's not going to make much of a difference anyway. Alright. One. Okay, and we give an SP battery to you to speed up the cycle, and then we're going to be left there for a bit. In a spy, I'm putting just sorry out there in case I need to slow down, and I'm putting QB here to kill the Dokos if they get too far forward. And now we just need to do this until everyone dies. Okay. It feels weird to a QB attacking, but the sound of her attacking is so slow to me. Yes, we are here to beat the shit out of victims. I'm here to bully the Lord of Mir's armies. One has to ask, with 2,000 days and so many troops, how many soldiers do they have left to send? Not that I'm in a hurry or anything, but surely at some point they'll run out. we're already filling all the pits with sometimes entire raids, so... Are the pits infinite too? Have we found like a secret Stargate to another dimension? Maybe that's what the pits are, after all. Actually, I think I have a theory, which definitely is true, because it's my theory, therefore it's true, by default. I think Terra is hollow, so when we throw enemies down a hole, they just are clustered in the center of Terra. That's why the pits are basically infinite, because that's an entire freaking planet. There's just emptiness in there. And the core of it are all the bodies of millions of poor souls that are stuck at the bottom of the pit. Okay, well, we'll wait next cycle. No, why do you keep sending enemies to me? Well, first one cycle. Next one, come on, wake up. Wake up, Blaze. Blaze! Please wake up, at least. I don't think she got the buff. I mean, I'm gonna try, but she probably didn't get the buff. She, in fact, did not get the buff. Well, not okay. I have enough DPS to not have to worry about this. Well, I'll have to be a bit more careful with the timing. Okay, I think that should be good. Yes. Absolute violence. Absolutely no frames too. Actually, that's a good question. I don't know what the difference between how much damage comes from the burn proc compared to the rest. Assuming Blaze Auto does not go infinite, because if she goes infinite, then the burn proc is basically nothing. But I suspect that even if you were to buff the burn proc, it wouldn't matter that much. But on the other end, it's like she still deals damage based on her own attack. So either way, it's a nice buff to have. It's just a question of attack speed or attack. Because the better scale cycling also has its advantage. Okay, she got the buff. Let's go. I'm also going to activate this. My frames! My pain! Okay. If I wanted to optimize this thing, I would place Hugh to the right of Vulcanus and Warframe at the top facing left. That way I would have even more SP to give to Blade Altar and Wolf. 3 frame per sometimes. I'm not even thinking second per frame anyway. Oh yeah, it's only 2.4 seconds per frame. Just a normal day. Alright, you can you get your skill, please? Pretty please. Please, heal Blaze. This is why I didn't start the cycle, because I was like, corrosion proc, very low HP, sometimes if you get a bad timing, that's just how it is. Alright, well, we'll wait a bit. Well, almost at the target cap, so... At least below the target cap. Don't have time.
医療機器輸血準備。
警告に降る周囲に清少は揺るがず、素晴らしい実力です。
急げ。まだ抵抗するの？少し激しい。
There we go.
そうです。
小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。聞こえた。ドルにと。
Frames, I never knew her. At least I see the HP of the enemies going down. Alright, QB, do some work. I don't like Dogus. I just realized I said to QB, I just say to QB I don't like Dogus. Whoops. What I meant to say is I don't like these Dogus in particular. No one's touching our national QB.
就上前吧。
Alright. Now we skip to the next thing. Only Vanguardians and the rock dudes are spawning. The other rock dudes. With spear, with guys.
医療機器輸血準備。
林をかける雲獣。
あんまりいい心地じゃないでしょ。
開演に拾ってもらえ。役に立つ情報を奴らに書かせてやる。
Ah, I guess some Vanguardians... Yeah, some Vanguardians are a bit too far forward. It's because I've not been tight enough on my timing. Ah. But everything's going fine. We're good. That's basically one.
我的血液在沸腾。天亮。
We have... Not that many enemies. This is so stupid. Also, I should start bringing some Phantom Barrier to lick some more enemies, just to speedrun. We're doing a speedrun strat. Trust.
医療機血監視。
林をかける。
コトコト。
Also, with how much I've been using Blaze, I'm still wondering. Attack deals an additional 80% attack as elemental damage, which tells me that she still deals some odds damage during her skill 3. Which means that I should be using Sai at the same time. Well, it probably doesn't make much of a difference because most of the damage will come from the elemental part anyway, but... Okay. Meanwhile, our figure is just chilling at the bottom, nothing to worry about. Was that the last enemy? Yeah. Okay, now we're there for a bit, because these guys are
医療機器。
so very tanky.
まず思いがあってこそなりに至る。型にとらわれる必要はありません。
Okay.
あんまりいい。战火海天道。
Alright. Now we chill.
放下的火车追上。
It's probably gonna be at least a good 3 or 4 cycles, I'm afraid. These guys are tanky after all.
輸血準備。
警告に降る周囲に清少は。
火鍋に冷たい。放下的火车追上。
The one thing I still ponder is the Vanilla Wing buff. Does it work? Actually, where's the Vanilla? Oh yeah, we can see the if you look closely, yeah, there we go. You see the pterodactyl. That's a Vanilla wing. I still wonder if I actually does the damage against those guys, because I'm guessing the answer is still yes, but yeah. How do I think about this? I run out of things to do. That's how I thought about this. This is not even a joke. I legitimately like 1% all the IS at one point. I got all credibles, all squads, all endings. I was like, what do I do now? And then I took a look at the RACC. I was like, wait, doesn't that mode have like, can you like go beyond day 18? And that's how this started. That's how it all started. People who have too much time to waste can do some really stupid things. Don't be like me, don't have time to waste. Being bored is extremely dangerous for your psyche and your sanity. Because if you're bored, you're gonna start asking questions. If you start asking questions, you start going into a deep pit of knowledge, but not just knowledge. Not the right kind of knowledge. The kind of why should anyone know this kind of knowledge? Okay. After this... Come on. Go, 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 go. Good. Alright, just two of them. One more skill cycle for you. And we're done with them. No, just burn the hell out of Valorific. Boom, boom. Oh, I thought she didn't get it. Almost, almost. Just a little bit. There's just one left. There's just one left. Come on. There we are! Done! Okay. Now, the burn pot. Sans altar, we have Innes, we have Suzu, you can sit here. She can hit, which is a good sign. And now we wait a bit. Now we bring the boss to low HP, and that's good. What activity skills are... Each will speed up the process by little bits, but because most of the damage comes from the elemental damage part, which Shia does not buff, you don't really save that much time, really. Just a little bit. It's very impressive, actually. Just... to know how much art damage she deals, basically you do a test against enemies who have burn, and some who don't have burn on them, with S3. And that way you can see the difference between S3 with and without it, and you see how much art damage is being dealt. And you realize that the art damage part is not that much, actually. It's pretty decent, but it's not that much. Let's see, we have this, we have you facing down. 2 minutes? Nah, not 2 minutes. Maybe 30 seconds. Numbers are really weird in there, right? Okay. Well, now we have to wait until the boss gets low enough on HP for me to drop a mine. Actually, I'm surprised that even with the Vanilla Wing, we don't see the red number for the talent proc, because she's currently hitting for a lot more than just 1450. It's kind of weird. There's a shenanigan with the red numbers. Okay, that's good enough. So, we activate this, we activate you, we activate Suzerain. We do this. 100 attack speed. We prepare 2 retreats. Come on. 86 seconds. And the boss is dead. Or should be dead. Unless I forgot on something. In which case, whoops. There we are!
状況を細部まで観察し、依然をもって未然を知れ。先生が私にドクターがことに当たる時の術をよく観察するようにとおっしゃったのは。
This one, I am not going to kill the boss on that attempt. Tomorrow, if I'm correct. I need to double check because I really don't want to be in a situation where I have a boss at HQ to kill. 1973. Yeah, tomorrow there is nothing. So I don't want to fight that raid at my HQ because the performance is going to be absolutely horrid. So instead, I'm going to be using Pram and Benedictus Stole Squad with Omiri, Saki, this. And then we're gonna have our DP generation. Unectus to pull all the enemies. No, that's basically it. I don't really have anyone who is was camouflage on a regular basis, so that's gonna be good enough. Neural change, sure, why not? As a reward's better than IS. Huh. That's a good question, but considering it's all this, I keep scrolling. What do you think? Time, when you compare to time spent, yeah, probably not. But in terms of just overall rewards, that's pretty good. There's still a lot there. If you're talking about Aero ACC, then going to day 18 sure is worth it if you already went through the full campaign, but besides this, it's like, yeah, probably don't bother. I want to bring Tilopsis, because she's going to help the SP recovery for Unectus and their catapults. So they need to be slowed down. Boom. 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 Get to work. Yeah, normal play is still definitely quite long. But it does have a lot of rewards. That's the thing. And besides, just like AS, it doesn't cost you any sanity, so you'll end up doing it one way or another, most likely. Okay, we're done, and now we just wait until the full raid is dead apart from the boss, and the boss will be killed at HQ with Kiwi. I mean, you're not supposed to lose your error run. You can reload after all. Not in Erase CC, but in regular array, you can reload. And you should reload. You should absolutely reload. I think you can even reload 9 days back into the past, if I recall. Or is it just 6? That's a long time in the past, though. If we're talking about RACC, you are supposed to lose at some point. I'm just one of the few people who are crazy to ask, yeah, but what if you don't lose? And actually, that would be a good that would be an interesting question. Like, did the devs think to themselves that it would be impossible to go beyond a certain point? Like, did they think about Araphic? Did they design Araphic in such a way that they thought Araphic at some point will be impossible for the players to kill? Because if they did, props to them. They just underestimated the how insane some people can be. That was a nice try. Because if you wanted to design a boss specifically to prevent an infinite run like this, it's like, well, just make a DPS test with infinite damage reflect, and at some point the players won't be able to kill it anymore. Except KOP exists, and KOP is basically say, nope. Yeah. I am Entropy incarnate. Everyone loses, I always win, no matter what. If you try to fight off Entropy itself, you're just putting me one step closer to victory. If you want to... You cannot win against Entropy. The only thing you can do is delay it. You can delay the end. The best way to fight off Entropy is to literally do nothing. Because if you do something, you expend energy. Okay, everyone is dead apart from the boss. We're gonna go to the next day. I'm gonna use QB to press down the guy. Let's go. Hopefully there's not another raid. Not that it will make much of a difference, but eh. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Stole the boss. Kill the boss. Well, that's simple. Ifrit. Monster. Wait. Suzerain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got the full kill squad, the stole, and I think we're set. I'm just going to bring a Mudrock just to... whatever. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, maybe they didn't plan it. Although, one could argue that they might have in mind, maybe they were already thinking about making the mode infinite, but weren't too sure how to go about it and made Area 1 as like a kind of an experiment, much like the way they did with IS. Because we are starting at IS2, after all. It's the first one that we currently have. Why do I have basically no buttons? Did it break everything? I guess it broke everything. Whoops. Okay. L'ombre Kiji. And then gets interrupted. I'm gonna need some more things here. There we go. I can have Saria there. Nope. Here. Hey, take him out. Oh, Ifrit is not on the right skill. No. Oh well, whatever. Well, actually, let's see how much of a difference it makes. The chapter 16 boss. I mean, even the chapter 16 boss, are you thinking about the bear or are you thinking about the guys that just changes the stage? Because the guys that changes the stage has global range. But we already know how to deal with global range. Like, you just have a midterm. Like, you just place a midterm and the summons will constantly just, will always break the attacks. And then you just spam stall with Dragon S1. Even the boss is unblockable, it's like, who cares? Okay. We do see the difference with Ifrit on S2 instead of S3, because now the boss should already be dead. Man, we need more dev interviews. We need more dev interviews, but it's not easy to get in touch. Also, I think there are some cases where the devs do make a stage and go like, I have no idea how you're supposed to build it. Contingency contract could very much be it, like max risk. Max risk contingency contract probably is the closest thing to the dev saying, I have no idea how the heck they are going to go about it, but good luck with that. And then you take a look at what was used for the previous contingency contract. And they're like, okay, so the players did this, let's see if we can have that in particular. There we go. And now the boss got killed in like 5 minutes instead of 50. Okay, maybe not 50, but 30 minutes easily. You go the old-fashioned way. Alright. $500 I think if you want to already get to a point, I think I would say becomes extremely difficult to kill with anything but a Kibri strat past day 200. If you can like reach day 250, for example, you're already getting to the point where you basically need to to run the QB strat to kill the boss. I think we are on 1975, so I should be halfway from where I started. So 25 days in 8 hours 40 minutes. That will be it. Considering I also like wasted some time in IS5. So yeah, 25 days and 8 hours. How far is that actually? 25 days in 8 hours is just 3 days per hour. And so. Roughly, very roughly. Boom! 75! That's cool. I actually wanted to do like 25 days today, and then 25 days tomorrow. But might as well take things a bit earlier. We have Rainbringer. We have the Burn and Buzzbeast. That is, there's not too many. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another one somewhere. Slugs. Okay, well, these are easy. So Rainbringer is obviously it, followed by the Buzzbeast, then Araphic plus this, and then the straight into the Abyss. Okay, Rainbringer. Asa, that's your favorite. I just know you love the Rainbringer so freaking much. Alright. Oh, since it's a Rainbringer, I have all players on the side, so I need to adjust a little something. There's no thunderstorms, I'm good. All this shit is going to break, so I might as well just remove it right away. OP here, and I'm going to... Okay, now, click. Okay, keyboard and mouse, edit this shit. There we go. Alright, all good. Now, if I use him, we're fine. Adaptivo. Add a Wisdale. What do I want to add? Oh yeah, SP battery. Nah, it's just enough spiders. You know what they need to add? I think thinking of it, what they need is to add like corpse explosion from Diablo 2. Because for people who have not played it, it's a skill where you select a corpse, and when the corpse dies, it's basically readout RS3. Except the small difference is that it deals a percent of the enemy's HP as maximum of the enemy's max HP to all surrounding enemies. Imagine this, you kill 3 enemies, and all enemies of that type will just die. And in case you wonder, yes, it's completely broken. I have to. Bad timing on the spider, I'm just going to stun these. Come on, move forward a bit. Move forward a little bit. Thank you. Also, I probably could start using this, that would be nice. Okay. Clear those folders, place Dragutia. One with you. Get to work. And just 5 more seconds.
我慢にも限度があるわドクタ
小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。
三火撼天道红炉杀了不管了
Okay,
没影响
reset.
傷跡を刻みつけてやる。
Alright.
目は開眼に拾ってもらえ。俺がやる。俺派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。聞こえたらくに小躍りするグズはどこだ。
聞こえてるよ獲物そこに並びやがれ
聞こえた。骨は開眼に拾ってもらえ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。役に立つ情報を奴らに吐かせてやる。聞こえ派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。
急げ同時でコトコト三火撼天道
細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。俺が派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。取るに足らん処刑だ。立ち会う価値もない。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。聞こえ派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。
Not as far as he's done. Now we wait.
不想在火车追上那你跑得还不够快
I'm kind of impressed by the fact that I've been live streaming and I've been playing ARACC and somehow the frame has still been somewhat manageable after almost 9 hours. Still no crash. You want AG to cook for Silence Altar. What do you want AG to do? Like generally, they've released Ochi Altar, who is basically Silence Altar, except it's all targets within range, for 11 seconds instead of 10 seconds for immortality. And it comes with a ton of damage, because why not? Max HP percent damage. Actually, after releasing Chad, I don't think they will release max HP damage right away, but they just might. They just might. It's not gonna be this year, it's not gonna be next year, but beyond this... I don't remember specifically some games. I don't remember the names. It was not called Zombie. At least that's not the one I played. Where effectively you do have some cases where enemies scale infinitely, and the only way you can survive is just you stack the other person of max HP per hit, and then you increase a lot how fast you attack and how many projectiles you have, and that's the only way to kill anything. It's still possible to survive indefinitely, but it led to some really stupid situation. I don't remember the name. I think it was a Flash game. Then start with your highest journey usual. I mean, I've given you the cheese option. You don't have to follow the cheese option. You can just be like, oh hey, if I need a backup, or if out of curiosity I want to check what it's like. You got so much more cheese that's possible in Ice I've not shown everything. But good luck to you with that. And Intelligent. Regarding Intelligent, I think today she's not that great, to be honest. Like, she has pretty similar performance to Executor. However, on CN, she has a module that increases her max HP by a ton, and I think it has a few other effects where it's that generally make her a good option. Like, she actually becomes a good alternative to Executor in the sense that Executor is all about offense, and Tertia just actually gets to be the defensive version of a Reaper guard that she was meant to be. But I don't have intelligence because obviously not. I don't have any of the 6-star. Like, the more it keeps on going, the less I have. I didn't really pull for her because kind of the issue is, yeah, she's not bad against damage reduction, but you know what's also pretty good against damage reduction? True damage and elemental damage. And the problem is I already have a lot of it on my account, so it's kinda hard to justify pulling for her. On the other hand, I'm also in a situation where I can, apart from Shenfree and like maybe Wang and the Sui sibling, in most circumstances I can just decide to pull like for fancy units that aren't necessarily the best. But like, I just like the design or just there's something funny about the kit and I'm like, yeah, sure. I do pull outside array. I do pull for purchase outside array, but I would be lying if I didn't say that array performance was not something I considered when pulling for a character. No, I will not max spot. I don't have the means to max spot characters. Except Gracebearer, obviously. Gracebearer max spot, obviously, but she's a 5-star. So that's actually possible. I don't think I have a single... No, never mind. I do have Penance max spot. That's the only 6-star character that's not a welfare that is max spot. And so, because I was actually trying to get a bunch of spots on Texas Archer instead. Not that I regret it, because my Penance has been doing some amazing job. I like Penance. You want a good medic, range damage, and Vanguard. I mean, if Vanguard, the obvious answer would be, well, just Silver Shelter, obviously. Medics? What kind of medics are you looking for, is my question. Because Monster is a medic, but she's mostly used for her true damage and her attack speed buff. Tyrops is a medic, but the main reason I'm using her is not the healing, it's the SP recovery. Warframe is used for the buff and also a bit of SP recovery. Oh, you got a new icon of Civilized Shelter. Okay, yeah. Well, next year then, maybe, if you want to save pools. Even then, not guaranteed. Wait, you are a Zwirly Enjoyer? Oh boy. I know someone with a Zwirly Enjoyer. Oh boy. They are very much into Zwirly. He's a good character, like, don't get me wrong, I do have him, but he's not built. It's just fairly traumatizing because I'm in the Cookie Discord. And Cookie has a reputation for just pulling Zwolle on absolutely everything. And I can testify, this is true. He has pulled so many Zwolles. I think I have Zwolle like pot 3 or 4. Even though I didn't intend to get him. It's like, okay, well, I'll take it. Nah. Don't worry about missing operators, because realistically, even if you miss someone who's good right now, there will be more good operators. Also depends on what you want to do. If you're just looking to do like daily content, like if you pull Wang, you can already clear most of the content. Oh yeah, right. I need to change this. 1 second. Save. Put it back. Boom. There we go. I tried to get Silver Ash, but I got Prime instead. I was like, I'm going to pull the banner until the first 6 stars. I got Prime. I was like, you know what? Sure. Better than getting an off banner. What do you mean? You never have too many gods. You never have too many gods. Believe me. I mean, you can do gods only anyway. Worst case scenario. It's not like it's not a weakness to do gods only. Like, come on, you have Ulpianus, Milnar, Lazy Archer. Just these 3. Grace Bearer, obviously. The bestest of all gods. No bias, by the way. But did you know that it can be considered some form of utility to remove the enemy from the map? It works. That's a form of utility. Definitely. Okay. Would it be enough to case of Ringleader? I think we need possibly another skill cycle. Yeah, definitely another skill cycle. If you can clear without support, keep on doing it. When I started, I had a rule that would use only a support unit when absolutely all hope was completely extinguished, which actually was the case at some point. Ah, we're on. We're on. We're free to leave.
情報は目に見えない網です。すべての
Angelina and
敷か
Schwartz.
れたレールに沿って進んでいるに過ぎません。
I mean, I think I still have the squad.
あなたに主の
Yeah, I have the squad.
ありますよ
This is what I used. So obviously, there were no modules for any of my operators back then, and they were not all E2s. This is what I used for like Sortifar Navis when I started. Something. I think there was one operator that could be swapped. But at least I got Silver Ash as a DPS option. That was something. Will I build Zivoli? Where is he? What the bot? Yeah, he's bot 4. This freaking bot 4! I mean, I guess I did pull on Shoes Banner together, but I didn't get Zwolly on Shoes Banner. I always got him as an off banner. But I still have some operators I want to build, I think. Let me think. Because obviously all these are... Yeah, they are max level and they already got the masters. Let me think. I want to build Neural. And the main reason I'm building Neural is because of Silver Ash Altar. Because I'm like, hey, you can just drop her with S2. And there are some other cases where I have some challenge runs I want to do, which actually use Neural Altar. Pepe, I'll... Do I just do it? I think you mostly see using like Area 3 instead. We'll see. Passenger will get his array module. Yeah, there are a few others I want to build, but all of those are not built yet. I guess I could get Order. Zwolly, I did consider building Zwolly a few times. That's an option. Arketo I know is fun for IS. The only issue is I have the materials. I have the LMD and the EXP, but the problem is I am someone who uses OP for sanity. And the problem, as you might see, is like my OP count is not doing so well. And if you take a look at can I close this? At my resources, I mean it's not terrible. Although for some of them it's like one character in jail. Like I have some work to do. Oh, I have recruitment. Ooh, there we go. Oh, and now that I think about it, you know what time it is? It's time to rotate the base. Let's go. So. Yeah, whatever. Zwolly instead of Fodder. The thing with Fodder is I'm thinking... wait, 1, 2, 3, it's the third one. I'm thinking that Order can still have some use cases with his skill 2 to try and perma-stall some enemies in the ACC. Because of course it's always about our ACC. Though generally it can also be used in IS as well, and some other modes. Like he has some stalling potential with his skill, which is a fun part. But he also has a means to scale pretty well if with the right collectibles. If he gets a ton of HP, he actually has insane sustain with skill 1. But I think Zwolly is the funnier option. If I had to build between Order and Zwolly, I think I would go Zwolly. Obviously I can build both, but the question is, will I have too many operators to build? It will be built at some point, probably. It is a question of when. Yeah, all good.
この場所はリスクアレイのようなものですか？
Just checking. Yeah, alright.
あなたに主の加護がありますように。
Yeah, it's true. You can... Wait, rock farming for run? Ah, no. I'm not for rock farming for run. Oh, no. No way. No way I'm doing that. Drink water is bait is this one. Oh, there's a thunderstorm one going. Like, I need the resources. I want to E290 my operators. If I don't E290 my operators, I feel like I'm betraying them, basically. Yes, I can do it to slow down. That's too much, whatever. What do you mean don't be that Nakiel? You should be that Nakiel. Just for IS4 and below. Because at max trust is actually okay. Ish. Compared to the 3-star, if you have absolutely no. I did say okay, not good. I don't know why I brought Buff with it and a bunch of others. It's like, whatever. Okay, let's go. I used to E2 level 69, don't ask why, all my operators. And then I was sitting on so many resources and I was like, okay, I probably should make something out of it. Which I did. I started E290ing my operators. The problem is once you start, you can't stop. It's terrible. Wait, we already have all the enemies? Okay, fire I guess. Oh gosh, the frames. The frames! No, they went behind! Okay, I should not be using you. Okay, further back. I should have not used Weedy. I mean, it really depends on the kind of operator. My Silence Archer, for example, is still E2 level 1. She's been used in her ACC. Depends on the kit. It's just that if you have like utility focus operators, like it's okay for them to be like not that high of a level. But yeah, if you specifically like physical damage dealers in particular, because of the defense calculation, yeah, it's definitely want to get them more. What do we have here? Oh, Red Gardens. No. Okay, this is it. Well then. What's Malgraphic? We're gonna get this. We're gonna get Neural Chain because I really don't want to waste too much time on this freaking Rain Gardens. They're annoying me. Alright, looking good. Let's go. Oh yeah, Melnar's modules that makes him get most of the damage multiplier. 288 elements. Let's go. Spare no expenses.
糸がこうも顔に出るのは感心しませんね。
治療開始。
空气灼烧着肺部，温度刚刚。
観測地点に到着しました。
誰かが気づく前にあな
There you
た
go.
の死体を影に沈めてあげる。
取るに足らん処刑だ。立ち会う価値もない。
恐怖は隠せないわ。あまり待たせないで。
情報戦はすでに
小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を
Molnar.
小細工を浪してみるといい。無派手な
I don't have Molnar. I don't have Lazy Altar. I have a Tequila, but Tequila is not built. I have a Windscoot, but Windscoot is not built. I don't know. I've used a lot of Liberators, but never my own.
私は記録するだけ。
行ってみる。輸血中。
まず思いがあってこそな。
まだ抵抗するの？少し激しく。
三火撼天道，红炉。
派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやる。俺小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死をの小細工を浪
I'm spending 180 cents on Molnar.
刻みつけてやる。
I'm pulling 180 cents on Molnar. Nah, good so. I'm saving for the yellow tickets. I want the pools.
俺は開演に拾ってもらえ。俺堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。
三火撼天道，红炉。杀了你！
Okay, I might need to change the reserve funding figure here.
堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。俺は開演に拾ってもらえ。
If I had to pick between Lazy Altar and Milnar, the answer will be Lazy Altar, straight up. I think she's just a lot more interesting. Even if you're just, even without considering like overall performance, where she wins anyway, Lazy Altar is just the more interesting operator. Because all three of her skills actually have some use cases, instead of being like, well, you just have S3 and just you'll send out just Rage Expand, do a ton of damage.
鍋に冷たい油。
三火。
派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。取るに足らん処刑だ。立ち会う価値。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。
Alright.
役に立つ情報をや。
Talking of Trials of Navigator, if I still have time, I might do a Trials of Navigator. I still haven't started. Yeah. Yeah, she actually is that. It's really Milnar just for if you struggle to consider mechanics, then Milnar probably will perform better. But Lazy Altar, it's Lazy Altar has more damage potential if you really know how to make the most out of the skills and can really pick the situation for. But Milnar just works well in all circumstances. It's just that there are some cases where Lazy Altar works extremely well. So yeah, alternative, just use both. That works too.
是我的血燃向了地平线。
俺がやる。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。聞こえた。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。役に立つ情報。
You know what they need to do? They need to bring Vein Gardens outside of Vein Gardens outside our area. Now that is some proper PTSD.
俺は開演に拾ってもらえ。役に立つ情報を。小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むなら堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。
We need more damage reflected enemies. That would be fun.
無様な死派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。俺は開演に拾ってもらえ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。堕落に
I mean, I guess technically to some extent it has been done with chapter 16. because they have those slugs with like shells that inflict damage already.
どうか中
せっかくロビでコトコト救急キットだ。
林をかける連中一葉も落とさず
There you go. Wandering Troubadour. When you fought Wandering Troubadour, did you do it outside of the raining season? Because his answer is yes. I can see why is your PTSD. Because I've tried both actually. And yeah, he is pretty rough. Although I think he's just a well. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. One moment. I should actually poke Steve. I know someone who has contacts. You see this? This is horrific. It says explodes when defeated in the first form, dealing 1% attack of physical damage to nearby friendly enemies. That's a lie! It's not based on his attack. It might be like 1000 damage, but that's not actually true. There are something in the wiki where I'm not too sure. I should actually And the reason also I'm bringing this up is because on the wiki, Wandering Troubadour, I think it says every second, yeah, restores 1005. Holy shit. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, that's a lot. I forgot how much it... Yeah, that's 1500 HPS. Oh boy. It does have some good defensive stats too. Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see why. And the bats. The freaking bats. I don't know if it actually scales with his HP, because the wiki was wrong on Elrific. The wiki is right in most cases, but it's just something I think no, I have not killed Wandering Troubadour. I could actually try to kill Wandering Troubadour, well, probably for another time. Because we could just do the math and see if it's actually true, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's still flat, because 1500 HPS is still very high. When you consider that this is... the effective healing per second is even higher. The effective healing per second is even higher because obviously the boss has some defenses. And I've read a bunch of reports of people where they have to kill the Wandering Troubadour in like strange territories, because that can be a fight that you have to do. And he's super buffed. And he's absolutely unkillable according to people, so that's pretty funny. Whoops, shouldn't have activated Wolf. Whoopsie. What other area-specific enemy would be fun to bring? There are not many area-specific enemies. There's catapults, but the catapult is a bit too basic. There are some of the animals. Oh yeah, the exotic beast. The exotic beast, actually, the enemy versions. The vanilla wing can truly be terrifying, now that I think about it. Oh yes, the vanilla wing. Oh, that's some proper PTSD as well, if you don't know how to approach it.
けてやろう。これは開演に拾ってもらえ。小細工をローしてみるといい。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。俺が派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。
I think they did. I think I saw Vanilla Wing. I saw an image because some... What is it? I think it was Pod. Pod put a lot of video, and there was the Vanilla Wing in the collab. But I don't know if it's the Allied version or the enemy version. It might be that the... Like, knowing HG, they added a Vanilla Wing, but they probably made it so that it's actually... It gets attacked by the boss in the event. Which would make sense. You know, Monster Hunter theme and whatnot. Where the monsters themselves are pretty territorial. So you might not have to actually fight it. Because it just gets killed by the boss. That could be a thing. There's a Fail Beast, but the Fail Beast is very easy, and then there is the Snake. But the Snake is, I don't know. The Snake does not impress me. Snake, Swarm, whatever. It's just not that good. Alright. We believe. Come on, just a little bit. No. Yeah, if it cancels the lake, then it can be something. But even then, I didn't have too much trouble killing it. Yeah, the Allied version, I think, improves your killing power against minerals and whatnot. Also, actually, now that you mention it. Oops, that I can't type. Vanilla Wing, yeah, let's go. Ally. The Vanilla Wing increases damage of your operators toward resources. Well, Monoliths change all veins and machina, so not all of them. The... What was the other one? Exotic Beast? No, this is Wild Beast. Allied version. When passing through Lightning Ore, Vein, Monolith, Strange Vein, had the respective resources on them to player's backpack. Yeah, but you have to destroy them first for that one. So it helps picking up the resources. So yeah, Vanilla Wing helps you destroy, Quicksand Beast helps you pick up the resources. Also, that's such a big missed opportunity to make it possible to have all three on the field at once. Like, seriously, they're not that powerful in the first place. They could have done that, one of each. The Fail Beast... Yeah, it has some burn damage, but it's absolutely terrible. Sandstorm is like, yeah, okay, cool, it has invisibility and increased attack range, but it's so weak in combat that it doesn't do anything. It's just like... It's just there to draw Thunderstrike, and that's basically it. It's good though. I guess if you should struggle to deal with like Thunderstorm, Failburst is actually useful. That's why I have it on my bar all the time. It's like I go, oh, there's a Thunderstorm. Well, how to Failburst? I guess I can get you started. Actually, now that I think about it, do we even have exotic beast in Area 3? I'm thinking of Area 3 because I basically have not seen any news on Area 3 compared to what we had for Area 2, because Area 2, okay, it's not the most popular game mode, but even then, you still had quite a lot of videos on it, and Area 3, it's like, people went through, finished it in like 3 days, and now no one is talking about it anymore.
原始记忆机械自不想被火车追上。
I sure hope we get to... I hope they get reintroduced to some extent. Yeah, exotic beasts did come later. They came with feral territories, and it was the last batch. It's a cool concept, just it's a bit scuffed on the sides. But it's a cool idea. They could make some more. I don't think they exist in Area 3, but I sure hope they get reintroduced and they get to expand on it. Ah, and we're done. Ooh. Alright, the boss is there. We're gonna have... We can have you. We can have you. We can have you there. You there. There we go. I guess we can speed things up just a little bit. Not much. But still need to wait for you. Is it too much DPS? Nah, that should be fine. Well... I don't want to be pessimistic, but this is what I saw about Area 3 was yeah. They did kinda butcher a lot of parts. I made a grave mistake. Whoops. Alright. One moment. I forgot to place a mine. So now we have to awkwardly await a new cycle. Whoops. La 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 la. That's what happens when you get distracted. So now we have to go back to phase 1. I'm sorry to tell you, but I think Area 3 is basically rebuilding Mandate 2. It's basically rebuilding Mandate 2. I'm sorry. It doesn't mean it's a bad game mode. It just means it's not reclamation like over. So in light of the scope and scale of Area 2, it's kind of a downgrade. It's kind of a downgrade, not gonna lie. It still has the opportunities to make like a bunch of updates to it. But yeah, it's... I think they just miscalculated. They went like, oh my gosh, it's so... Everybody Mandate is so popular, people love it. And they're like, I guess this is going to be Area 3. And then they did, and people were like, oh, that's it? Okay, I think this should be good. Alright. Alright, we do this, this. We need attack speed and a bit. I'm gonna activate Sara and Sara slightly earlier. There you go. Attack speed.
戦術を変えてみようか。
95 seconds. Actually, I can just give it right away. Let's go. Oh, we've reached the point where she deals 200,000 damage per hit with her talent.
只要我还站着，我的炉火就不会熄灭。
Okay, another done. That's nice. Another raid at the same time. Strawberry Gallery is ash. This map is ash because it has thunderstorm, so we're just gonna... Huh. Actually. Praise be, KB, praise be, Doku. Do I have a wall? Yep, here we go. I had a good time with rebuilding Mandate, so I definitely don't mind it. It was a good game mode, but doesn't necessarily have the level of replayability that you'd expect from a game like Array 2, because Array 2 does have the infinite expansion aspect, which rebuilding Mandate does not have. Wait a second, I'm gonna... Yeah, like this. Boom. Like, rebuilding Mandates, I had a goal to complete each and every single map while making sure that every single tiles is filled. And that was a pretty cool challenge, but the problem is after I've done this, it's like, what am I supposed to do? I guess play around with operators, I don't know, that could be a thing. And that was a cool concept. But after a bit, it's like, yeah, you kind of move. Do the area modes carry over to Area 3? Yes, they do, and Pepe is actually correct when it comes to farming resources. There's a lot of resources to farm, so if you have a Pepe, get your area mode and you'll be set. Passenger has... Actually, that's a good question. While the spiders are getting bullied. Let me change to display. Passenger. Let's talk about Passenger for a second. Because Passenger's array mode does a bunch of things. It has a thing where it gives immunity to environmental effects, including the thunderstorm to all your allies when it's deployed. That's really good. And it has... Yeah, it has this, where basically it's going to throw some lightning on the field. And it deals some like 5% of attack as arts damage, and also it reveals the area for 12 seconds. But there's no fog of war in Area 3. So I'm wondering if that part of the module actually does anything. Because you're supposed to unlock like part of the maps as you gather resources, so can you reveal maps in advance? I don't think it does. I don't know how it functions. That would be a good question. And also, Unictus. Unictus is really good for combat. But... and dealing with raids. But there's no raid in... There's no raid in Area 3. So, how good is she? I don't know. I sure hope you didn't forget to bring provisions, because if you can't give provisions to our operators, that means that you can't activate Unictus Taunt, which would be very funny to forget something like this. Or sad. Maybe a bit of both. Alright, what do we have? We have Vanguardians on one side. And these guys on the other. Well, these guys are going to be fairly easy because it's just going to be this. I'll bring a Unictus and then we'll bring a bunch of slowdowns. And then I guess I'm jumping out. Yep, that's cool. Wait, Kestra is alright to specific. No. Tell me, like, she returns resources. When she carries resources, she returns them. I don't remember how the resource mechanic pickup is. Please, at least tell me. At least tell me. She can still be of use. Tell me Kestra can be of use. Because I built her. I don't use her, but I built her. She better work. I will actually be mad. Yes, I'm going to be mad for the 5-star, which has been forgotten, not the 6 stars. Entails within this. I better not be so. Bruh. Bruh. You can't be doing this. Well, basically, it's it's just like rebuilding Minute. It's just more rebuilding Minute. It's you get into the stage, you max out the resource gain, however that is. I don't have the full details, and then you leave, and then you never come back to the stage ever again. That's my understanding of how it is. I know there are some boss fights, but I've never seen anyone upload any video of any boss fight. And usually, even the people who are not dedicated to Reclamation algorithm, like Pard, for example, who I mentioned, who keeps uploading a lot of IS in particular. Pard uploaded quite a few videos on how to deal with the raids, for example, having some setups, and dealing with some of the bosses. I never saw anything regarding Area 3. So I have a suspicion that the bosses in Area 3 are not particularly interesting either. Okay, I believe... Oh, the timing might be a bit off here. No, my battlement. Rip. The timing was indeed a bit off. Oopsie. You know what? Alright. Let's add it to the list. I'm gonna say when Area 3 comes out. Rebuilding Mandate 2? Question mark? There we go. That's on the list. Oh yeah, wait. I'm gonna do what I did one last time. Like, I did a setup with Blade Alter where she snapshots her S1. I'm gonna do that again because I used it to get some other enemies. I just want to see how efficient that is. Warfarine, Stainless, Civilite on skill 2. And now I need all penance to stall. And someone to stay in range with high HP. And no block. Wait, holy sh... Wait, Chilchuk has that much HP? Yo, what the heck? Okay. Well, Chilchuk it is, I guess. I got my DP generation. One, two, three buffs. I have Telopsis. Yeah, that's a good. Alright. Let's see. All right. Everything needed. Oh, I should have reached it. Okay, I'm gonna made a bit of a mistake because actually I need to have. Was more HP? Ines, unsurprisingly. Okay. Well, in that case, I'm just gonna have you in the side because you have a buff. Do I sound like you? I don't actually listen to Q all that. I don't watch his. I haven't watched his videos in a very long while, so I don't actually know to what extent I sound like him. Okay, I need to be a bit careful with my timing. I'm stupid! Wait. That means the buff is on... Frick. One moment. I have to redo it again, because I have to activate Warframe before deploying Ines. There we go. Now we wait until the Stainless gets his skill back. Okay, he's got his skill back. We do. Stainless. Civilite. Warframe. That's some pretty decent attack. Now we had Ines to the party. She's going to throw it on Ines. And now I sure hope Warframe can keep Ines alive, because if she can't, I'm gonna be sad. But it looks like she can. Beautiful. And now we just wait until Blaze's one actually melts everything. It appears to be actually dealing some pretty decent damage. Yo. It's very scary, but it works.
派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。小細工を浪してみるといい。ルーザ小細工を浪してみるといい。
I like the sound of it. The sound of Blazer S1 sounds as if there's like some kind of slime monsters just going shrum, 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 shrum. Mmm, tasty, tasty rain guardians. Yum, 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 yum. I don't know if it's just me. Shum, shum, shum. I know, it's funny to be.
天亮了，是我的血闪。
There we go. Okay, I don't know if it's the most efficient, but considering I don't need to activate Blaze skill manually anymore, that sounds pretty good. It's a good alternative. You don't need Recall Keeper, you don't need Blind. You just need a ton of attack buff. I actually have not tried it in daily stages. That could be also a thing I had to do. Attack snapshot, go! It might actually be good enough to clear Alrafix's raid. The only issue is... who am I giving up on? I'd be giving up on you. Oh, actually, it's just 2 slots. Actually, it would be fine. I would need Neural Chain, but that would still work. The setup is a bit awkward. That's the only issue. Wait, no, never mind, because I still need someone to bait the... Is it worth it? I would say it's doable. It's a good enough alternative. Ah, I guess we can chill. That's a good part. We're almost done, kind of. The good part is that the moment some enemies started dying was the moment I knew, okay, now we just need to wait until... I have something in mind where the enemies are basically walking and the first ones are walking and we're just waiting for half the raid. Well, I guess there is rules still. That is such a good setup. For real, DSMR. You know what I need? I need some way to count how many times I've used this skill free. I think the number will be somewhere along the lines of 300,000. Not even kidding. Because there are generally a lot of stages where where I have to use the skill hundreds and hundreds of times. Quite often, actually. I'm free. Alright. Alright, what day are we? 78. I'm gonna stop at 1980, which leaves 20 days for tomorrow, which is a bit more reasonable than 30 days. That'll be fine. What do we have here? A bit laggy, but that's okay. That's definitely okay. We can throw the annihilator into a hole. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have all the raids on attack the HQ right here. Okay. Let's start with... This is just melee, I'm not going to worry about it. Let's start with this one. Annihilators. So we need to throw the annihilator into a pit. To do this, we need a Manticore, Oleac, Tilopsis, Ayaberly, Mitchum, Widdy, obviously, and Effiter. I don't want Neural Chain, but I might want Operation Kit. Okay. I get DP. I heal my guys and provide them with bonus SP. With Tilopsis. I have the weightless, I have 2 pushes, I have a way to bait the rocket launchers, and I have some slowdown twice. Yeah, I think it's good. That should be good. That should be good. Let's keep rolling. Enemies are going up, as expected.
コメンチャーの
ドクター、
¿Quién será su objetivo?
みんな安心して戦って。私がついてるから。火山の煙や粉塵には大量のオリジニウム粒子が含まれるので。
What a mess.
There we go. Mitchell will be there to bait all the attacks. We have Whittier.
Vamos con todo, Leaf.
Ines here for some slowdown. Just a sentinel. We can activate Mitchum. We can have you. I'm gonna put the fail beast right here because I need to bait the attacks. That's important.
本気で行くよ。
There. There. I need.
Señor, acabemos rápido con esto.
Yeah, I need all. I need all.
大地を這う溶岩で
Palliapezzi.
There we go. Oh yeah, that was something. That's okay. We had you. Activate skill again.
Owe you an explanation.
You're not gonna get your skill in time. Give me my DP and. Alright. Oh, that sucks. Ah! My jade flowers! Okay, well. Fine.
Objetivo localizado. Al ataque.
That is rude. That is so rude. Actually. Truly, these Amiri have no respect for engineering. Ah, much too slow. Ah, whatever. Pew! Pew! Return, you could have done better. I guess I should have put him forward one by one tile, so that it's closer. Okay. How much was your rocket rating for? I think I saw 60... 64,000. Bye! There we are.
予測通りの戦いでした。完璧です。
Okay, and we have this, which has just melees, so we're just gonna get positive check. We're gonna get OP. Considering the rate we have, Blaze is actually going to be cracked, and we can also add Pram on top of it. Fire and ice, literally. And then we had Ascalon, Umiri, we had Saki, we have Unictus, we have also now all the crowd control. And we good. No operation kits, not needed. Let's add a few things here. There we go. Now, Downwell's Beast in there, they're going to like me to hell until Blaze Altar with Burn gets going. And then they'll die.
私からの情報には随時ご留意ください。あなた方の動きはすべて手に取るようにわかりますよ。
I just realized about openness and uniqueness. That's perhaps a bit overkill.
影すら捉えさせない。記憶に私を追って影に踏み込んでこい。俺のせいにすんじゃねえぞ。
経験に祈りなさい。战场动态，一清二楚。
糸がこうも顔に出るのは感心しませんね。
Blaze, save me from his light. That's not the right enemies! That's more like it.
私に合わせる者がいれば。
俺のせいにすんじゃねえぞ。
私に行かせて。だも弱くはない。
No!
視線の動き一つに価値があるんですよ。
早く援護してくれ。
糸がこうも顔に出るのは感心しません。
This is why I love Blaze Altar.
大した打撃は与えられねえからな。期待すなよ。
視線の動き一つに価値があるんですよ。
Ah,
早く援護。
前たちはガビ
so much better.
呼ばない。
誤差あります。
表情の動き一つでボロが出るんですよ。
時間は待ってくれませんよ。
Alright.
いつになったら終わるんだ。
The frame destroying monster has been defeated. We merely need to finish it all off. Never mind, the frame monster is back. He's eating my frames. No!
いつでも行ける。私の力も弱くはない。失礼します。
大した打撃だな。是我的血燃上了地平线。俺のせいにすんじゃねえ。
Alright.
いつでも行ける。前たちはガビルには及ばない。
More! More burn!
将你让我火球的威力，就上前吧。俺のせいにすんじゃねえぞ。たやすいことです。俺のせいにすんじゃねえぞ。失礼します。不想被火球追上，那你跑得还不够快。
いつでも行ける。
你追着他。
I didn't have any burn on this. It's better.
たやすいことです。いつになったら終わるんだよ。
We just reached 10 hours of stream. I am mildly tired.
那你跑得还不够快。
Just mildly, so that's okay.
全力で行く。
早く援護してくれ。任せてください。全时机，当你让我火球的威力，就上前吧。
just 3 left. 2, 1, and almost done.
任せてください。
Done.
情報は目に見えない網です。すべての戦いは
Woo.
敷かれたレールに沿って進んでいるに過ぎません。
What are we?
事前の仕込みがあってこその
Okay, one more day.
驚くこともありませんよ。
One more day, and then I'll leave it at that for today. Mutant rock spiders. Okay, this is very easy, especially in this map. The only issue is it's a freaking Saiyan Raider. Of course, it's a Saiyan Raider. All right, what do I need? Prime again. Puzzle. Stole the raid. Kill the raid. Stole the boss. Kill the boss with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get more DP generation, because why not? Get neural chain, because I don't like this aerator. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's go. Woo! After this, we're gonna end with a beautiful Reed explosion,
ルートが決まった。
where Reed just does as many explosions as draconly possible, I guess.
早急に相手側の弱点を探り、
Draconically?
表情の動き一つで
Draconic.
出るのですよ。
Draconically possible, I guess. Yeah. That's how it is.
あなた方の動きはすべて手に取るようにわかりますよ。俺のせいにすんじゃねえぞ。
どうか私を信じて。
糸がこうも顔に出るのは感心しませんね。
役に立つ情報を堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。
Hey, last session.
開演に拾ってもらえ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこ。小細工を
We're almost there.
見るといい。目は開演に拾ってもらえ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。目は開演に拾ってもらえ。小細工を浪してみるといい。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。
More Penus ASMR.
グズはどこだ。小細工を浪してみるといい。小細工を浪してみるといい。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。これは開演に拾ってもらえ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。小細工を浪してみるといい。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。堕落に小躍りする
Does not fall off.
小細工を浪してみる。
It will eventually fall off, but it takes a very long time for it to fall off.
堕落に小躍りするグズはどこだ。小細工を浪してみるといい。
Because if too many enemies stack in one spot,
派手な傷跡を刻み
this, like, if you combine her with you,
傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。
she tends to get to the point. Oh, I need to stop. Do your attack. There we go. It tends to, all the different enemies will have burn at different levels on them, which results in a situation in which they are more and more likely to make it so that Blaze Alter goes indefinitely on S3. In which case, you'll never find anyone else who is going to do more AoE damage than Blaze Alter. So will she fall off? Probably not for a very long time. And by then, we'll have new operators. We'll get new operators that are the better option for AoE before she ends up not able to kill the raid in time. Also, time to at Pram! Whoops, I should not have cast this. Okay, do it quickly again. There we are. Next, we remove these two. We had... Oops. It's not always working. We had this. We had Suzup. We had... We do another one first. And then we had QB to get started on the boss. Alright.
無様堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。
どこお前たちの今私の
派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。
I'm so annoyed by the boss that actually I'm also going to give an earring, which is a bit wasteful, technically speaking, in the sense that it's not needed, but it's pretty tough to kill, and I'm getting a bit tired.
堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。俺が小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。骨は海縁に拾ってもらえ。堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。俺が派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。聞こえ。小細工を浪してみるといい。
Ooh.
無様な死を望むならな。
Ah, that was quick.
派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。聞こえ。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。俺が派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。俺が小細工を浪してみるといい。
I mean, the same question could actually be asked of Pram, and one could argue it's even more so relevant for Pram. But you can see that with Neural Chain, yeah, you can still see the HP bar dropping. It's not very fast, but considering the enemy have 40 times the HP, it's a decent speed. And she's on her own, too. I guess it might get to a point where you really want to buff the raid killer with a full squad, with like Suzerain, Reed Archer, Monster, and whatnot. But in that case, I'm still at a point, somehow, where a solo operator can still deal that much damage. Which is kinda ridiculous when you think about it.
聞こえ。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を望むならな。骨は海縁に拾って
Can I put 2 times speed? I guess.
海縁に拾ってもらえ。
Not really. Okay.
派手な傷
It's a bit too laggy.
刻みつけてやろう。
It would be better once they're dead.
小細工を浪してみるといい。無様な死を派手な傷跡を
Okay, well, I'm seeing people falling. 5 killed, 2 killed.
無様な死を望む派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。聞こえ。骨は
2 more killed,
拾ってもらえ。
5 more killed.
骨は海縁に拾って
There we go.
小細工を
Now we're getting somewhere.
骨は海縁に拾ってもらえ。小細工を浪してみるといい。堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。小細工を浪してみるといい。堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。小細工を浪してみるといい。
Ooh.
ブズは
Okay.
小細工を浪してみるといい。小細工を浪してみるといい。骨は海縁に拾ってもらえ。
戦闘機を私の罪
堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。骨は海縁に拾ってもらえ。聞こえ。派手な傷跡を刻み
Okay, we're almost done.
堕落に小躍りする
This is the last annoying boss raid for the day is being dealt with.
骨は海縁に拾ってもらえ。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。堕落に小躍り
10 enemies, apart from the boss.
小躍りするブズはどこだ。派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。俺堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。聞こ派手な傷跡を刻みつけてやろう。聞こ堕落に小躍りするブズはどこだ。聞こえた。
And on from the spot. Alright. Now for... Where am I going to place you? There, that's good.
進むぞ
Okay. That's the boss for the day. $10 hours and 30 days. Yeah, that's 3 days per hour roughly. Okay. That's my pace if I'm a bit distracted. I'm fine with that. Which means, supposedly, if I were to keep doing this every single day, which is not reasonable by any means because I still have a job, 30 days per day. it will take say it was an entire month to do 1,000 days. Well, I sure hope I don't have to actually go through this. I will not survive an entire month of this. Now the question is, what do I do after this? Because I have a bit of... I have not done Trials of Navigator. That's something I could do. Or maybe I just call it. I don't know. I'll see. I guess my brain is a bit burned. I guess I'll leave it for another time. Alright. Just... $3,000 days? I mean, that's the next goal. That is the next goal, to go for 3,000 days. But by the time I reach it, Chen 3 will be there. I think I'll also wait for Chen 3 so that I don't have to live for these kind of experiences where the enemies last for so freaking long. And she will also cause a redesign of the maps. I don't know, that will actually be interesting. Because I do feel like what I'm showcasing is the current modern iteration of how to run RACC. But it will, like, she will change things massively. And it will be interesting because it will cause a lot of redesigns of all the different maps. Like, the approach I had for like the past 200 or so days has been extremely similar. So yeah, I'm just looking forward to have more toys to play with, basically. And also because, yeah, she will. I think she will generally just cut down on the raid kill time by like 50% usually. Because then, the one thing that actually stops you from completing a raid is just the fact that all the enemies don't show up at the same time. If they do show up all at the same time, then you can just burst down everything at the same time with a skill 3, but otherwise you just have to wait until the last enemies come. Once I raid her down. Okay. Okay. Last raid. We're gonna be having... Wait, no, I used Read Ultra, I can't use her there. No. I have a Blaze use, that's okay. Infinite Blaze U works. Distinctly legal. Distinctly legal version. Okay, don't need any of this. Let's go. I just have to be careful with the thunderstorm because I could technically... Nah, I'm not gonna lose this raid. I'm not gonna lose this raid. This would be ridiculous.
空气灼烧着肺部，温度刚刚好。
There we go, just need to slow down. What do you mean? Why are you sarcastically saying that this is a 200 years balance move? Come on, this is a perfectly reasonable move that definitely won't be abused in whatsoever. Oh no, never. Who could possibly think to abuse a move like this? Yeah, just have to wait until it's like a palette. What if I started right now? Frame damage happens, that's what happens if I started right now. Ah, I do like this though. The sweet smell of napalm in the morning. This is the closest thing we'll ever get to an explosion minigun.
是我的血燃向了地平线。
Also, don't mind these spiders that just decide to go there for some reason. I don't know, they're a bit lost. It's not like leaping spiders. And are smart. They don't know what blue box is. Actually, I should do this. I should turn off the music and just record the sound of a Blaze Altar S3 just going repeatedly for like 30 seconds straight. What beautiful ASMR would it be? I could make a full... Oh yeah, I could be an ASMR compilation of RACC. I just turn off the music, I just focus on one sound. Well, we got the openest one. The openest one is very obvious. What about the other one? Alright, you win. ASMR RACC edition. Wait, there's literally just one left. How did that one survive? Okay, you know what? You know what? You're on the right. The question is, can you actually get through? Not okay. What are you doing? What is it doing? What the fuck? Alright. Alright. I think the enemy lost it. I'm losing it as well. 1980, we have 20 days to go by tomorrow. Ah. Oh, and that's nice. We'll be starting with like slug races. Because there are no raids. Actually, I think that's a better approach to just continue tomorrow, because I'm a little fried. I went for 30 days. Tomorrow it's just 20 days. That will leave some time to do like Trials Navigator or something else. Suffering an unlimited debt. Which means, thank you everyone for watching. If you're there tomorrow, I will be there to suffer, don't you worry. I will be getting the, I will be setting the first 2,000 records for global. Unless I die stupidly, but that shouldn't be the case, hopefully. Alright. Bye bye, see ya.